And here it is, we go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there. The session commences and your company required. That thing that happens twice a day. That thing that happens twice a day happening for the second time today. So I'm fulfilling all righteousness. Are you? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Apga kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Apga kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, the holy, holy song. So furrowed browed and looking on to see what's on offer. That's what I was doing. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Articles camp replies Obasanjo over running mate statement. So, a lot of you following this platform would have known just earlier sessions we discussed now how Obasanjo against removed the knife from the back of article only to reinsert it even more forcefully and a lot deeper. One of my biggest mistakes in life was in choosing my running mate as a civilian president, was what Obasanjo said. So Atiku, of course, could not let that go, especially he being in the throes of electioneering now. So he claps back. Atiku's camp replies Obasanjo over a running mate statement. So quite what Atiku has to say, we find out shortly. So this to be found out shortly as well. This is an ongoing saga that grips the entirety of the Nigerian space. Ikweremadu, of course, we've heard from all quarters. We've heard from the brother of the victim. We've heard from the Ikweremadu camp, even though not from the Ikweremadus themselves, for reasons of being locked up in one of our Majesty's establishments. So we've heard from so many people. Ebonyi State government has even taken a position trying to intercede, intimidate, I meant to say, the family of this boy that is in question. So we've heard from all manners of people. So now we hear from the victim himself. How I was lured to United Kingdom to harvest my kidney for ex-Deputy Senate President Ikweremadu's daughter. The victim is the attribution, so from the horse's mouth. So now we get a real feel towards the truth of what on that. Well, we get a real feel towards the truth of what actually underlies this whole saga. How I was lured to the United Kingdom to harvest my kidney for ex-Deputy Senate President Ikweremadu's daughter. A headline attributed to the victim, so we find out exactly from the horse's mouth. So from that to this, those who left Apga for Labour Party, labor in vain. So this is Soludo now, the now new driver of the vehicle once owned by Peter Obi, the Anambra State governorship I'm talking about. So Soludo being the current Anambra State governor, Obi being the past but one immediate Anambra State governor, Obi now having ambitions higher and more nationalistic, but Soludo stabs him in the back. Those who left Apga for Labour Party, labor in vain, Soludo speaks. So, so much for the solidarity amongst the tribes. So there it is. National Grid, Serap sues Buhari over missing 11 trillion naira electricity fund. So this is how much Buhari has stolen from the Nigerian coffers, and this is just one theft, by the way. Imagine what 11 trillion naira is. That is what about that should be about 6, 7, if not $8 billion. So this is what these people have said. These people are saying has just been disappeared from the Nigerian coffers. This is the price of darkness. National Grid, Serap sues Buhari over missing 11 trillion electricity fund. So quite what happened to the money, Aboki has packed it in Daura somewhere, or probably taking it to Saudi or Dubai, because they steal their monies to the Arab spaces, don't they? So from that to this, Igboho announces plan to return to Nigeria, laments damage to multi-million naira vehicles, others during secret police DSS 2021 raid on his house. So Sowore, not Sowore, but Igboho rather. So Igboho now fully somewhat recovered, but and recovered both in the physicality and mentally as well. It sounds like, because it sounds like he's back to his full potency and is ready to take on the fight again. Igboho announces plan to return to Nigeria, laments damage to multi-million naira vehicles, others during secret police DSS 2021 raid on his house. So you can lament that, but be thankful that they did not take your life, because they were there actually to kill you. But Igboho are somewhat, not somewhat, are categorically not bowed at all, and still very much determined and defiant. Still with Igboho, Burutai promised Igboho billions of naira in Benin prison to renounce Yoruba nation agitation. He rejected the bribe. So it's a credible source that is saying this, Professor Akitoye. So the mission of Burutai, of course, in Benin Republic, essentially to get to Igboho dead or alive, either to finish him off or to pay him off. And it looks as though he has failed on the two assignments. As he has failed in all assignments in his life, by the way, his assignment to end the insurgency and banditry in Nigeria only led to the escalation of it. His assignment now to go and either finish off Igboho or pay him off in Benin Republic, a categorical failure as well. Burutai promised Igboho billions of naira in Benin prison to renounce Yoruba nation agitation. He rejected the bribe. Professor Akitoye is the one informing us of all this. So that's the menu. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Haven't done all those all those clickings, then lean back into it and just relax and go with the ride. So let's come into the session properly via the care guide, your calabash to the ready.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agweshe, potent, powerful prayer by the care guides. Iku Koniru Agweshe. Iku Koniru Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Atiku's camp replies Obasanjo over running mate statement. So you know the precursor to this. So now let's find out what the latest installment is. Abdul Rashid Shehu, founder of Atiku Kawai Media Group, has said that former President Olusegun Obasanjo is very bitter, that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar frustrated. Oh, right, this is where they're going with this. So, yes, it's the old story, I'm afraid. So let's take that from the top again. Bear with me one moment. Let me just come off the screen just for 1 minute second. One momento. 1 minute second. All right, pardon me for that. So Abdul Rashid Shehu, founder of the Atiku Kawai Media Group, has said that former President Olusegun Obasanjo is very bitter, that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar frustrated his tenure elongation agenda, otherwise known as the third term agenda in 2007. Speaking about the process that led to the emergence of his vice, Obasanjo, who was interacting with some secondary school students at the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, Abeokuta, Ogun State, said he made a mistake whilst picking his running mate during the civil rule. Obasanjo said he selected the wrong vice, but it was a genuine mistake in the end. Obasanjo said he made many mistakes in life, but God made him overcome them. One of the mistakes I made was picking my number two when I wanted to become the president. But because it was a genuine mistake, God saved me, Obasanjo said. Responding to the former president in a tweet, Shehu, who is a member of the Atiku Abubakar Presidential Election Technical Committee, said Obasanjo was still bitter that Atiku frustrated his tenure elongation agenda, otherwise known as the third term agenda in 2007. Surprisingly, OBJ is still bitter about his failed third term agenda. Although the PDP family holds him in high esteem, his recent statement is unbecoming. Had Atiku not fought that selfish and unconditional drive, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari would not have sniffed the presidency, tweeted Shehu. So that is the route that they are going to clap back, of course. And any opportunity, of course, to stab this guy. I think there was been only one instance that Obasanjo has ever really showed a toying, Tawing, a toying of feelings towards Atiku. And that was when he wanted to use him as a tool to chase Buhari out of government in 2019. But really, he's never had time for this element. But why has he not had time for this element? He's had two terms with Atiku, 8 years. So if he had come to the realization that Atiku was off no good, why did he run a second term with him to complete an 8-year term? So there's something somewhat unreviewed still in Obasanjo's feelings towards this guy. So I don't buy into the third term narrative because I don't especially think Obasanjo was in pursuit of a third term, but there is something in that mix that is yet to be revealed. Atiku claps back, of course, with the third term narrative. So from that to this, how I was lured to UK to harvest my kidney for ex-deputy Senate President Ikwiremadu's daughter. So at last we hear from the horse's mouth. David Nwamini Uko, the young man involved in the organ harvesting allegation against the former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu and his wife Beatrice, has broken his silence. Uko, whose kidney was to be harvested for Sonia, daughter of the Ekweremadus, said he was lured to the UK and the move was without his consent. The Nigerian couple have been arrested and charged in the United Kingdom for attempting to harvest the kidney of Uko. They were denied bail by a London magistrate court where they were arraigned hours after their arrest last Thursday, June the 23rd, 2022. Uko on Facebook on Saturday, June the 25th, 2022, shared his side of the story in a post titled My Journey to the United Kingdom. His unedited post reads, so these are his words verbatim. On one fateful day, I met a man named Okoro in a building site where I was working for my daily bread. Okoro told me he liked me, so that should be he liked. So you would have to excuse some of the grammars because I think they're just quoting him verbatim. On one fateful day, I met a man called Okoro in a building site where I was working for my daily bread. Okoro told me he liked me. He wants to help me achieve my dream because he saw me as a great person. He told me, could you like to work in the UK? I just started laughing because I don't have money for that. Then I told him, no, I am not interested, and asked me why I told him I don't have and asked me why I told him I don't have the money for that. He just started laughing to me and told me he is going to introduce me to a senator his company in the UK needs workers so he could start my visa processing. I have no other option than to accept the offered. So I'm going to read it exactly as it has been written. So I have no other option than to accept the offered. After 2 days, the man came to the building site again and told me the senator wanted to see me. so we could start the visa processing. Then I dropped my shovel and headpan and went to bathe immediately. Mr. Okoro took me to an unknown area where I haven't been before. I was afraid maybe he is a money ritualist. I encouraged myself since I knew Mr. Okoro for a long time. There will be no problem. Mr. Okoro handed me over to one young man wearing a suit. He told me everything about then, so that's Then. So he told me everything about then. I told him Mr. Okoro has already explained everything to me and I've accepted to work in the UK. They later gave me a room in a mansion and snapped me a passport. They later gave me a room in a mansion and snapped me a passport photographs and told they will start my visa processing immediately. The kind of food I ate there, my generation haven't ate it before. I was so happy staying in that house. After a week, they are told me my visa and passport are ready. They are told me we are going to leave tomorrow. I was taken to airport from there. We land in UK. I was taken to hospital in UK. When we landed in hospital in UK, I was told I went for a medical test to check my health status. If I was fit for the work, I accepted without question. I thank God for Dr. Harry, who told me everything, and I told him why I am here, and he later called police for my rescue. So this is what this guy has said. So these are his words verbatim. So Lord, under false pretenses, and with the promise of work, and to the point then that he ended up in hospital with his kidney about to be harvested. So that is his story. But does that story rhyme with reason? That is the question. But that is his story. So from that to this, those who left Apga for Labour Party labor in vain. So this is Charles Soludo now, sticking the knife into Peter Obi's ambition. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra says the former members of the All Progressives Grand Alliance who defected to other parties made the wrong decisions. Mr. Soludo, who stated this whilst addressing party faithfuls at the governor's lodge, Amar Bia Aqua South local government area, said Apga remains the most formidable party. It is sad that the people that left had to leave. Why would one leave a party he had labored to build? It is not good to labor in vain, he said. However, they are not contesting elections. The election in Anambra is between Apga and other political parties. Mr. Soludo was speaking in the wake of the defection of former Apga national chairman Victor Ume. Mr. Ume had left for the Labour Party, citing an alleged conspiracy against him by some members in the state. He had lost his bid to return to the Senate for a second time. However, Mr. Soludo said the party remained third in Nigeria as the country inches closer to the 2023 general elections. Elections are not done on WhatsApp or the internet. You have to be on the ground. Apga is on the ground here and everywhere. How can a party that does not have a councillor want to compete with us? We are strong and we are growing stronger. Stand a real chance in Abia. We will compete in all places vigorously. We shall campaign when it starts, and by the time we enter January next year, we will know those that are still contesting. Our victory will be resounding this time. We will not take anything for granted. Anambra people will see, he said. He said the Apga government was determined to deliver value-based governance to the people of Anambra in the face of dwindling revenue. Mr. Soludo said about 220 kilometers of road had been designed for construction and that all the 21 local government areas in the state would witness massive road activities soon after the rains were over. We are determined to cut cost to the bones. We have renegotiated some contracts and saved money with which we are fixing some roads. We have used 20 million naira saved from there to fix the Chisco part area of the bridgehead to Upper Iweka Expressway in Onitsha. But the approval that was presented to me by FERMA for the same job is about 200 million. But by this week, it will be done, he said. So there it is right there. Soludo then sticking the knife into the Peter Obi ambition. So there it is. Welcome to Real Politics. National Grid, Syrup sues Buhari over missing 11 trillion naira electricity fund. President Mohamed Buhari has been dragged to court by the Social, Economic Rights and Accountability Project for allegedly failing to probe allegations that over 11 trillion naira meant to provide regular electricity supply since 1999 may have been stolen, mismanaged, or diverted into private pockets. Channels Television reported that in the suit numbered blah 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 filed last week at the Federal High Court, Lagos, Syrup sought for an order of mandamus to direct and compel President Buhari to investigate how 11 trillion naira meant to provide regular electricity supply has been allegedly squandered by government since 1999. This is coming after it was reported that Nigeria's electricity grid has collapsed at least 3 times within 5 months and 130 times in 7 years, plunging many households across the country into darkness. So there it is right there. The looting continues. Igboho announces plans to return to Nigeria, laments damaged. Sorry, let me take a sip of water. Igboho announces plans to return to Nigeria, laments damage to multi-million naira vehicles, others during secret police DSS 2021 raid on his house. Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, says he will return to Nigeria after his long sojourn in Benin Republic. Igboho was last year arrested alongside his wife in Cotonou, Benin Republic, by security operatives in the West African country on July the 19th after fleeing Nigeria to evade arrest by Nigeria's Secret Police DSS, Department of State Services. The DSS declared Igboho wanted after its operatives carried out a bloody raid on his residence in the Soka area of Ibadan, Oyo State, killing 2 people and arresting 12 aides, but Igboho escaped. Whilst Igboho's wife was released from police custody, Igboho was kept in detention before his eventual release. In an interview with our correspondent, Igboho noted that he is not scared of being arrested by operatives of the DSS upon his return to Nigeria, as he believes in the judiciary. I am going back to Nigeria soon, he said in the interview. In September 2021, an Oyo State High Court granted a relief sought by Igboho and ordered the Nigerian government to pay him 20 million compensation. I am going back to Nigeria soon, he added. I believe in the judiciary. Igboho mourned his personal loss, including the brand new vehicles in his Ibadan house, vandalized by bullets fired by security operatives who attacked his residence. According to him, a Mercedes-Benz worth 55 million, 3 Hilux worth 17 million each, G-Wagon of 48 million, amongst. And by the way, what does he do? What does he do for a living? Is the question. So just look at that. Those are houses in Lekki, just in vehicles. He owns a house in Lekki just in vehicles. Look at that. According to him, a Mercedes-Benz worth 55 million. So that's 55 million. three Hilux vans three Hilux worth 17 million each. So you do the math. G-Wagon worth 48 million. So we're already in the region of what, 160 million naira thereabout. How much do they sell houses in Lekki? So this guy owns houses in Lekki just in vehicles. But what does he do for a living? According to him, so let's not, yes. Let me read that again. According to him, a Mercedes worth 55 million, three Hilux worth 17 million each, G-Wagon of 48 million, amongst others. So that's not even the totality of it. Amongst others, were destroyed by security agents who stormed his residence. Reminiscing about the bloody midnight raid on his house, Igboho said the secret police and other secret operatives who stormed his residence had intended to kill him, but God doesn't leave his own. Igbo added, my wife, Rocco, was detained at the airport for about 2 hours. They were ready to hold on to her if I had not shown up. Then I showed up, and the security agents handcuffed me hand and leg. If I knew that, if I knew that could happen, I wouldn't allow her to follow me to the airport. She had already obtained my travel documents from the German government, and I would have asked her to go separately, but God knew how everything went that way. Asked how he made it out alive during the DSS raid, Igboho instantaneously declined further comments. It is not yet time to speak. I will speak when it is time to speak. So there it is, right there. He just stamped one leg on the floor and he landed in Benin Republic. Don't worry, Ajesara is the reason. That's all you need to know. Ajesara. So Ajesara to this. So this is now the final readout, and then we'll see if there's anybody to take it on. Burutai promised Igboho billions of naira in Benin prison to renounce Yoruba nation agitation. He rejected the bribe. Akitoye, Yoruba historian and arrowhead of the struggle for the independence of the Odua nation, Banji Akitoye, has accused former chief of army staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Burutai, retired, of trying to cajole agitator Sunday Adeyemo Igboho to withdraw from the agitations. In an interview with correspondent, the octogenarian said during the agitators' travails in the West African country, Burutai had, through his influence as the envoy, sneaked a paper to Igboho in prison, promising him billions of naira if only he would renounce his agitation for Yoruba nation. He, however, said Igboho refused to sign the paper, which was later taken away to Burutai. When asked about the status of the court case against Igboho in the Benin Republic, Akitoye said the young man has been completely released. He said, he has been released completely. He has won the hearts of the people here for his strength of character. They brought money to him, this young man. How many of our young men will do that? Former Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tukur Burutai came to him in prison, promising him billions of naira if he would sign a paper that Burutai brought, that he, Igboho, should say he had renounced the Yoruba nation struggle, that he didn't want the Yoruba nation struggle anymore, that he had opted out of it. Nobody will give me such a paper except Burutai. Nobody would give me such a paper except Burutai himself. But Sunday saw the paper. Burutai took it away. So there it is right there. So that is from Professor Akitoye, of course. So who deems it then brave enough to cast it as a lie. So that is what the professor is saying. I'm not quite sure, not independently verified, of course, but nevertheless, the wordings are. Nevertheless, the wordings from Professor Akitoye. So let me give you this headline. I might not give you the readout. We have registered over 2 million members in Borno. That is the NNPP chairman. So that is the Kwakwanso party informing us of this. All right. So that's that. So now let's see now who's there to take it on. So Tony, I see you. Yoruba, I see you. Baba Akure, I see you. The mighty Ajele Koko, I see you. Moses, I see you. And Emmanuel, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So good to see you all. So let me kick it off with you then. Pardon me. So let me kick it off with you, Emmanuel, and this narrative then of or let me kick it off with you, Moses, since you are the one unmuted. But Moses, when you are coming in, you should be muted so I can then not have background noise. But are you ready to go then, Moses? Moses, Moses, what's going on? All right. Are you okay? You're not ready to go. So, Emmanuel, are you ready to go? Can anyone hear me? What's going
Yes,
on?
I can hear you, man.
Yes, one man.
All right. So Moses, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
All right, brilliant.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before. So good to have you, Moses. So let me take you straight then to the Anambra space and this knife in the back. Some people would say that Soludo has inserted into the Peter Obi narrative, but is it really a knife in the back or is it just politics? Soludo, of course, Apga. So he essentially speaking for his party. So what are you then making then that Soludo comes out to say that he will be keeping Anambra to himself?
Yes, let me greet the house first. I greet everyone. It's a very nice day to be among you people to share the information and the development in Nigeria, our country. Yes, and for me, about the Soludo speech is just about politics. We all know what is going on in Nigeria and in terms of politics, the system, the way they play their game. And everybody wanted to draw the good thing to his own side. So to be able to be able to be in the position of maybe you are the best or you are not the best. So for me, it's a politics statement. It's not have any tangible thing to do. Maybe the Apga is going to be the best, or maybe the Labour is going to be the best. Everybody's playing own game because if you check, and the Peter Obi, he left the PDP, and he know the reason why he left the party to go to the Labour Party. So everybody's playing his own game. Everybody's trying to have a sweet mouth, and we all know what is going on in Nigeria and the politics. Because if you know, the two relevant parties, PDP and APC for now. The next one is going to be a Labour Party or the one ANPP, the one the
Um, uh,
counter.
um, Sorry. Soludo made point to note that the party that actually came third, that has been coming third really traditionally in Nigerian elections is Apga.
Yes,
Are
yes.
you, yeah.
Then,
Well,
then,
till
not now.
now, because we've not had any elections that's changed anything.
Yes, you are right. For now,
Mm.
it's Apga. It's Apga. But if you check the situation now, as the thing be now, you will know that something is going to be changed. But we don't know yet. But for the what is going on right now, you can see then something is going to be changed by 2023.
How much impact are you anticipating that Soludo would have on the Anambra elections? Because Soludo very popular in Anambra, no surprise about that. Um, no. So Soludo certainly is going to have a say in how Anambra votes. I think we all agreed on that. So sorry, solution. So if you're not, so that was to you, Moses. People should keep themselves muted unless you are
Yes,
in.
yes, and
Yeah.
yes. You cannot write Soludo off in Anambra, and also you cannot write off Abga also in Anambra. if you check the 5 states in the southeast, you know that the Anambra hold the Apga for now, and the Soludo was loved by the people of Anambra also. Because if you check when Soludo was campaigning for the current governorship position he is now, you see there's one incident that happened in one village when he went for campaign. They killed 3 security. Soludo would be a target person, but because Soludo was loved by his people, they just wanted to prove to him that if you want to get you, we will get you. Well, for now in Anambra, Soludo absent, Apga also absent.
Has Apga ever lost Anambra since Ojukwu created that party? Have they ever lost Anambra?
I'm not sure.
I have to check that because I suspect they've always held Anambra.
They never lost Alhambra.
So there it is. So there's no reason to suggest that they will lose Anambra in 2023.
But one man is going to be different. They don't have no stake in presidential. So the people...
They have a candidate. They have a candidate.
Do they have Apga candidate?
Yes. Now I read out the list in yesterday's session. Everybody has a candidate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Soludo, we have to campaign for their own candidate. Yeah, okay.
Moses, do you get the sense that Soludo somewhat feels that the space that Peter Obi is occupying in the hearts and minds of the Easterners should be his natural space? Do you feel Soludo has the sense somewhat that Peter Obi might be stealing his boots?
For me, I'm not sure of that because if you check, it's not guaranteed that Soludo it's not guaranteed that Peter Obi is going to carry all the vote in the southeast. Because if you check what happened during the convention of APC, you will see that our people they go for money instead of go for integrity. And that's the problem we have in Nigeria for now, in Nigerian politics. That's the problem we have. Because if we as a citizen wanted to go for the best, we can go for the best. But maybe because of the poverty in the nation, or because of the jobless in the nation, make the people not to reason what to do or what to decide upon. Because if we check the Labour Party also, the law is Obi was loved by people, by the youth, but can the youth deliver for Obi? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Because if we want to check about Nigerian, the population and the voters, we will check that in the north, nothing like Obi so much in the north, maybe for the few people that try to understand, or maybe for the population.
Why are you rating youth 0 when you come to, or would they participate? Why are you rating youth 0?
I'm not rating them 0. I'm not rating them 0. You know,
yeah, so go on.
Check the Ekiti election. Ekiti election will show you what is going to happen.
Leave that one. Leave Ekiti aside.
Why would you leave it?
I cannot leave that because tomorrow, what is tomorrow is going to be, we have to know today. That is parable in Yoruba. What tomorrow is going to be, today you are going to know. You see the election in the Ekiti. I'm telling you right now, you take it or not.
You know that
the state election is going to be money for money. It's going to be money for money also. Take it or leave it. It's going to be money for money.
So how much are they going to share? How much are they going to share? Let's start with that one. We have 200 million.
The same amount. Don't worry now. The money is there now. These are dollar billionaires now.
The money is there for Adeleke. Adeleke is a poor family. Do you know the history of Adeleke from 1993? You know the history of Adeleke family. You know
there is a sensitization going on, telling all the youth to collect the money. It belongs to them.
But one man said we should mute ourselves. One man said we should mute ourselves and let that guy speak.
Oh, hold on now, Tony. But Emmanuel, the first opportunity to test the resolve of the youth, which we are all hearing that they are resolved and determined to seize the country back. The first opportunity to test that resolve since it started was in Ekiti, and we saw what they did. We saw
That
what
was actually first. That was actually first. It was quick to determine that. It was very, very quick.
to
Do,
determine
do you
what.
get it? Yes, that Ekiti election was very quick.
How do you mean?
It was just barely 1 week when this whole convergence of youth started. It's barely 1 week when that election took place.
Come on now, come on
So,
now.
so, so, so
And
let's use
Wait. Let me tell you one thing about
let,
politics in Nigeria. First thing,
let's use the Osun State.
first thing about politics is the candidate first. The second one is political party. The third one is how the party, the structure. That's the three things. If you check Edo election, you know how many people went for Edo in APC with huge of money that they believe they can take over the Edo. But Edo showed them that they are not like that. The Edo is not like Lagos. That's what we want. That's what we want in coming in 2023. That's what we want. It's not that if somebody give you 5,000, you sell your future, you believe that's the right thing to do. You are still killing your future. You don't prepare for future. You don't prepare for the coming generation because of the 10,000, 5,000. Can that solve your problem? Okay, you that went for you went.
Moses, we're losing you somewhat.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. But Moses, are you still there?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, you said that. Have we lost you, Moses? No, Moses, we've lost you somewhat. So Moses, you faded away somewhat, but I'll bring you back. But let me go on from you to Emmanuel, who seems to have an opinion on what you're talking about. So Emmanuel, the Soludo space. So Soludo comes out to stick up for his party, but this is the second time now. Pardon me. This is the second time he has come out publicly to make commentaries contrary to what seems to, at least what we are being told, is the popular will of the East. So the first time was to debunk the 20 million to 100 million narrative, and he said that was a categorical lie. And this time around, he's mocking that a party that doesn't even have a councillor should not have any ambitions within Anambra State. So what is going to happen in Anambra is the question. Anambra traditionally Apga, and Soludo made sure to remind us that Apga has always come third in Nigerian elections. So how is Anambra going to pan out in terms of the what we're being told, the popular momentum that is going on? What are you making of Soludo's doubling down that he will hold on to Anambra, Emmanuel?
Okay, let's. Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I was able to. I interrupted Moses when he was saying youth stuff. Youth cannot come out, or you cannot do this one. So that's why I actually interrupted. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the platform. Well, Soludo is politicking. He just politics. He just playing that politics to, they have a candidate. Apga had a presidential candidate in Anambra State, and another fear was that some people were planning to move from Apga to Labour Party. There's a lot of rumor that is happening that some members of Apga are planning to move to Labour Party. So that was why he actually came out to say that they will labor in vain.
Sorry to interrupt you, Emmanuel. The former chairman of Apga, a man called Ume, he actually moved from Apga to Labour. So that was what really provoked the comments from.
It's not only the chairman. I think one of the members of the House of Assembly also under that platform about to, and some members, some floor members too were planned to leave the party. That was what actually provoked him to, say what he said. And it's purely politics, playing, it's just politicking actually. So,
but to the substance of what he said, though, because he presented some facts that nobody really can run to contradict because they are factual. He's saying that this space, that he said that they will labor in vain, so that's politics. People, it's just a play on word, isn't it? People going to labor will labor in vain. But he's saying that the party has no councillor, which is factual, and he's saying that Apga had always held on to Anambra State, which is factual. So there's no contradicting those facts, Emmanuel.
Okay, when it comes to governorship election, Abba is always number 4 in Anambra State. I think since Apga started, Ojukwu developed that, formed that party, they have not lost for once. I think so. But that is when you come to local politics. Let me just say regional politics, like governorship, chairmanship, and stuff like that. But when you compare presidential election with whoever is coming under Apga, I'm sure that they are not going to do much. You understand? They are not going to do much in terms of voting to Apga because they know that that candidate is not going anywhere. The Apga is not even going anywhere. It's just barely, it's not even in some part of the southeastern region. It's just majorly on Anambra. So people with the calculation have already know that voting any candidate under that party is just a waste of votes. So by default, they will move their vote to Labour Party. That is, they know that Obi have been recognized nationwide. So definitely they are not going to throw their vote to Labour Party because Obi is still their son. No matter how strong Soludo is or how people loved him, they know that putting their votes to Apga is a no-no. It's not going to yield any results. So they already know that fact.
All right. So, in 2019, PDP took the state 524,738 to beat APC 33,298, and Apga came third, 30,034. So they did not take it in 2019, certainly.
That is governorship election.
No, that's presidential.
And that was the reason why. In fact, this one is different because their son, and the son they loved, is coming, and this son has been recognized nationwide. Do you understand? So that number they enjoyed last 2019, they will not get up to that this time around because they know that that party, that candidate, is not even crossing Benue State. So they already know that. Ask any of them that that's one of the members of Apga. They will tell you that they are not even voting Apga when it comes to presidential election. They will vote Apga in governorship and other election. But when it comes to presidency, they are not voting Apga. They might still have some people that will drop their votes there, but no. That number that Apga draw last 2019 election, they will not be able to get it up to if a quarter of that.
No, all right. It'll be interesting because it looks as though Soludo has taken it upon himself to see it as a personal battle of popularity between himself and Peter Obi in Anambra State. So we'll see who that.
When it comes to popularity, Obi is more popular than Soludo. So that one is.
You think
yes.
so?
Yes, of course. Very, very popular more than him.
In Anambra. In Anambra State?
I said not only in Anambra State, I said across the region.
All right. We'll see how that pans out.
Hello.
So whatever he's planning or whatever he's claiming that Obi have taken his space is not even like let him finish the governorship election first. So let's know what he can deliver. That's the only thing we are using to judge all this stuff. Let him finish. Let's judge him from his antecedents.
All right, it'd be interesting though, because that's somewhat of a chipping away at Peter Obi, because with the momentum so fervent, you'd have thought that Soludo would at the very barest minimum keep quiet and let the will of the people carry through. But he seems to be somewhat countering Peter Obi from within. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, of course, it's not a surprise. Soludo is a leader in a party leader in Apga. So of course he just where that's how APC and PDP are scared of what is happening within the Labour Party. That's how he should be scared of. He's just scared of how Obi is enjoying a number of youths across Nigeria. You understand? And these youths are using their money to do things that Labour Party have not even mapped out any amount of any money to any of them. They are using their money to do all this stuff they are doing. So that's why all of them are scared, and they are coming up with all kind of lies, all kind of propaganda, all kind of stuff, just to tarnish his image. So, but it's a no-no to youth. We know that one. We have already sealed our mind and sealed our soul, sealed our everything for Obi. So whatever they are coming up with is not going to work, because we are determined to take this country back from them. So it's a no-no.
All right. I mean, good luck with that. But I would encourage that you also try and have some presence in the north as well, because you need Sokoto State, Katsina State, Kebbi State, Borno State. You need all of these places to win the presidency. You will.
Yeah. Currently now we are. In fact, there's this news I just finished reading now. The chieftain of NNPP say that Kwankwaso can never be vice president to Obi.
Yeah.
And that has been okay. You saw the news too.
Yeah, so it was one of the news I wanted to bring, but just decided let me just leave that one. Yeah.
So that has been established that he cannot be, though they are still begging Obi to come and be their vice, which it can never happen, even though the moon is falling. So he should look for maybe he should go to Wike if Wike can accept him and all stuff like that. But what we have
to Wike,
and according to them, they say they are going to Wike if Wike can be their vice.
Okay, the Kwakwanso movement are going to Wike, Yemson Wike.
According to them, yes. Yes. So Obi has already known, according to the insider, we already know the person that's coming out as a vice president. Like I was telling you people, it's not mainly Kwankwaso is not 100% candidate that we are rooting to be a vice. That we already have other options, and one of these options is mainly a younger person to come and be the vice president. Even Okubo, this man, if the current VP placeholder, say that we are even looking for a younger person. So let's leave that one for North. As I'm speaking to you now, we already have a lot.
Do you think the North can be penetrated with a younger name?
Yes, we are already penetrating. We're already penetrating North as I speak to you now. You understand?
What do you mean you're already penetrating North?
Of course, we already have northern leaders taking up this whole thing back to their regions, and they are not doing it in the town. They are going to do it in the local government. I'm one of the people inside. I'm just telling you what is happening, and because we are not really showcasing all the stuff like that, we're already going all those.
You see, my concern is that the way the northern system works, and we know the way the northern system works, they vote in blocks, as we know, and they vote to instruction, as we know, and they vote to the direction of a patriarch, as we know. So that's always been the tradition in the north.
One man, we are not actually looking. We are not actually rooting to win in North. Do you understand? We are not going to North.
You have to win.
Can I contribute, sir?
How do you want to win presidency when you are not rooting to win in the North?
No, I mean like we are just trying to take, because we already know the area we are going to win. We are going to win some part of Southwest, South.
Okay, give me your victory. Run us through your victory.
Yes, the victory we are rooting is South, Southeast, Southwest, and North Central.
Southwest.
So,
Southwest. Did you say Southwest?
Yeah. Some part of Southwest, yes, not all of Southwest.
What part of Southwest? What part?
What part?
Yes.
Okay, let us Osun State.
You will win Osun State.
Yes, Osun State.
What's led you to that thought that you will win Osun State?
One man, I'm telling you, I'm already an insider of what is happening. I'm telling you already what is going to happen.
Don't worry about that. What's led you to the thought?
Not thoughts.
Do you know who is the governor of Osun State?
The governor of Osun State?
Yes. Boyega Oyetola is his name.
Oyetola? Yeah.
Do you know who he is?
I've not met him one-on-one now.
No, it's Tinubu's cousin.
Tinubu's cousin.
Tinubu's cousin. What are you
that is one man. I keep telling you that the narrative you're painting now, that is not how this thing is working. Right. You people are categorizing on this politician that are going to influence the electorate. I keep telling you that is not going to work this time around.
You will win Osun State. Are you sure about that? Osun State. How is that possible? How would that be possible? How will that be possible? That
one man is not only Osun State.
Peter will be from Anambra State.
One man is not only Osun State.
Really?
See, Lagos State. Lagos State. We are going to win. Lagos State in
his hands that is held since 1999. Lagos State that belongs to Tinubu, you will win it. What are you talking about?
One man. Do you know the population of Igbos in Lagos State?
Hello, sir.
One man.
What's going on, man? What are you talking about?
Hello, sir. Let me just contribute, sir.
Oh, okay. Come in, Coyote. You've been pushing, so come in. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir, Mr. Woman. I've been watching this show quite a while, and you are doing a good job. And I like the way you moderate when you are doing these things. It is very nice. I just want to tell us the same truth. Maybe because of the new developments, we need to ask ourselves the honest truth about these obedient saying things. We love Obi. We want Nigeria. We want the better for this country. But we just need to say about the truth. Southeasterners never support Apga. So if they understand that from the beginning that Southeasterners, let's start from regional parties, never support Apga. They are PDP until when Obi left 3 or 4 days to the convention. That's when they stop. That's when they stop loving PDP. And if you go historically, that they are telling us that Obi movement is going on. Since the start election in Nigeria, no party, even when Nnamdi Azikiwe was very powerful, no party has ever taken Southwest from Yorubas. No party has ever. I've never seen it. It has never happened. The same thing with the Northerners. So when we're not saying that just because Obi now comes to Labour Party, he has to win everything.
No. We are not saying that we are taking the whole of Southwest. I didn't say that.
Hold on. Coyote, settle down. Coyote, settle down. Let Emmanuel. I want Emmanuel to talk us through this victory.
Okay, sir.
So I want to know where this victory is coming from. So yes, where are you getting this vote from? Who is going to vote for you? You're saying you're taking Osun State.
We are okay. Let me finish with the Lagos. I'm saying,
yes.
Some people tell us that this is Igbo presidency. It's a lie. Let me start from that one.
Well, that's how a lot of people see it, though. That's how people see it.
One man, maybe you just need to use a flight and come to Nigeria and come and see what is happening in Nigeria. if people very close to you are not feeling the impact, just you come down to Nigeria and feel the impact, then go back. Maybe from there you understand what is happening. The momentum they have been telling you, you will see it with your eyes. Because the major thing, in fact, I have insider in, that's why I mentioned that Osun State.
Look at what Kolata is saying to you. It says, Emmanuel, pass me what you are drinking and smoking as well. He wants you to pass him what you are smoking. He says Amsterdam blend. This is but carry on. He says Kolata is accusing you of Amsterdam blend. But carry on.
I'm not smoking anything. I'm not smoking anything.
All right, carry on.
So
Can I come in?
I'm not saying that Labour Party is just the whole of Southwest. Yeah. So Lagos State, we have about
I cannot say Peter will be taking anything from Yoruba land. I don't think that anybody in Oyo State is paying attention. I'm not sure that anybody in Ekiti knows what is even going on. Maybe a little bit of Ogun State, they because they are a bit enlightened. Maybe he'll get about 10-15% there. He will get the Igbo votes in Lagos State, but that would not amount to anything. Maybe he'll get his 15-20% in Lagos State. But,
what are you saying?
Where is it? With the people in Kwara,
Ogun State take more than 15% votes from Lagos State. Mark today's, I'm telling you. More than 15% votes from Lagos State.
All right. Okay. All right.
Emmanuel.
One man, please, come to Nigeria. One man, please. Hello. Maybe next month or just find a way, come to Nigeria. If I go to that Lagos State.
Emmanuel, let me chip in. When Ekweme was vice president to Shehu Shagari, when Federal Capital was in Lagos, they cannot. Kayode have said it. You cannot forget that one. Forget Igbo are many in Lagos. Forget that. You cannot take Yoruba land. The Yoruba land belongs to APC and part of PDP. If you share from 1999.
But my brother, do you know that many Yoruba is not in support of Tinubu?
If they are not in support of Tinubu,
where is their vote going?
They are going to support Atiku because Atiku wife is from Yoruba land. It's from Osun State. Atiku wife is from Osun State. It's going to be the first lady. You should know that. You have to, politics is not about the calculation of this or that. Politics is more than that. You take a lot of.
Emmanuel, I don't see it. But it's just my own. Because we are all speculating. But I don't see anywhere in Yoruba land going with Peter Obi. He will record some successes based on the hype. No doubts about that. But not anything significant. All the Yoruba states, I suspect, they will stay with Tinubu, especially, only because of reasons of ethnicity, which is a very key factor in Nigerian politics. So I don't see any Yoruba. I cannot see it. I cannot see it. That the Yorubas will vote for Peter Obi ahead of their son. I cannot see it. But maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, I think I should raise my case here.
I may be wrong. You may be right. I may be wrong. One
man, let me come in there. If you share in the beginning, 1999, when they formed the party, they formed according to the region. I'm not lying. AD started with Yoruba people, which is they follow Awolowo ideology, and Apga is for Ojukwu, which is for East. If you can understand me very well. At the end of the day, among all the parties in the beginning, which one fall? Which one fall? Which one continue? Which one among them that is still strong enough in that region political party? I want a man to explain that for me.
Yeah, but Apga is still there now.
Can you compare the strongest AGA with an AD or APC or something like that? Can you compare AGA with Tinubu party?
How will
when
Labour
you come
Party,
to read
hold on, Emmanuel. How will Labour
party, right?
How will Labour Party perform in Borno? Emmanuel.
That is That is you talking about Apga, right?
No, Labour Party. How will Labour Party perform in Borno?
In Borno State.
Yes.
Well, one man, I'm telling you that 100% vote from all these northern part of.
The two strong states
We are just
we
are just penetrating.
Emmanuel is let Emmanuel speak.
Katsina.
Who's this guy, man?
Can you? Kano and Katsina.
Okay, sorry, Emmanuel. Apologies for that. Let me just let me give you the room to express yourself. So I was just asking, how Labour Party will perform in Borno.
And I'm saying now, I'm too sure that Labour Party is not going to win Borno State.
Would they get any votes there? Would they get any
Yes,
votes?
of course. Yes, because we're now our calculation that we are planning to get.
Are they aware of Labour Party in Borno?
Yes, of course. Well, yes, we have already some delegates there. We have Labour Party chairman. We already have two buildings in some local government and some their states capital. So we already have
in Katsina.
Yeah, in fact, 36 states now we have Labour Party and the shamans and all.
You have staff there, but how will they perform in Katsina, Buhari's home state?
Yeah, that I'm telling you. As we have started now, we are penetrating the grassroots work already there. So, and what we are planning is to get at least 25% votes from there. Not necessarily winning. Yes, not necessarily winning there.
All right.
Because our strong point now is north central, southeast, and south. That's our strong point.
North central.
Yeah, it's north central.
Well, how are you strong in north central? Tell me how.
Well, for instance, we are taking Nasarawa, we are taking Abuja.
You are taking Abuja.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Out of Niger State, you're going to take Niger as well.
One man, can you just move to the next stage because we're about
a special blend. Yes, thank you.
It's an hour plus because we have 5 hours to go, please.
Yes. All right. So thank you for that. I like the optimism, and with optimism things are possible, but with pessimism nothing ever happens. So I would never discourage the optimism. So keep up the optimism, and I'll keep on checking on that space. Maybe you'll actually make people eat their words, and I hope that you do. But let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat before we move on. It says, folks, go watch Solomon's analysis and permutations on the presidential election 2023. He was thorough and, in my opinion, spot on. Tinubu will be president. So I'm pretty certain that Tinubu will be president, or unless something unforeseen happens to him between now and February 2023. If he's on the ballot in February 2023, he will be president. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Folks, go and watch Solomon's analysis and permutations on the presidential election 2023. He was thorough and, in my opinion, spot on. Tinubu will be president. So that is what Alexander Gomez says via super chat. A second super chat coming in from Kulata, speaking to the reality of politics. A few Fuji concerts and Yoruba Ronu should seal the Southeast. Yoruba Ronu. So Yoruba Ronu, if you are a Yoruba man, then you know what that means. Then Yoruba Ronu, that means the Yoruba think deep. That is usually the clarion call for Yoruba space. Yoruba Ronu, which is Yoruba think deep. So it's the ethnicization of the politics that Kulata is talking about. A few Fuji concerts and Yoruba Ronu will seal the Southeast. So that is Kulata, and he runs it off with a second super chat. He says, Obi needs majority votes and 25% in 24 states. So that's it. The permutations don't do, but the optimism, we must never try to dampen the optimism. So keep up the optimism, and hopefully it does work out. So let's go on from you, Emmanuel, but stay in the conversation. I'll still do the rounds, but let's go to Baba Akure, who hopefully is still with us. Baba Akure, are you there? All right, let's go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man.
Yes, are you driving? Do you want me to go to someone else and come to you, or are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go. I'm good.
All right, brilliant. So Ajanle Koko, Oloye speaks again and is still defiant. Igboho still of very much Yoruba nation. some of the things that have been happening in Benin Republic now coming into the surface. No less an illustrious person informs us, Professor Akitoye, that Burutai, the Fulani agent that Buhari sent to Benin Republic, they actually tried to corrupt Igboho to abandon the Yoruba nation agitation, but he declined the billions of nairas offered. So it speaks again, and is maybe threatening or informing, however you choose to look at it, to come back to Nigeria fairly soon. So how do you see the coming back of Igboho? Where do you think it will fit into the current goings on within Nigeria? And do you think the court order barring the authorities from harassing him will subsist? Or will it be picked up at the border to be seen no more? Igboho, the return of. What are you making of that, Ajane Koko?
Thank you, one man. Let me urge everybody listening to us around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you have not done so. I don't see Igboho coming to Nigeria soon. As long as this administration remains in power, Igboho will not make an attempt to come to Nigeria because they are placed him under a wanted list. So if he should make any attempt and return to Nigeria now, he will land in jail. He will land in prison. They're still looking for him. So I don't think he'll be coming to now. They know, he knows too, and people around him knows that. They will never advise him to go to Nigeria. But it's a man that is full of hope. He's very hopeful that Yoruba nation will come. And he has demonstrated that he's not backing down. He believes strongly in Yoruba nation. And his recent statement shows his defiant against the administration. So I don't see him coming to Nigeria.
Do you not think he should tone down his language for reasons of self-preservation? Huh? Sorry, you're breaking up somewhere.
You said he should tone down his language?
For reasons of self-preservation, Olori Doriemu sort of, he needs to tone down the language, the rhetoric, the Yoruba nationism, at least for now, whilst the killers are still in government.
I think he's very cautious now, the way he make his statement. He doesn't speak very often to the media or on social media as he used to do when he was in Nigeria. So he's already cautious of his statement, but he's not backing down Yoruba nation. He said it in his recent video that is still strongly committed to Yoruba nation. And he's the latest report that Buratai attempted to bribe him.
Do you believe that we cannot accuse Professor Akitoye of making up stories, but do you believe that Burutai actually tried to bribe him?
I believe it 110%. Professor Akintoye will not lie. He doesn't have any reason to lie to us. He's a man of integrity. And do you doubt it that this administration will do that?
I don't. In fact, I
Yes.
think they probably offered him a bullet or money that we either kill you or we bribe you. Just shut up,
Yes. Because the implication of him to denounce Yoruba nation will help the administration to escape all sort of petitions that have been filed against them at United Nations and at International Criminal Court of Justice, particularly on the brutalization of Igboho and the way they went and savaged his house, killed people and sort of that. So that is what they are trying to attempt. I mean, that's what they're trying to achieve. If he accepted that money, that will kill all those legally. It will legally kill his petition against them. So the petition is still there. In 7 months or 8 months, these people are going to leave the government, and anything can happen to them after leaving the power. This power of immunity they enjoy now, they won't have it by then. And I believe the legal suit at international community will be pursued vigorously. So they have a case to answer, and they are quite aware of that, and they're trying every means to kill that legal battle that is that will be coming against them in the future. So Igboho, for not accepting that money, is to solidify his position that yes, is not backing down, is ready, is committed to Yoruba nation, and is committed is still committed to his legal battle against them. The legal battle in Nigeria is winning. He has defeated them in the first round, and the court awarded him to be paid about, is it not 2 billion naira or so, or maybe 20 billion? I can't remember specifically the amount. So the government of Nigeria is losing on legal battle, and and so is going to be at the international stage, because the judgment in Nigeria will be used as how do I put it?
Yardstick.
Yes, against them. So Professor Akintoye is just hinting us what they are attempting to do, or what they're trying to do, and at the same time trying to
do you think there'll be sorry, Ajale Koko, do you think there'll be room for any of these secessionist agitations under the new incoming administration, especially if we end up either with a Peter Obi administration or a Tinubu administration? Do you imagine there'll still be push for the Yoruba nation under Peter Obi?
Oh yes, yes, there'll be push for it.
Nation.
No, or anybody under Atiku, under Tinubu, the push will continue. And the only option that will be left for that government is to negotiate with them, is to call them to a meeting, negotiate and see, and listen to them and hear from them. What do they actually want? And what led to this agitation is very clear. It's injustice, fairness, and no equity in Nigeria.
You don't think the Southeast would abandon Biafra under Peter Obi administration? You think they would not abandon the Biafra agitation?
I don't think so as well, because EPA and the rest of them are still agitating for Biafra nation, and they still call on people in the East to observe the Monday sit at home, and I believe they're still observing it in the East. So political situation in the East is still toxic, is still unstable, is still is a very bad place. It's unpredictable for Nigerian politics as at now. So going back to Professor Akintoye, so Professor Akintoye is making that strategic statement to, give Yoruba agitators, those that believe in Yoruba nation, to continue to uh, to continue their commitment for that agitation and
Are you insisting
to
that
sell.
are you insisting that that commitment is still there? Because it's not in the headlines anymore. It's not in the space anymore. The Yoruba Nation narrative. I cannot remember the last time I heard it, and a few months ago I heard nothing else but.
No, Yoruba Nation is still a lot of people are still committed to it. Maybe you are not following that space. So, Babakito making that strategic call now is to, sell Sunday Igboho to them again as a reliable leader, as a leader that is not purchasable, as a leader that federal government have been offered billions of naira. But because of his strong commitment to Yoruba nation, he refused. So, and that will tell them that, yes, they have a leader that that have not abandoned them, a leader that is committed to to the same cause, thereby urging those at home to stand strong, to remain strong and continue the agitation and remain committed to that cause. So that is what the call is. The reasoning for that call. That is what it meant for. It meant to sell Sunday Igboho as an unpurchasable leader, as a leader that is committed, and a leader that have not abandoned them, even though that is not speaking frequently due to one reason or the other, but is still committed to this Yoruba Nation cause, thereby calling on people that are still committed to it as well to remain strong and continue the agitation.
Do you think the Yoruba Nation narrative? Do you think it will transmute into a restructuring narrative? Do you think that is where it's headed? Essentially, it's going to turn into essentially a restructuring narrative, especially under a Tinubu-like administration.
You see,
the Yorubas would not want to hear Yoruba Nation if they have a Yoruba president. They will find that treacherous somewhat. It will be treachery.
Let me use the case of Professor Akitoye as an example here. He was for restructuring before he abandoned restructuring for Yoruba Nation. It was because of the failure of this administration to listen to people, to dialogue with people. This administration doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to dialogue, and we are seeing all this Fulanization effort, every strategic position are manned by Fulani in this country under this administration. So this is why a lot of people shifted from restructuring to Yoruba Nation. So if we have a new administration that comes in that shows call them for dialogue and start to implement what is clear that is genuine towards restructuring, have a constituent assembly to write a new constitution, and it could change the narrative. But as of today, with what we have in Nigeria today, with all position that matters, all the strategic position manned by Fulani, no, it's not. They will not shift ground. They will remain on Yoruba Nation. But if another administration comes in, invite them for dialogue, put forward a move that
I don't see a Yoruba Nation agitation under a Tinubu administration. The Yorubas will not tolerate it. It will be an act of treachery. the Yoruba would not. Nobody will want to hear Yoruba nation under a Tinubu presidency. Who will tolerate it?
Why? Who is not going to? If it's not doing the right thing, you think Yoruba? You don't know Yoruba people. That's why you're talking like this.
No, the
Yoruba
Yoruba
will fight. Hold on one
they
man.
won't fight their own now.
Yoruba
They
will
won't fight
fight.
their son.
Yoruba will no. Yoruba will stand up hard against their own, more than even any other person. If their own is not acting right, they did it under during the time of Obasanjo. They were very, very hard on Obasanjo, and that is very recent. So that is who Yoruba are. Yoruba always stand up against injustice. They will not say because you are one of their own and you carried out injustice, unfairness, and all this sort of, and then they accept you to continue. No, Yorubas are not like that. Go to history. That is who we are. We stand up against our own that is not doing things right, and that is what I represent. My own, myself. Most of the time, when you see me, against Tinubu, because he never acted right, he has never done right. He has never done as expected, as we expected him. Everything we expected from him, the way we expect him to have transformed Lagos State, he has never done right. He has looted Lagos State more than any other person. So we will stand up against him every time. So that is who we are. We are not people that backed wrongdoing because one is one of our own. No, we are not like that. So if Tinubu comes in as the next president and is not trying, to correct this injustice and this wrong structure, Yoruba will stand up against him. The agitation will rise to the heaven, even during this time, more than ever before. So, but some Yorubas,
I don't believe that, too, but
Okay, let's see. By the grace of God, we shall all be alive. You will see it. You will see Falana standing up against him.
Yeah, no,
filing
series of is a notorious
filing several cases against his administration. And you will see other people standing up to bring his administration down.
Yeah, but will the people be behind them? Will the people be behind them? That's the thing.
People.
The Yoruba people, will they be behind somebody that is standing?
They will be behind him. While Yoruba people not behind them, were behind Tinubu and co when they were fighting against Obasanjo.
Yeah, but
were they not behind them?
Obasanjo was not the Yoruba will. Tinubu will be the Yoruba will.
Who told you that Tinubu will be Yoruba will?
Well, he's the only Yoruba.
Look, what I know is that Yoruba will never stand, will never defend, will never stand with wrongdoing, will never stand with injustice. And if Tinubu should come in 2023 and in trying to perpetrate injustice and wrong, trying to run an absolute an administration that does not respect the rule of law, does not want to restructure or do restructure Nigeria in such a way that would be good for Nigerian people, Yoruba notable leaders will rise up against him. At the moment, the Afenifere are not in support of him. That's to tell you who Yorubas are.
Yeah, but the Afenifere
they are not in support.
They are pretending
they are
like
not in support. They are not in support of him because they stand for justice. They believe that if that constitution, if we don't have a new constitution, we can't have a well-governed country. We can't have a country for the people, but only a country that will work for some few politicians, their cabal, and some corrupt leaders. So this is what Afenifere stand for. They're standing for restructuring, and they will stand up against him strongly than any other person when it comes in, and it's not trying to let us have a new constitution. It's not trying to restructure that country. I want to guarantee you that. So you can take that to the bank, one man. Let's wait. That's what is going to happen.
All right. I'm not sure, but so those are your thoughts, not mine.
Not my thought. I have just told you. I'll just give you a recent in the recent history during the time of Obasanjo, how Yoruba were strongly opposing all the leaders of majority of Yoruba leaders. You want to talk of Wole Soyinka, you want to talk for the Afenifere, you want to talk of who are the notable Yoruba leaders that were not opposed to Obasanjo. So the same thing is going to reemerge when what do you call it, when Tinubu gets there and he start trying to correct the injustice and the misgovernance and misrule that we have in Nigeria. They will stand up against him. We will not say because he's one of our own. No. We are not like that. That is not in our DNA to stand for wrong thing and support one of our own that is not good for any purpose. No. We fight him to the ground.
You know, in Yoruba land, there's a particular cap that people wear. I don't know if you're aware of it. Fila mawobe. Fila mawobe. You know, they wear fila mawobe for Tinubu.
Fila mawobe.
Fila mawobe. Eh?
Tinubu máa wọ fìlà mawobe. Ó máa jábọ́ nìyẹn.
Yeah. All right. I think Kayode has a question for you. So Kayode, you wanted to push Ajanle Koko a little bit. Kayode, did you say you had a question for Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ajanle Koko.
Yes.
I love the way you have passion for this Yoruba nation. But honestly, the question I've started a question already that this Afenifere we are talking of in Yoruba land, maybe they are not even up to 50-20. It's just a group like a social party. That's one. And secondly, I travel to Nigeria every year. And when I go to my hometown in Ekpe, understand, sometimes I feel like, what is going on in this country? People are not happy. This Yoruba nation agitation. No one in my hometown even know what they call Yoruba nation. They don't even know. They are not aware about it. When I tell them, even in my hometown, there's some people that don't even know Igbo. They don't even know his name. So sometimes when we need to be realistic that Nigeria is bad. I support it totally. But when you say Yoruba, like Mr. Woman is saying, I don't know who this Yoruba you are talking of. If in my hometown, nobody is even aware of a name. No Igbo or Professor Akintoye. Understand? It's only some people on social media, maybe they are friends with somebody share it.
You sure they don't know Igbo in Ekpe?
I don't know. In my hometown.
Where is your town? You say you are from Ekpe?
Yeah, even though I can even give my personal number.
Are you talking about
your? To take a boat to get to your. Maybe it's one of those.
Are you talking of which side of Ekpe they don't know Igbo?
Ekpe Township.
Ekpe Township. Àbí àwọn ẹ̀yìn odò.
Oriomi sort of.
You've not been to Ekpe before.
And I come
And when you are talking about Afenifere, they cannot even rescue power from if you are really register yourself, they can't even take power from this PDP or APC. But the judge said whatever I wanted to say about Tinubu, yes, it doesn't materialize to anything. So I just want to chip in that Yoruba will wrestle down, Yoruba will not wrestle down. We love to fight ourselves. That's who we are. Even from the Second Republic, that's what we do. From the First Republic, that's one thing we Yoruba does. We fight ourselves. When we are doing wrong, we let our people know that we are wrong. We are not so united. We do it in the First Republic. We do it in the Second Republic. We always do that. So that's what I just want to understand. But Yoruba will never be on a page. We are so enlightened to be on a page, to be on the same page. We are so educated that we always against anything. We are not slaves to anybody. That's some people will say, you are slave. No, we are not slaves to anybody. So that's why I just want to chip in, sir. You can continue.
All right, brilliant. So let's hear from Babakure as well before you carry on, Ajanle Koko. Babakure, you wanted to say?
Yeah, thank you very much. It is just I just want to talk about what Kayode just said. I don't really think that anybody in Nigeria, even if you are living in a coin hole or crab hole, they know about Yoruba nation unless if they want to pretend. So you want to tell me now that they didn't hear that government went to Igboho's house and ransacked the place and shut it down? I don't believe that. Anywhere in Nigeria, they know about Yoruba nation, unless if we want to deceive ourselves. They know about IPOB unless if we want to deceive ourselves. So in Lagos State, they didn't aware of Yoruba nation. I don't believe that. Unless that town is inside the water, inside the ocean.
Enyodo local government area. Is that where you're from? Enyodo local government area.
What I just want to say is, like, I love the way you say it. That's how it's not as if they don't know Igbo like that. But what I'm trying to say, like, even where it stays in Oyo State, understand? If really, like the way they are doing in IPOB, understand? They will still vote for, even in hometown in Igbo, they will still vote for APC there. That's why I say I don't understand where we are saying Yoruba nation. Even in Igbo town, they will vote for a party. This election, they will vote for APC. Let them
Can I chip in something?
Yeah, come in, Tony. Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand, I understand what this guy tried to say, Kayode tried to say, because he said that we should unite. Like yesterday also, I was also making some reference to how somebody will say that somebody is Shegun, and then it's not from Edo State, and somebody is Ogedegbe, it's not from Oyo State. So we have to unite, because Akintola is what that guy tried to point out with Abiola, their betrayer of our World War. The First and Second Republic. Carry on, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. I'm not quite sure what that was, but thank you, Tony. So
no, back to that this guy Akintola was causing trouble, so we didn't unite. So then again, Abiola caused trouble for Awolowo, that he couldn't win the election. That's what we had said, that we should unite.
All right, so the
Yorubas our destiny in public.
Yeah, yes. they self-sabotage by history, is what you're saying. But it'd be a real travesty if they destroy Tinubu administration, because anyway, we'll see. Let's get to that bridge first. But Ajale Koko, back to you. Oloye Igboho, he speaks again. It's good to hear from him anyway. It looks as though he has fully recovered physically, and certainly he's still as defiant as he always was. So those are the two things that we've established. So Igboho is still out there fighting. Ajale Koko.
Oh, yes. He's very committed to Yoruba Nation's cause. He has demonstrated it, when he was in Nigeria, the way he stood up and went into the bush to fight and fight against the Fulani and kick that criminal at, what do you call that? What's the name of that?
I can't remember the Fulani guy.
Okay, Ogun. Yeah, that criminal Fulani guy at Okay Ogun. That was, kidnapping people and was playing intermediary role in securing their release and stuff like that. So it showed a courageous, the courageousness in him. They finally kicked that man out and his and his people, and he restored peace there. And as a result of that, the federal government, in protection of Fulani herdsmen, came after him to kill him. So, and the Yoruba nations stood with him. They fought his legal battle in Republic of Benin, and secure his release. And they are responsible, if I'm right, for his upkeeping there in Republic of Benin. So Yoruba nation have responded well to him. He fought for Yoruba. He led Yorubas out of trouble that was ravaging us, the kidnapping and killing of our people. And Yoruba people and Yoruba nation have paid him back in a very big way, fighting for him as well, for this legal battle in Republic of Benin, fighting for him as well in this legal battle in Nigeria. So and I believe that said to him a message that their Yoruba people are with him because of his fight for Yoruba nation, and he is strongly committed to that as well. And I don't see him backing down. It look like a guy that is unpurchasable to me. It's unpurchasable.
What does
And
it
he's a fearless guy.
what does it do for income, Majanle Koko? What does Igboho do for income?
He was importing exotic car before he left Nigeria. That's what he was doing. He was importing exotic car, very expensive, luxurious vehicle, cars and stuff like that. That was he was doing. He traveled to European country, Belgium, Germany, to get all this expensive vehicle, brings them to Nigeria, sell them, make money. And I think he has some other businesses that he was doing as well. So it was okay.
Because I'm just alarmed by the retinue of cars that he says were destroyed in his house. The houses that he listed, they have bought a very nice house in Lekki. So about
that's what.
million, so
yeah. So that guy was doing good economically and financially, and he's blessed. He's blessed. He was, working as a bodyguard for politician. He did it for Baba Lamadim Shina, and he did it for what's the name of this former Kowa party, former governor of your state. I can't remember his name now. And the little money he was able to make through them, he used it, prudently. He used it well, and advances economic well-being. So it's an upright guy. He was doing very good before he left Nigeria. So, but he has shown a very strong love for Yoruba nation's cause, and the people in Yoruba nation as well have, responded to him that they will not disappoint him. And I think that is why he never took that money from Buratai. And our wish is to have our own nation. That will now be better for us as people. And the problem that is ravaging us in Nigeria today is because we have several nations within that country called Nigeria, several nations that couldn't work together. We cannot work together. That is just a fact. What Igbo people want is different from what Yoruba people want. And what Yoruba people want is different from what the Hausa Fulani people want. We are just trying to manage each other, but that we are not managing it well. So we are different people with different mindset, with different, way of thinking, and different mission, different vision. It's impossible. The way it is today is very, very impossible. We are very tribal.
So what do you think is holding it together then? If you are of that thought, and I think a lot of people are, that we're just two different nations to form one country. So we're big enough to be described as nations with about 40 to 60 million Yorubas. So that's definitely a country and a nation. But if you're saying we're two different, then what do you think is holding us together?
What is holding that country together is that national resources that is called oil, and the system of sharing resources, the centralization of power, and the sharing of resources from the top. And that system that does not allow how do I say, the upper power does not allow the lower powers, to It doesn't. I mean, holding the lower power is holding them back. It doesn't give them all the tools and all the authority, to um to sustain themselves economically.
Somebody is suggesting here, Ajanle Koko, in the comment section, that it is force that is holding Nigeria together. And a lot of people have said that in the past, but it's not a narrative that I would subscribe to, because I feel that if sufficient enough of the ethnic nations, if sufficient enough of the component parts, the constituent parts of the ethnic nations want to divide that country, it will divide. So I don't think anything can stop it. If sufficient enough of Igbo people want to break away, it will break away. If sufficient enough of Yoruba people want to break away, it will break away. Fula Hausas, if they want to go, so if enough of them, if 70% of any of the ethnic nations want to leave that country, they will. So I don't think that that country is being held by force, as it's been suggested by some people. I think that country is an uneasy alliance. People are comfortable with being Nigerian, and they don't really want to make the leap into the unknown.
I want to agree with those people saying it is force, because the centralization of all the powers that drive the nation is at the top. It's in the it's in the office of the president. He is in control of the army. He is in control of the police. He is in control of the custom. He is in control of the port. He is in control of all the resources, all the natural resources, the oil, the gold, whatsoever. Is in control of it. Even the electricity is in control of electricity. So all the powers that drive the nation is centralized. It's under the control of one office, and that is what is, holding that country back. And the fear is that if they decentralize that power, some people could graduate into becoming, some section of the country could graduate into becoming a very powerful force to challenge that central power. So that is why. So those people, people say holding it by force. I think I agree with them to some extent, to a high degree of percentage. I agree with them. It's a force. They're holding that country by force, and they're holding that country by the jugular. All the resources in the hand of the federal mind, and that is why it's very, very look at what happened. This is what happened. So anytime you see anybody that is calling for better life for Nigeria, that is fighting against injustice, is fighting against unfairness, they will go after that person. It's either they jail that person or they kill that person. They did it against Igbowo, almost kill him. They did it against Nnamdi Kanu, almost kill him. They did it against what do you call Saruwiwa. They kill him. That one was not even fighting. He was just fighting against
environmental fight.
Environmental degradation of his own area. They rope him up with something, they kill him, and they kill him in such a way that you can never imagine. So a human being could be killed like that. They kill him, and they burn him up with acid.
Delegiwa also.
So Delegiwa as well, that came up trying to expose some bad thing that they were doing. They kill him, and
those are lone voices, though. Those are lone voices. If there was sufficient enough of a mass behind these people, you cannot kill an idea.
Or you could try it. What did they do for him? They waged war against Biafra. So what did they do? They succeeded in conquering Biafra. So those people that are saying that they were holding it by force. They are right. That's what they will do. Anytime you are standing up to fight as an individual or group of people, they want to come after you to kill you.
All right. All right,
So,
thank you, Adale Koko.
yeah.
Let me move the conversation on to Chris George. But before I do that, thank you, Adale Koko. Stay with us. I'll still come back to you. But before I go on to Chris George, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Kulata has joined Alexander Gomez in that habit of talking via super chat, and this is what he contributes. He says Afenifere equals credible. Tinubu will be held accountable. So he's somewhat agreeing with your stance that the Yoruba, the first, what they cannot abide is injustice or unfairness. So Kulata agrees with you via super chat. He says Afenifere credible. Tinubu will be held accountable. So that's our Kulata's opinion on that space. And then from Kulata, we have Play Summer. Play Summer says, Ajanle Koko, but Showore don't believe in Yoruba nation and is still your candidate. How come you are? So he expects, so Ajanle Koko has independence of thought and not everything Showore. It's only Showore's politics that he agrees with. Play Summer. He says, but Showore does not believe in Yoruba nation and is still your candidate. How come you are? So how come you are Yoruba nation essentially? But thank you for that, Play Summer. So let me go on from Ajanle Koko to Chris George, and let me take you, Chris George, back to that space of let me actually take you to the. Do you want to speak on? Okay, let me take you to the Soludo space. I'll take you to the Soludo space and sample your opinion, and then from there we take it on from there. So Soludo now countering somewhat the Peter Obi narrative because it's inserting this little snippet that is somewhat mild poisonous into the Peter Obi narrative. His latest incursion now, those who left Apga for Labour Party will labor in vain. So a clever play on what's there and somewhat a dig at the Peter Obi space, hinting that you have to bring on your boxing gloves if you are intending to take Anambra State. So Soludo signals his intention to hold Anambra State for Apga. So that's another state that we're deleting then from the already sparse Peter Obi sphere of influence. Chris George.
Okay, good evening, and the host and my honorable colleague. I greet all of you all. P2B movement is a liberation movement, which everyone know, and revolution to Nigerians. I hope you are hearing me right.
Carry on.
Okay, it's a liberation movement. So in Anambra, what I'm seeing over there and what Governor Soludo lamenting that those who are defecting to Labour Party, Governor Soludo is just opposing the movement because a person that is defeating in a war must have something to say. So that's what I see in the Soludo. That's what I see whatever Soludo saying, because those who are moving to Labour Party, I can remember what I was in Anambra, because Anambra is my state. I'm an indigenous of Anambra. So I can remember when Goodluck Jonathan, I can remember Stella Oduwa, and that is between Stella Oduwa campaigning for Senate. In the state, we vote Apga, but in the federal, we vote PDP. So, those who are defecting to Labour Party know what they're doing, because Apga is just only in Anambra. There's no any state in Apga has in Southeast again or South. So they're just opposing the movement to have something to say. That's why I'm drawing Soludo cutting.
All right.
Again,
go on.
Okay. Again, issue of Sunday Bohu. Sometimes we Nigerians are supposed to ask ourselves question as a Nigerian citizen. What read Yoruba nation? That's the first question you ask yourself. And what causes the agitation in Yoruba land? Again, what causes Nnamdi Kanu creation of ESL security? That's
sorry.
two question.
What are you talking about? You lost me somewhat.
Okay, I'm asking what started what causes agitation in Yoruba nation?
Right.
Is it not because of injustice in the government?
Right.
And two, Sunday Boho go after the Fulani herdsmen that killing his people, that invading his people,
Right.
taking over his people. Now, when Sunday Boho go there and restore peace and liberate his people from the herders, federal troops, federal government send federal troops against him, and DSS go against him. I want Nigerians to ask ourselves question. This government, is he a bondage government? Because is he a Pharaoh government? Because a Pharaoh government is a type of government that hold Egypt, children of Israel in captivity in Israel. I begin to ask many people question. So this president, is he happy that Fulani herdsmen are killing people in Yoruba land? And the young man goes up to liberate his people and he sent federal troop against him. So, again, and I want to ask my fellow Yoruba nations, let us do something that we will benefit in future, not something that we're not going to benefit.
All right.
Issue of agitation, in unity we stand, but in division we all fall.
Brilliant. Well,
because,
all right. Round it off in a couple of sentences.
Okay. What I'm asking now, if either Obi Zoom power or Tinubu Zoom power, where the injustice in the land corrected, because if there's no injustice, agitation will not rise up.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Chris. So thank you, Chris. So we move on from you, Chris, and we go to engineer. So engineer, let me take you to a completely different space. And engineer, I want to take you back to a story that we've been monitoring quite over the last few days. You know the story, of course, is the Ikweremadu story. So the young man in question, he has now opened up into space and he's speaking a different narrative. He said he used to be a labor hand at a building site and he was approached by a man called Mr. Okoro, who told him that there are opportunities opening up for him to be able to go to the United Kingdom. And he said to Mr. Okoro that he doesn't have the funds to go to the United Kingdom. Mr. Okoro laughed and he said he knows a senator that would help him. Mr. Okoro then took him in hand and took him to the senator. They kept him in a mansion for about a week whilst they processed his visa to the United Kingdom. The next thing that this young man knew, he ended up in the UK and they were taking him to hospital. So he asked why they were taking him to hospital. They told him that they had to check him medically to make sure that he was fit and able for the work. When he got to the hospital, Dr. Harry, who attended to him, explained to him what he was there for. This is what the guy was saying. Dr. Harry explained to him what he was there for, and he then said to Dr. Harry that he was not a willing participant in having his organs harvested. The police was called, and we are where we are now. A complete turnaround then from the narrative that was in circulation. Engineer, this is a story with twists and plots.
Well, one man, good evening to you and good evening to brothers on the platform and good evening to viewers and everyone in the world. One man, they don't make agreement then.
You get as a BRB.
They don't make agreement from day one. So what do you expect? The young chap is in United Kingdom and you have seen they have not been taking light. You have seen steady light. And the guy man made up his mind and changed his mind. But something that we are making mistake here is has everything been done? Is the boy aware that this is what is coming United Kingdom to do? So those are the problems.
He's claiming that he is not. He's claiming that he came to the United Kingdom under the offer of work, and then he found himself in hospital, where his organs were about to be harvested. But that story, you have to look at it. Because he said he was a liberal in a site. So what skill set does he think he has, especially that will lead to somebody headhunting him from a labor site to bring him where he was carrying shovels, by the way, that's what he said. What skill set did he think he had that the United Kingdom especially needed? So what are you making? Does it hang together, this guy's story?
Yes, technically is a bit right. See, right now, what is currently going on in most especially in Nigeria, if you want to come to United Kingdom without no student visa, you can apply through what they call care homes. That's an agency that they do take £7,000 from people, and if they will do every paperwork for you to come to United Kingdom and come and work. So that's just the agreement, and this is what is trending currently right now in Nigeria. You pay £7,000 and you come UK, and you have to work for them. I think they apply for your 3 years first. Then after 3 years, if you're still working with them, then they renew your work permit and they give you 2 years again. But you have to work for them. That's the agreement there. And for the young chap, he is eager and he has been suffering. This is why I keep saying that there is sufferness in that country called Nigeria. There's hunger in the land. So if anybody see that kind of opportunity, they will believe that they're coming to United Kingdom for them to come and make their earning or make good future.
But it's a story tidy, though. It's a story tidy because in the letter that Ikwerimadu sent to the British High Commission, he stated quite clearly that the guy was coming to donate here.
Well, man, he stated it quite clearly, but is the boy aware? That's the question. And those are the things that even the UK immigration, they'll be asking that kind of question. Is the boy aware that this is what he's coming to England to do? If he says no, so that's where the problem will start. It's not a big deal because the senator has already put a written note that this is what the boy is coming to do. But in the other side, the other way around again, is the boy or his agent or his family member, are they aware that this is what he's coming to do? Instead of maybe they're giving him false hope that he's coming to United Kingdom to come and work or to come and do one or two things, you know? So those are the things that I think the boy is a bit kind of scared.
You know, if this guy is lying, it could cost this man and his wife their liberty for quite a few, at least 2 years. And they're destroyed politically, of course, if this boy is lying, and there's a real chance that he is.
The thing is, Wama, what you need to understand here, the senator has already put everything in paper, which is those are the things that will back him up straight away, and those are the things that will take the senator out of this case. He already put everything in paperwork when he applied to the British High Commission. So those are the things that this guy would definitely, the senator will still stand his ground to say, okay, this is what I applied for. So I'm 100% sure the senator hasn't seen the boy first one-on-one, or he hasn't contacted the boy, or him and the boy, they haven't spoken.
He got the boy through an agent. Yeah, coming, Babakure.
All right. I think I'm a little bit differ from engineer in the sense that we all know that when they, in most cases, when they are procuring your visa, let's say if you don't have money, you don't have anything, when they are procuring your visa, they will have to set all these things for you. And this person is a very poor person who doesn't even know how the visa is being procured. So anybody can write letter, present to the embassy. Remember, the guy doesn't know what is in the letter. He doesn't know how the visa is being procured. The only thing that we have to do is to go to Lagos or Abuja to take fingerprint and photograph, right? So the senator cannot really exonerate himself with that letter, because if the guy still say, well, I do not know how they procure my visa, all what I know is that they send me to some place to go and take picture and take fingerprint. So he is still very much in deep trouble because there is no agreement between him and the boy. Let's say the boy is because I'm just reading in news about the boy on Vanguard right now. His brother said, truly, he is 25 years, it's not 15, because he himself is 22. So my brother is 25. So even though if it is 50 years, if there is no consent that, okay, well, I agree to undertake this thing, there is a big problem. And remember, these people that taking people abroad, they may tell you, okay, well, we are going to, we will find you labor work there, or alternatively, they might even tell the guy that, oh, you are going to stay home with my daughter, and you will be cleaning the house and do all the house boy. It could be that. So technically, there is no way a criminal can exonerate himself right now.
Ajande Koko, sorry, Baba Kure rather. You know what? Where I struggle with that storyline is bringing him to the United Kingdom. Do you understand? He's bringing him to the United Kingdom, and at some point, that guy will have to be taken to a hospital to have his organs harvested, and at some point, that guy will have to have an interaction with a doctor. So it's either they would have coached him to say that this is what you say, and you have an operation. Surely they know that he will be in front of a doctor at some point. So, and at that point, the whole story will fall apart.
One man, this
Yeah.
is what they normally do, right? I think it's not the first that all these things are happening. What you understand, what you need to know here is most people, they've been promised they will take them to abroad to go and maybe settle down, or to go and work, or to go and, find things for their future. But the deepest part of that incident, or that promising to take you to abroad, they would never say it. And these are the problems most of our youths back home they are facing, because once anything has to do with abroad, they need to do proper investigation or proper research before agreeing to something that you don't know. Another way around again is the agency that always give false promise. They give false promise in the sense that, oh, if you travel abroad, there's work for you, you go and get work, you go and settle down straight away, you find a job and you start earning living. They will never tell them the basic things that this and this and this, what you need to pass through, you need to register, or you need to put yourself in order, or you need to pay money to get some certificate before you start earning. But those are the things that they're not telling most people back home in Nigeria. Instead of telling them this is what they are going to do, they end up lying to them, taking their money, and giving false promises. And I'm 100% sure this. Huh?
Can I interject?
Yeah, go on, Jale Koko.
Engineer, the senator sent a letter to the embassy for that guy visa, and he stated in that letter why that guy has to be taken to Britain. He stated it clearly in that letter that that guy is a person that is trying to donate a kidney to save someone's life in Britain. And I believe at one point, They invited that guy to embassy to interview him. British embassy, I believe, interviewed that guy. They called him for interview and they've interviewed him. They interrogated him, asked him why, and they would have asked him, and I believe would have told them, yes, I am going there to do this. I'm doing it willingly. So for him now to get to Britain and turn around, it tells me that that guy is playing game. And the investigation is ongoing. They will discover that he's playing game. He might end up in jail in Britain.
Okay.
If the guy was a willing participant, then why are we in this space that we are now?
One man, please, sir. Let me just chip in something. Engineer, good evening, sir. You know, engineer have already said it. You know that there are a lot of trafficking going on in Europe, in Italy, most in Germany. Most of the guests will be brought here. They said they are going to be doing nannies, and then they will turn it to Ashawo, Atosami. So that's what engineer is saying. That they will not disclose it.
No, but that's not in the United Kingdom, though. So that's not in the United.
Yeah, but Wama, you know that your platform is number one right now. You know, in terms of this discussion. So don't let anybody try to support this senator who are making life so unbearable for our people. Whether the guy is 20 years old, whether he's 25 years old, because you go to only your TV, only your platform is good. Yeah, only you. Only you is good. Only you is good now. Because if you need to arrest TV, they're just condemning this guy. If you need to everybody, just like I mean, one man, let it be number one.
Hold on, Tony, hold on. Do we have to be fair? Do we have to be fair in everything we do?
Yes, sir. We have to be fair, but the senators.
Hold on, Tony. If you say we have to be fair, there's nobody that hates Ikweremadu on this earth more than me for all of the reasons you said. He's a nasty looter. God knows how many lives he has done away with. But in this particular story, it doesn't look as though that boy is telling the truth. And it looks as though Ikweremadu did everything. He did everything by the book. And that's what it looks like. So we have to be fair. Even though we don't like Ikweremadu, we have to
I get you. I get you, sir. I know that you are a very nice guy. You know, you don't like trouble. But what I say is that just imagine a poor person. Look at the condition of Nigeria. You remember that back in the days, we used to have this.
It's not all the other. Okay,
we will get it as as student. We have you yourself. If you come to Nigeria, you remember your parents, they will buy you Locho voucher. You can go to Mr. Biggs and use that voucher LV to buy it. You go to Ibadan, you use it. You go to many, you use it. But today, there's nothing for the youth. No, there's no vacation job opportunities. No nothing. And then you see a senator coming to use someone's organ, whether the boy was a form or not. These people, they are wrong. It's trafficking. It's human trafficking. This guy should be jailed for life.
If the boy is a willing participant, how can he be trafficking?
No, he's just trying to escape. It's like Ajina said, because the condition at home is so unbearable, sir. Please, sir. So let your platform be number one. Pusher.
Forget all that. I'm not going to go against somebody just for the reasons of beating them down if they have done the right thing.
Defend the youth, defend our people that are.
No, but I'm not going to go against somebody. Okay, let's look at Ikweremadu. He sent a letter to the British High Commission. Do you want me to bring the letter up again? He detailed every single thing that guy was coming to the United Kingdom to do, including the hospital, Royal Free, that operation is going to take place. So he said the boy was in his 20s, and it has been established. The boy's younger brother is 22. He has come out. They've released the guy's passport. The Nigerian Immigration Service has set the boy's age. So that guy is of age. The reason why he was coming to the United Kingdom is not secret. It's an open written letter on Ikweremadu's letterhead. So we can't say because we hate Ikweremadu, therefore we just throw him under the bus. No, that's not how things should be done.
Yes, sir. I get you, sir. You know that the first day I was listening to your guy, one of your guests, Joel. He was saying that if my child is having that kind of something or whatever. But at the end of the day, please, sir, let us fight for the children.
No, please, don't do that. Let's get out of here, man.
Tony,
yes. Please. We are not doing nonsense here, please.
What you need to understand here, right, Tony?
Yeah.
The senator has went through every paperwork, every documentation, every requirement. He wrote it down. This is what this guy is coming to United Kingdom to do. And Ajale Koko raised a vital point here, which he said, if the boy has been interviewed before leaving Nigeria, and that's another point. Him coming to United Kingdom and decide to change his mind and to speak to his doctor, I think maybe the boy is thinking the doctor won't call the police, or the doctor will say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to do you. I'll release you to go. So those are the things that you need to understand. Now, the boy, like I said, it all depends on if he lies or if he agrees that this is what he is coming to do. That's fine. But if he did not agree to it, honestly, then something was,
that is where the issue is, engineer.
Yeah.
If the guy had no real concept of what is, because if he got to that hospital and then he was then made it, because like you said, they can arrange your passport, your visa, your everything without even you really, you just go up, they say this, that, and the other, and just the thing of being able to escape Nigeria, you will do everything and anything. So he may not fully understand, and it doesn't look as though the guy is fully just totally educated. So he may not fully understand until he got to that hospital and the doctor sat him down to then tell him what the procedure would be.
Exactly.
So that might well be.
I get you, Wama. But if you look at it, you know that the guy was saying that.
Please now, let's just have a reasonable conversation, Tony. Sorry, engineer.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in, Baba.
I think one man, you are right with what you just said, and somebody just mentioned here, like I said earlier, that guy doesn't even know how the visa is being procured. Ikrimadu only wrote a letter to support the application so that they like pretending as if anyway, I'm not going to say pretending, because he also might be the victim, because the person who introduced the guy to him might have already told him that, okay, I told the guy that, okay, this is what he's going to do in UK. Meanwhile, that man didn't explain to that boy. But the fact still remains is that the guy did not appear, doesn't even know how to procure visa. That is the fact. He only went to maybe UHF or whatever they call it in Abuja or Lagos to capture the fingerprint and biometric. Because a lot of people are doing that. They don't even know how the visa is being procured. Then he just landed in the UK, maybe believing that, okay, I'm going to do houseboy. But the fact is that the doctor in UK followed the procedure, because even if you are 50 years old, they will still tell you, do you know what you are going to do can be life or death? So you have to agree. Yeah.
Baba, from the account of the guy's brother, the guy was under the impression that he was coming to UK to undergo an education. That was what he was talking about.
That is what I found on Vanguard. But it is different story. But the only thing we can derive from this is that the guy didn't know how the visa is being procured. Ikrimadu wrote a letter to the embassy that, okay, this guy is going to donate a kidney in
the guy might not even be aware of that letter. He might not. There's no reason why he would be aware of the letter.
That is exactly what I'm saying. The guy didn't know how the visa is being procured. The only thing that he did, based on my own experience, is that he went to the biometric center, took the...
He's just sign here, sign there. He's just sign here, sign there.
Submit the fingerprint, and then capture the face. That was all. And landed in UK. That is my own perspective, and that I think that is exactly what is going on here.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Ajan Lekoko.
Look, Ekeremadu, by profession, is a lawyer. He knows how the law operates in Britain when it comes to, bringing somebody here and doing this kind of operation. He knows what the law says. He knows the procedure. He knows that, what do you call it? At one point, the social workers will ask questions from the donor, whether he's willing, is doing it willingly or being coerced. He knows all these things. There is no way that he will, just use his position of authority, got visa from Nigeria, grab that guy, take him there, and do it without telling him, without asking, without soliciting for his support. I mean, his what do you soliciting for his agreement.
Consent.
So
consent.
I mean, consent. Thank you, my friend. Without soliciting for his consent. No, he can't do that. That guy is the person lying, and we will still know. They will get him, and he will land in jail.
But then, why is he lying, Ajane Koko?
He doesn't want to do it. He's scared for his life. He doesn't want to do it.
But
and
then
he thought that, okay, I haven't got to Britain and refuse to do that thing, to donate that thing. Yeah, the authority can let him stay in Britain and just continue his life from there.
On what basis? He knows he will be deported if he doesn't cooperate.
No, you know how Nigerians. He's a young boy. He can feel, when I get to Britain, I will just die, everything, and I will not do it, and I will just japa. It's a young guy, somebody at 22. They don't think well. They will just conclude one thing. They won't know the repercussion. They won't think about the implication of their action. They will just act just like that. And that is what he did. And he will land in jail. I'll go and mark it down. It's just unfortunate that Ikremadu, the British authorities are doing everything to get the fact. That's why they retain Ikremadu there in jail for now.
So let's walk through it then. If that guy was informed, he would have been told what was required of him. And if you are saying this Ikremadu is a senior person of learning, then he would have known that boy, he has no grasp in education too. So he would have explained it to him in a language that he would have understood. And then he would have also gotten a doctor to explain to this guy. So somebody is giving you the thumbs up, Celibis. But so Celibis, you are in trouble, by the way. You have some explaining to do, but I'll come to you in a moment. So the doctor would have explained to him what is. So he would have been fully prepped to give as clear an understanding as his. So he wouldn't have needed to have landed in the hospital in London before he knew what was required of him. So why then would he then at the last moment then say that no, I did not know, other than he did not know. So he did not. He was not fully briefed. He was going to be exploited, and the British doctor, of course, by virtue of carrying out his duty, exposed that exploitation, that his organ was to be harvested like yam from the fields.
One man. One man. Say something you understand here, one man. This guy, before any doctor will carry on any operation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on. We can now, carry on.
Yeah, before any doctor will carry on any operation on you in United Kingdom, they will definitely seek your concern, and they will tell you that this is what you're going to do, and they just want you to say yes or no, because they will never force you. They will never do things, pressurize you. But something that really bothers me here is it's just like what Ajale Koko said earlier on. If the boy has had an interview with any British embassy in Nigeria before coming down, that means the boy will go to jail and he'll be deported. But if there was no interview before coming to United Kingdom, then something is wrong, because maybe they didn't follow the real procedure for him to come down. If you look at it, most students, if they want to come to United Kingdom, there's what we call TV. They normally go to do their tuberculosis test, and they will issue them a certificate. And sometimes most of them, if they come here, I think they normally do go check them, scan them, do their X-ray, to make sure that they are
Engineer, everything is indicative of an attempt to exploit. This guy is a laborer on a site. So that tells you that they went to pick somebody that they knew was totally naive and too desperate. So they had people within their circles that they could have persuaded who would have had the understanding that donating a kidney is not a life-threatening thing in any way.
One man, you believe a laborer on social media. You don't see that guy post on social media.
Don't worry.
You think that guy is a laborer, engineer, laborer on social media, on Instagram.
Everybody is on social media now.
That guy is a guy, man. You say he's a laborer.
He plays
One man.
He plays man.
I think engineer. I think something you didn't get something right in your I'm sorry if you could be offended about that. I'm sorry about that.
No, go on.
The point is that they are not going to do tuberculosis for that guy because he is coming on a visit. It's a short stay, maybe for 6 months. So if they are giving him 6 month visa, so he doesn't need tuberculosis and stuff like that. If you are a student, you are coming to UK, then you have to do that because you are staying there for a long time.
Actually, can I interject one man, please?
We appear. We do capturing. We do capture. They will ask him 1 or 2 questions. They cannot just give me visa to come to UK just like that.
Can I interject one man?
Go on.
Yes, yeah. Good evening, everyone. But one man, we are forgetting something here. Before they can said the guy will be harvested by the kidney, they should have do the matching. Maybe his kidney is matched with the lady. They should have done that in Nigeria, or they should do it in the UK. Because I think we are missing that a little bit. Because if the guy is saying he's not aware of what is going on, but how will they know? Maybe the kidney is even matched with the daughter of Ikiremadu. So
no, they would have done
guys,
yes, they would have done the testing, of course. But let me just give you this bit because we need to understand who this guy is, and this is what they claim he wrote. So this is on his Facebook page and it's unedited. So it says, I'll speed through it. It says, by the way, apologies for the grammar, but this is how the guy wrote it, so I'll read it verbatim. It says, on one fateful day, I met a man named Okoro in a building site where I was working for my daily bread. Okoro told me he liked me. He wants to help me achieve my dream because he saw me as a great person. He told me, could you like to work in the UK? I just started laughing because I don't have money for that. Then I told him I'm not interested and asked me why I told him I don't have money for that. He just started laughing to me and told me he's going to introduce me to Senator. His company in UK need workers so he could start my visa processing. I have no other option than to accept the offer. After 2 days, the man came to the building site again and told me the senator wanted to see me so we could start the visa processing. Then I dropped my shovel and headpan and went to bath immediately. Mr. Okoro took me to an unknown area where I have never been before. I was afraid maybe he is a money ritualist. I encouraged myself, since I knew Mr. Okoro for a long time, there would be no problem. Mr. Okoro handed me over to one young man wearing a suit. He told me everything about Den. I told him Mr. Okoro has already explained everything to me and I have accepted to work in the UK. They later gave me a room in a mansion and snapped my passport photographs and told they will start my visa processing immediately. The kind of food I ate there, my generation haven't ate it before. I was so happy staying in that house. After a week, they told me my visa and passport are ready. They are told me we are going to leave tomorrow. I was taken to the airport. From there, we land in the UK. I was taken to a hospital in UK. When I landed in hospital in UK, I was told I must went for a medical test to check my health status. If I am fit for the job, I accepted without any question. I thank God for Dr. Harry, who told me everything, and I told him why I am here, and he later called the police for my rescue. So this is what the guy said. So from even the way he writes, you can see that he would have no knowledge of what is going on around him.
And one man, you know, they can procure visa for you without going to the embassy. So it can happen. So I think, we can even say the guy is not aware of the letter that Ikweremadu wrote to the embassy. So I'm somewhat believing this guy, but one man, I'm somewhat believing him because the indication is just the handwriting is on the wall.
All right. So engineer, from the account of the guy, you can see that he was just being led along. You know, he was just being led along. That's what we would have to conclude.
Well, man, like I said, it's up to the boy. If he's saying the truth, that's fine. But another thing is maybe there's miscommunication there, and I'm 100% sure.
And why would they go for such a guy from the building sites carrying pong pong from the building? What you see? This is exploitation. We can't escape it.
The thing is, he should have even go to Nigerian embassy in Lagos there. If you should go there and see the amount of people lining up seeking for visa to come to UK, he would have got someone there that would definitely do it. But another thing is, like we said here earlier on, maybe they must have run his blood test or the kidney test or whatever they call it with the man's daughter and found that it matches. So because that man, Mr. Is it what did you call it again? The businessman that linked the boy to
Mr. Okoro.
Yeah, Mr. Okoro must have been doing research for the senator for a long time.
It sounds like a Nollywood movie, isn't it? Mr. Okoro Ikweremadu and a poor boy. Mr. Okoro Ikweremadu and a poor boy. What is it?
Well, Mr. Okoro did well by I believe Mr. Okoro has been searching for a long time. So this is like a jackpot for Mr. Okoro, and that's why he fed that boy the kind of food that the boy hasn't eaten for decades.
Yeah, for his generations. None of his my God.
So
it's like a script. It's like a script.
Nigeria.
Oh God.
Yeah, there's hunger in the land. There's hunger in the land. This is why I keep saying there's hunger in the land.
It's not food for kidney. This is where we are now.
Now, one more you try. Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much. Now, thank you very much.
Yes. One man. The fact is, we really hope that things go well for both of them, and if the boy, maybe nobody interview him before leaving Nigeria, then that's where I can see a little bit error there. But for the senator, he followed the right application visa, and whatever he did, he analyzed it. So I think they will let him go in that area because he already channeled everything, he tabled everything. It's just up to Mr. Okoro and Mrs. Okoro if they didn't tell the boy the truth.
But how is that for a movie though, engineer? Mr. Okoro, the Ikweremadu, and a poor boy. Mr. Okoro, Ikweremadu, and a poor boy. Look at that. Coming to a cinema near you.
Mr. Okoro should get ready in Nigeria. He will face his own lashing.
He will be on the run. He'll be in Cotonou by now, won't they?
They will look for him.
Without the money that he took from Ikweremadu.
One man, anybody called Okoro now will be suspect.
Look at that, Mr. Okoro Ikweremadu and a poor boy. You look at that.
If you see any Okoro in your platform, let's interrogate that Okoro.
This is it, Oh God.
Okoro.
Oh God. But no, the story is somewhat convoluted because all the believability leans towards Ikerimadu, but then the boy, his circumstances in life, and how easily you can see that he can be exploited. So there's elements of it. You cannot escape the fact that he's a is a building site hand, not even like just carrying pong pong and shovel, approached by Mr. Okoro, you know. I mean, it just the whole thing stinks. It stinks, man. I want to,
Yeah, but
you know.
Mr. Okoro lives as a local champion in that area. So Mr. Okoro
No,
is an agent.
one man.
Mr.
It
Okoro
was
has
the
been,
Keremadi's house.
Mr. Okoro has been grooming the boys for a long time. It
No,
sounds like
woman. It was a Keremadi's house that he stayed for some day where he ate those food. He stayed mansion, you know.
no,
Yeah.
no, we got
Yeah.
that. Yes, but
I have this piece also here.
yeah.
This is a very
Well,
serious issue that we are taking lightly.
Mr. Okoro and the
I feel sorry
Keremados.
for the
Look
poor
at
child
that.
that is going through operation. I mean, maybe person not laugh bad thing. That's what we say in Nigeria. Maybe person not they laugh bad thing, but everything is just like a melodrama.
All right.
Exactly how you put it, one man.
Yeah.
Because
pause for a
at the
moment.
status of a senator,
Yeah.
you think about it, even yourself, that you've lived here and you know that everything here is efficient. You can't use double name, all those kind of things. You can't do it. A lot of my people tell me, "Oh, bring me over, bring me." I can't bring people over. If you want to come over, start doing your account, start going to get a job and be paying the same money to show that you're earning something, so that it will look like you're earning, and look for a trade that they can, maybe nursing or any of these things, even carpentry. Just be good at it. They will take you at this time. They will employ you here. Just try.
In fact, just do
You know,
nothing.
you
If
see
you
our
do
people, they don't
nothing, then yeah.
listen. They don't listen to instructions.
Mm.
No matter what you tell them, they just feel you can just put them in a ship or in a plane and bring them here. They don't understand anything. I'm sorry to say, if my fellow Nigerians are there, but even when I was living in Nigeria, I had pen pals. Even the time when there was no Facebook, I had pen pals in America, in Canada, and places. People should try to take time to, just research things.
But you're being a bit unfair though, Celibate, because you come from privilege and you're a high functioning person. So you can't equate people to yourself now. You are from privilege and you're high functioning. So
What privilege? There are a lot of people
very people are at your level.
There are a lot of people whose parents' statuses were much more generous than mine. My parents were very civil people who never want to spend unnecessary money. I remember when I got I wanted to go to Jos to get my admission into University of Jos. My dad told me I'm not going anywhere. And why did he say that? He said, if you passed, the result will come. But now you're telling me you're going. Where is the result? We have not seen result. We have not seen a letter. You're just saying you want to go to Jos. I can't, So I had to block him at his office, and try and make a little, drama, that the drama school I wanted to go, like a real child that was vexed.
Okay.
Gave me the money, but Nigerians, one thing I noticed.
Sorry, Celibate. Do you mean drama like this because you are notorious for being overly dramatic? Do you mean drama like this? Sally, what's going on here?
I went to drama school and I never wanted to act.
Look at your screen now. What's going on?
Come on, one man. What's this now?
Who's this? Who's this, Sally? What's going on?
I'm acting mommy.
What are you singing there? Is it karaoke night?
That was my mom's best song. My boy lollipop, taram jam.
Lollipop, lollipop. Is it that one?
I love you so.
Look at that. Look at that. Ajebota. Okay. I have you marked down, Celibate. I'm watching you. But no, carry on. Look at that. Are you blushing? Black people don't blush. What is wrong with you? So yes.
Meant to be for my friends alone.
I'm your friend too. Now it's worldwide. So that's Celibate showing off our skills. They always the dramatics. But no, Celis, yeah.
But come on, Ekoremadu laughed him goof well, because look, This country, he knows they investigate everything more than even America. You know, you just can't bring a child. Anything to do with child care here, because this is a welfare state. It's not America. It's not even America. As advanced as America is, this country is not America. When it comes to welfare, they believe in everybody's welfare. So there's no way they're going to go through an operation. They won't bring a social worker to ascertain whether this person is ready for this procedure or not. There is no.
But the Kremados know all that, though. So this is why
They will not even only speak to him. They want to speak to his brother or somebody else. Because I remember when my husband was going through his procedures, they spoke to me severally to make sure that he was ready for it. You understand? So it wasn't just me. The whole they put the whole burden on my head, much more than him. He was there laughing, even like these people are mad. But they kept on calling me and explaining this and the whole science of what they were going to do, until I understood it, until I accepted, until I told him, you know, this thing. He like, oh boy, go.
But Celibes, the Quiramados, the wife is a PhD. He's a senior lawyer and a parliamentarian. So they
Nigerian
know
PhD.
Yeah, well, whatever. But she's educated to a high level. So they would know all of these things that guy will go through. There'll be a psychiatrist that will make sure that he's mentally of sound mind of understanding. There'll be all sorts of auxiliary sort of packaging that will go before the operation. So they know all these things.
Let me tell you something, right? One thing I noticed, even this last time I went to Nigeria, Nigerians are even worse than the time before. You see, any of them that has a little bit of money, except the very exceptional ones that I know, very exceptional ones, and they've kept their pedigree all this while. But ordinarily, a lot of all these local guys, you know, champions, you know, in all these places, they don't know anything. Because when they're eating all those big foods, eating all those big things that, you know, foods that they even import from London to eat, rather than eating the fresh vegetables in Nigeria, right? They can't think. Because this kind of thing, if you want to do it, you even get a very good person, a very good, he's a big man now. You have relations who are social workers, who are nurses, who are all these kind of things. You will inquire from them. And they will tell you, even me, I will tell him that, listen, because I worked with the social services. I know these things. Look, let me tell you, this is a welfare state. You just can't bring somebody to harvest organ to not work. You can do it in India or whatever. You can, but in this country, they will ask a lot of questions to be very sure, because they also do not want the liability.
Do you think the Keremados, do you think they don't know that? They know all these things.
They don't know anything.
What do you mean? They are educated people now. They are not illiterate.
They don't know anything. Let me tell you something.
You know, he's a UK resident. You know, his children are British.
So
you know
what?
this Sonia,
Did he ask his children? Did he ask his children? Did he ask his children? That's what you will say. But did he ask his children? Do Nigerian fathers, do they even ask their children anything? They feel they know everything. It's when you come here, you learn how to communicate with your children. In Nigeria, nobody, even you see the big distance between children and parents. The children and the parents must sit down and have a conversation. And so they don't know anything. Like the way I sit down with my boys, even when I'm on this show, they know I'm on this show. You see that they don't come to disturb. If they come, oh, mommy, please, they just want water, because I always keep my water here. You know, but, you know, a lot of those parents in Nigeria, they think because they've paid money to put those children in school, and that's the end of it. So the children might not even know anything. They're just busy doing their PlayStation and doing their assignment at the best. They don't know anything.
Can I come in?
So was mommy there when you were singing for her, Celibes?
I always watched them. I always watched my parents. I love them. Actually, I think they were the best couple ever.
No, I think my parents were. But let's hear from Baba Akure. Baba Akure.
Your parents as well. Did they dance My Boy Lollipop?
No, they did. I think it was Jim Reeves was my mom's.
Okay, Jim Reeves as well, of course, and Elvis Presley.
Yes. It used to regale you that when we were in London, we used to go to dance. They don't go to club. They used to go to dance.
Okay.
That's what they used to go to dance.
Oh, my parents, they went bingo, they went dance, they went tumbola, they went everything.
All right, Babakure, yes, to you.
Okay, like Celebi said, because Ajan Legoko have been making arguments that Ekrimadu know a lot of things. He's a lawyer. Is this? Is that? There's a lot of people that live in the country that they don't even know the law of that country. Like they don't even know what is going on there. All the resident permits you're talking about, it might be just somebody that even submitted their application for them. They don't even know. So it's very common because this, like Celebi said, these people don't really have time because they have this money, the money that belongs to all of us. They just squander it and go to party. They don't really have time. They will just give the document to somebody to go and prepare it and submit it for them and go from
like
there.
Tinubu. Like Tinubu.
So they don't really have time. It is we just saying there that they know this, they know that. A lot of people living in the country, they don't even know what is going on. That's it.
All right, brilliant. But the story, there's the truth in there somewhere, and we will get to it at some point. But it looks like the 17th is the date for the Quirimados. And the porridge, is it not doing porridge when they say you go to
but 17 is still very far in jail, one man. 17 is still 17 jail is like 17 years for a criminal right now.
No. The 17th of July is when they will get their date in court.
I know what I'm talking about.
And they won't put them in the same jail, so they won't be seeing each other.
Yeah,
so
no, it's
now
male,
the police,
now. Yes.
The police will go and question the wife, question the wife well, then go back, question the husband, they'll be shuttling them, and all the whole information, it will be worse than this.
And they will be controlling them. They will tell them when to go and use toilet, when to go and eat, when to go and bathe. You think it's just that 17 days? How many days now? We still have like 20 days now.
They will bring out more evidence all the way to Nigeria. By now, they've sent an agent to Nigeria.
Yes, definitely.
Because they will see that these people, and maybe their attitude, they would have been feeling too big. When they go to the hospital, they won't be humble to the nurses and to the consultant, all those people. They will just be feeling they're paying money, and all these things will be adding up, against them. They won't know. So by the time the doctor will go and speak to this young man, the young man will now start saying, say they will cut something, come off from your body.
Yes.
That kind of thing. Let me tell you something, right? I wanted to give you the
reason. Before they already thought Mr. Okoro was
tell you why I joined the conversation this evening. Even I was going to go out, but I decided not to.
Yes.
But why I joined this conversation after speaking to my very good friend, engineer, saying we both agreed we would come in, but I was still contemplating I would go out. But this is it. When I went for this, after I graduated, I went for all these, what do you call it? They call it boot camp. So I went for that boot camp. We did all the boxing, all the other physical things. And then finally we came to what we call the Go Ape. And in this Go Ape, you'll be climbing from tree to tree like a monkey. You just be going through, some kind of channels, very fearful when you look down. So you have level 1, level 2, and level 3. So I did the level 1, okay. Level 2, I went again. So, okay, let me just, it's a bit sweet. Let me try it. Level 2, I was very scared. All the other people, including the person who is coaching me and my mentors, they all withdrew. They won't go to level 3. And I said, no, come on, this thing doesn't make sense. Now, let me go to the level 3. I went to the level 3.
Where are you taking us to, Celis?
No, I'm trying to tell you why people can change their mind. Now we came to level 3. Even the other ladies who were like strong like me, we went up to that level 3. When we came to the zip, they all said crying, they're not doing again. Oh, please, they said shouting. So the management of the Go Ape, and you can imagine, so they had to like unzip some whatever in order to send them back. They really had to. It was really an emergency. And I was like standing there, but why should I go back? But all my friends have gone back, so I should go. I said, just follow them, go back. Look, when I look down, I don't think I can zip this thing. I'm just going to start tumble and, I don't know. Maybe I'll end up in hell, I don't know, or heaven. Then it was only when one of the guys that me and him have been walking, one small Oyibo boy, So I used to call him Henry the Great, Henry the Great. You know, I just found him as my friend in that group. He just came and said, Asel, go on, I'm videoing you. Come on, Asel. But meanwhile, he dropped out. But you think about it, right? For all that was good, even the people who took us there, they dropped out. When they tell you that they're going to harvest your kidney out, if you've not really been psychologically, worked on, for you to now understand what it entails and everything and accept it, you can turn back at any time. There are times when you even have exam, you say you're not going again, nervousness, panic attack. So before you take somebody there, you have to be really sure. You just can't go and take somebody from a site, and then you think because maybe that person is a laborer and all that. Once it comes to London, well, he comes to London, he can even miss home and decide he wants to go back. Not to talk of having to harvest an organ. After all the things we've been giving him to eat, he will now say, "Oh, all these things, so I won't be eating again. When they take out my organ now, I'll be dying. I will not even be able to eat these things." And from the mindset that he's coming from, his mindset is very basic. All he has ever achieved is a basic piece of meal. That's all he achieves for himself. He has never built a house. He had never driven a car. He had never been to the big places, been with the big girls, big boys. Nothing. You just bring him to London, and then now next thing you're telling him organ has to go. It's better for him to go back to his poor life and enjoy the little things he can achieve than for him to harvest his organ and die. Because everybody has that fear. So you can't take fear away. It's like looking down.
So you reckon he panicked at the last minute?
Of course, he has to panic. They also know, they should know, anybody that is coaching somebody to come and do that should know that at the last point, the person is going to panic. Especially if he's not a very disciplined or, that kind of person who likes his enjoyment. To go and cut one part of your organ like that away. Even people who are dying, when you take driving license in this country, they tell you to sign that you're donating your organ. Do you know that a lot of Nigerians, we don't sign it? When we do our driving license, we don't sign that our organs should be donated should anything happen. We don't even sign that. We don't even sign a will as Africans. To write a will is a big problem. Then you're not telling this guy that, he arrived in London, he's enjoying himself, and then the next thing you're bringing him to hospital to say you want to cut his.
My sister, woman, you know that one thing I like about the European system is that they would have told this guy the side effect. The side effect. That is what
exactly.
because like in Germany here, even ordinary fencing, aspirin, they will tell you the side effect. When the sun is even shining, they will tell you the side effect. When you don't go out today or don't go that much today, don't wear this. That is side effect of wearing the clothes. That is what must have triggered that guy's, reversal mood, or whatever.
I think they are also stingy because if with the money they have, with the position he has, there are people around their village.
Donors, or even their children, or children.
Yes. No, that will even agree for them their parents to be looked after, build a house for them, and then they will agree to come.
Yes.
But for them to go and take somebody from a side that is doing
but it's not up to that level now. A kidney donation is not to the cost of what you're saying now. It's just fairly basic stuff.
But it's just too complicated because this guy is simply wicked.
It's routine.
Vulnerable. The guy was vulnerable. If it was my junior brother, I would have told him to even just scatter the whole. This guy said. They said the guy even went to soccer. Because because under the current condition in Nigeria, this hellfire. Then somebody tried to rescue me. I will even lie. If I get to England, for example, I will say, no, I didn't want to do this. I didn't agree to the people before because it's because these senators, they're the one that made us to be.
We know that now. You've said that three times now.
So. Yes, I want to put all of them in container and dump them in the Atlantic Ocean. All the senators and all the governors, they are not good. Sorry, sir.
All right. No. Tony, we know that there's suffering in Nigeria. I don't think anybody here doesn't know that. We know there's hunger in the land. We know, so we know all that. So, but thank you for reminding us always, but we do know. Let me acknowledge this super chat, and then I want to sample other people's opinions on that space. And I'll go next to Niger, who has been quite quiet, which is quite unlike him. This is Sonny Utar speaking to the Ikweremadu space. He has already reached his conclusion. Just throw him in jail is what he's saying. Ikweremadu is going to jail, period. Evil senator. So there it is right there. That's the Nigerian element. We just hate these people just instinctually for reasons that Tony often says. They've exploited us so much. They've brutalized us so much. Now they are harvesting our organs whilst we are alive. This is where we are now in Nigeria. They are harvesting our organs whilst we are alive. It's unbelievable. Which body part are they going?
Again. They
are now harvesting our organs. You know, where do we go next in Nigeria? So thank you for the super chat, Sonny Uta. As I invite to Nigeria into the conversation. So to Nigeria, we're still with the Ikweremadu narrative, and we're no more clearer as to what is going on. The boy now speaks, or the man, we should say. We were calling him a boy when we thought he was 15, but certainly now it looks as though he's 21 to 25. It looks as though this is just a business deal gone awry. And as Aseli B now explains that at the moment of decision, he just panicked for reasons of poor literacy and not a clear understanding. He thought they wanted to use him for ritual money. Are you the clearer to Niger what is going on? To Niger, all right. So to Niger, if it's quiet, then you know it's not there. So to Niger.
Just listen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. So have you been following the conversation, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. Thanks for having me. I think from what I can gather, it appears that it leans more to the idea that this young man to basically renege on whatever agreement that they've had. I don't think the senator will leave Nigeria's space and go to the UK with such tardy arrangement where he doesn't feel secure in such situations. He probably thought he has already communicated everything to the young man and they've had the agreement. And, you know, from experience that I've seen in Nigeria is like what is going on the ground is that people feel like just because they are suffering, he excuses every bad behavior. I'm not sure that is why people should feel like that is okay, because that means when they suffer, the person that is at the top that he's just done this to now will feel more resentful towards the poorer people. The poorer people feel resentful towards the top. Bad behavior is bad behavior, period. And we shouldn't necessarily take that as a good thing, because what happens is that I've seen it happen in Nigeria where people are ambitious and they don't care who they knock on, live on this roadside and just get on to get their own thing. I think what the young man probably did, maybe I'm being a little bit unfair, was that he saw that, okay, you know what, I'm in the UK now, I can do whatever I like, I can get my way. And that was it. And he just said that, okay, maybe he didn't plan it. Maybe he did, for all you know. 20-something years is not exactly a nobody. That boy is not totally brainless. And if he
But it was a labourer on a site, though. Does that come into it? It was a labourer, actual labourer carrying cement from,
Cement.
Yeah.
How much education did he have? Did he not have ability to read and write?
Well, does he not have
the guy wrote? Yeah, but can he comprehend to the level of kidney transplants? Can he comprehend to that level? Is the question.
I think he can. He's flying overseas. He knows why he's going overseas. I really don't buy the idea that our Nigerian people don't have any idea where they are going to. You heard him talk about how he was careful about going to the middleman, and he was worried about that they were going to use him for medicine. Yeah, so he's not totally ignorant of what was happening. He traveled overseas. He went through airports, check-ins and stuff like that. And if it would be crazy that the senator left Nigeria, went to the UK to expose himself this way without clear indications or any idea that the young man is aware of what's going to happen. And that would be, and it's not impossible, but it will be crazy because maybe they were desperate. Their child was, they have another child at the other end of the line that they want to exchange kidney for. So
but
these
to
are.
Nigeria, let me ask you one question, right? If you don't mind.
Go ahead, please.
What if they did not tell him all these preparations and they were just luring him with riches, right? Giving him a loads of food and enjoyment and everything. And maybe they just told him, oh, they will just do a blood test and this and this and that. And the guy agreed that he will come with them. What if that was the case? And they said, okay, you will just be sitting down there, maybe be looking after my daughter and all that kind of thing. And he just felt, well, this is an opportunity for me. Who knows how much money they've already given the guy? And the guy just flowed with the whole enjoyment that was going on. He's a young person, even if he's 25, he's still a young person. Anything 25 and under is still a young person.
I would like to think that the UK government, if they want to have people fly overseas for organ transplants from Nigeria of all countries, they will insist on speaking to the young man first.
That letter might be fake because
except it is fake.
They showed the letter that they wrote, but they did not show the reply.
Yes, if it is fake, then they will have even bigger questions to answer in the UK. Because
no, I mean the letter that went online saying that he wrote a letter to the British embassy to say such and such a person is coming and all that. That might have just been put on by some of his aides and or whoever arranged the whole thing, because it's not him that will even arrange. You see, these people, they're so arrogant. Nigerians, I'm sorry to say, I don't know whether you live in Nigeria on your own category, but they will not take their time to deal with people one-on-one when the people are small timers. They will send their aides to deal with that person. That's the thing.
Here is the girl in question, by the way, on your screen. That's Sonia. That's Sonia Ekweremadu.
I think as somebody that has engaged with Nigerians, even if I've been overseas for quite a while, I've engaged with Nigerians almost every single day, including today. Tells you that from what I observe is that there are people in Nigeria, quite a lot of them, are willing to do anything to just get ahead of the next person. A lot of them are willing to do that. And they seem to internalize this idea that because they are suffering is justified, especially when it's over somebody they perceive as being from overseas and has access to wealth. So that is something we have to recognize. And it's not outside the realm of possibility, given that this man is supposed to be a man of law. He's going to the UK. There is so many rooms for things to go wrong if he didn't do all his due diligence. There's so many room for things to go wrong because he knows the UK, they ask questions. Serious questions. They can't just stick the guy on top of this in a kind of stretcher and say, you know what, let's just take your organs and that will be the end of it.
Exactly. That's
so that they know full well that they are going to ask serious questions. I'm not even sure their child will want that kind of organ anyway, given that the child is in the UK and you know how they behave here.
What I'm trying to suggest is that maybe they lured him here first. When you don't come enter, they now start telling him, look, we'll give you everything. Just go and do this. And momentarily, the guy might have just accepted that he will go and do it.
The fact that they went to a building site, they went to raid a building site for a bricklayer, that in itself is suspicious.
It's suspicious.
I think it's not out of the realms of possibility. If you are you going to go and raid a graduate that values their organ and they are not hard up? Generally, when you go and it's just like scouting for footballers, you go to places where they don't have a lot of such people, and then they don't have a lot of resources. Then you go and pick them from there.
But that's different.
Because they will be cheaper. No, I understand.
That is an opportunity. This one
I understand.
Is some kind of loss. To some part of your
that
body.
in itself is an element of exploitation, just in the fact that he went to the site to go and bring up not even the senior person, the lowest person in the workforce carrying bricks on his head. This is who he went to for his Adebota daughter. I mean,
I-
look at that now. That's exploitation.
The world is full of all kinds of crazy things that keeps happening.
It's trafficking. It's called trafficking. It's
like
trafficking
situations
for
where you
human
have
trafficking.
people, sometimes they will pay for like surrogate moms or adoption. People give their children up because they feel like the child will be better off with a richer person. So people do all kinds of things, and the important thing is whether it was done legally.
Illegally.
That's the important thing. And I see, I'm one of those people that a little bit, I think a lot of people in Nigeria, maybe about 60% are on this feeling like the boy was, kind of hoodwinked. But I'm thinking it may not be that way, because if the senator if he's clever by half in any way on this one, he knows a lot of things can go wrong and it's going to blow up in his face. And that's exactly what has happened right now. And we have to, as a nation, there's another aspect that I feel our people keep missing. So let me just finish this point, because a senator, a senior member of our legislative body, is held in prison in another country, and our people are just jubilating like it's like a good thing. Our police officers are held overseas. We are jubilating. Right now, I believe that Nigerians, if Western people come here and say they want to recolonize us, there are a lot of people that welcome them.
Yes, sir.
Without knowing that the people that inflicted these things on them are those same people. And we don't realize anything that is going on at all. And we really have to be careful what we are doing here. This is our own nation, our own people. Let us deal with them ourselves.
Why do you think people are celebrating that this guy is going through what he's going through? Why do you think they are celebrating?
Because what they see is suffering. And the people in front of them are these people of authority that has been kind of supervising the suffering of the country. So people hate them for it. People resent them for it. So when anything bad happens to them, look at what the other gentleman was saying. He was going to put them in the sea and stuff like that. They all jump and support it. We forget that we are also culpable. We are also part of the ignorance that is going on. We are very happy to. Right now, our people are happy to be colonized. These are a group of, and the Americans are like that. These are a group of people that are over 1 billion strong, and they will be happy to be colonized. What kind of people are those?
Including us in this group, who do not want to see the point that a young person, you think about yourself when you were 25, what did you know? And they're telling you, and you're suffering in Nigeria, carrying shovel, and now they're telling you that they're taking you to London, they put you in a big house, you're eating every kind of meal you want that you never had before. And then they coax you to come to London. And then when you get to London, they're telling you they're going to cut a part of your body. Will you agree? Even you.
I can tell you that a lot of Nigerians will vote for that. If you tell a lot of Nigerians that one kidney, you're going to end up in the UK, yes. A lot of them, 10% of Nigerians.
Why can't he ask his own relations? Why can't he ask his own relations?
The point is
my
that
brother. He is my brother. I will agree to donate one of my kidneys to him. Certainly, I will.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I mean.
I will agree, because if it's my brother, rather than him dying, I will give one of my kidneys.
It's not a death sentence.
Let me show you. Let me show you a picture of the guy. Then you will get a better sense of how he may well have been exploited. Because if you see the guy, you see that this is somebody that is rife for exploitation. So this is a victim right here. I would say, not to cast any aspersions, but this is the guy. Can you see?
Yeah.
So it makes sense that
that guy not be 15 years though.
No, this one is he's not even in his 20s. He doesn't even look in his 20s anymore to me.
But why did he lie that he was 15 years?
Now the age you're gonna tell him maybe.
No, but they didn't. Obviously, it's not the senator that will give him that age. The fact that he started lying in the first place, and people were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was 15.
But the suffering in Nigeria make people to look older, please. Mr. Tunaja.
He's got siblings. He's got siblings that are clearly older.
One man has talked to you. Salibi has spoken to you. They are saying that we should protect the senators that are making life so unbearable for our people. Senators that have a house in London. Hold on. A senator that use our money to go and buy a house in London. All the children are schooling abroad. And then you are saying we should protect that kind of senator that your lawmaker, you are
we
proud
should
of them.
punish them here. If you put them in the hands of other people, they will compromise your nation further. Do you know what those people are
we
taking
cannot do
from
in
him
Nigeria.
right
Are you not
now?
ashamed that we can't do that in Nigeria?
Of course, I'm ashamed of it.
Let them
But
also
two
smell
wrongs
the
do not make a right. If you give him to foreigners, do you know the information they are extracting from him right now? You
Now,
can't keep your people away.
life jail sentence is good for this guy. Life jail, because you said that I was too harsh
People don't have
by
any
locking them.
sense of threat assessment. You give your people away for nothing.
What about the
can't just-
Nigerians? What about the Nigerians that are suffering in Nigeria that are having the same kidney? I know how many of my village people that died of kidney problem. I know how many of my people that I know that died of cancer and all sorts of things, and they had no treatment. What about all of even my own mother, as educated as she was and as whatever she could have done, had that money to come to London if possible. Common, oxygen. They did not have no oxygen in the whole general hospital. What are you talking about?
Because Nigerians are not paying for health care.
When they come here, if they follow the law, let me tell you, when Alamesia had problem here, all of us were rallied. If it's to happen again, Alamesia or no Alamesia, I will not do it again. I will not do what we did. Rallying. Do you know how many Nigerians were saved here? How many times we fought for Nigerians here? But, somebody who is supposed to be a senator, a former deputy senator, president for that matter, you're supposed to know better. Before you bring somebody here, you must bring a psychologist, everything. You must relate with that person, belong with that kid. I know that you are desperate. You needed someone to help your daughter. But even then, you could actually put this out online in the social media, and you'll be surprised that somebody will volunteer to help out, and their blood test might be the same. But you didn't do that.
I think you're correct there.
Our politicians, they are too selfish. They are too selfish.
You sent your agent to a site to get.
Our politicians are too selfish. They only think of themselves. They don't think of ordinary citizens. That is why they enter this problem. If they create better health care for the people, for ordinary people, have good insurance, everybody will benefit from it. But now they are facing the circumstances. Let's say the truth.
Yes.
Are they passing the new law in the House of Assembly there?
No.
Are they passing the law that benefit people? Let's say the truth.
They are getting new cars every 3 months. Two new cars.
Keep saying these things. They are us. When our family member now becomes a senator, we will encourage them to do exactly the same thing. We keep acting as if we are all different from them. It is us. I've seen Nigerians, young men, deceive each other and take advantage of each other over and over again. I don't know why we always keep acting as if we are holier than that.
But that is why we are here now. That's why we are here to make that change.
The reason why we're here is not everybody that comes to this show.
Yes. Let me tell you, for example, let me say something.
Because they'll be scared and whatever. Those of us who have come here, we are brave.
One at a time. Yeah.
Let me say something. In the carries in DSS. Let the law judge. Let the law partake. But Buhari is saying is granting interviews to the people that Nnamdi Kanu did this, do that. It's not supposed to be like this. We have to ask
but Nnamdi Kanu is subject to the law. Now, what has Nnamdi Kanu? Is he not with the court? Is he not in the court?
Is that the way they run?
No, but for Buhari to be said that he abused him, that's enough to jail.
They abuse Boris Johnson. They abuse American president. They abuse everybody. What are they talking about?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Okay, let me ask everybody on this panel. How much has anyone paid into the Nigerian healthcare system?
Are we not selling our oil and gas?
Where is that going? Where are you going?
Where that is going is that we act as if we are children and other people should sort the problem out. Because we have oil will pay for our healthcare system. Oil will not.
But that is not the point. You're deviating from the point.
You're talking about the healthcare system because they went to overseas.
What do you want us to do?
What do you want? Two Nigerians, so your senator sell the oil and tell the money to go and buy a house in London?
What do you want us to do?
And they want to defend them?
To Nigeria, what do you want us to do?
What you do is,
when I was in Nigeria.
who is that person just that keeps ranting
one
on
at a
and
time
on?
now. Well, I don't know. It just I do say
Just keep going on.
How is it possible for anybody to hear three voices at the same time? So nobody's but to you, to Niger.
During the COVID problem, when the COVID problem.
What did I just say now? I said to you.
I've been quiet for a long time. That guy will stop.
Sorry, Moses, do you mind?
One man, he asked a question.
Atiku have access.
He threw a question at the panel.
He
said,
sorry,
how many of us?
It's painful.
What do we contribute to the healthcare in Nigeria? That was
exactly.
Yes,
that's the question.
And I was going to answer to say, when I was in Nigeria, I was paying that like 50,000 each time my children had to go into hospital for malaria. I had to pay 50,000. I paid everything that I needed to pay. In fact, I spent more money on healthcare, just paying this little clinic, hospital. Even I myself, one time I checked in too, and I had to pay. In fact, they locked me in. They said, if I don't pay, I'm not going. And I said, I can't give my cash point to my manager to draw from my account. But they said, if I don't do that, then at one time somebody was coming in. I just went, I said, let me see them arrest me because I have a right. So I had to walk. And there was a hotel across the road, which I could just get the money and bring for them. But they wouldn't let me go out of the hospital to get my money to pay them. And I came there as an, what do you call it? Accident emergency, So, that kind of thing. So Nigerians don't even have no feelings. Inside that Nigeria, there's no feelings.
You see, part of it is that if, let's say, Nigerians paid 2,000 naira every month into the healthcare system, they probably have a lot better healthcare system.
Nigerians that are not working,
You see that kind of talk.
Money.
What? But that is why I keep talking about you have to make the system transparent, where you see where all the money is going to. These problems can be solved. I deal with Nigeria every single day.
In Nigeria?
No, I don't live
Sorry,
there.
can I say something?
I don't live there, but I operate there every day. But go ahead.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go on.
I have to be sincere. Me, I'm in Nigeria. First of all,
Is
I'm
that
under HMO. Yes, it's fine. I'm under a HMO plan. Yeah, so I'm under a HMO plan. So I've been to the hospital, to a very good hospital. So what most hospitals do now in Nigeria, if you're under HMO, they don't give you the drug. If the drug is an expensive drug, they won't give you that drug. Even though your plan covers that drug, they won't give it to you. Instead, they will write a prescription. They'll write the prescription for you to go outside and buy it because the HMO company will obviously not pay them the rate that they are expected to get if somebody that is not under the HMO plan, but is just a normal patient that just opened their.
Sorry, can you, for the benefit of some of us, tell us what an HMO plan is?
No, okay, HMO plan is like your what do you call it in UK? NHIS, something like that.
NHS.
Yeah, it's like that. So it's equivalent of that here in Nigeria. So if you work in a company, like maybe a government company or a big company that can afford that for their staff, so that's like health welfare. So that's what they do. So now what I'm trying to say, it's corrupt. There's a corrupt mentality here, and it's cut across everywhere. So what they do is they'll rather let you go buy that drug outside because the HMO company, which has a lot of hospitals registered under it, will not pay them, the hospital, the amount that they want for that drug. It will be lesser because it's like a negotiation. So they know that if somebody that's a normal patient pays for that drug, they will get the money, the amount that they want. So instead of you that's under a HMO plan, they'll prefer they'll give you cheaper drugs and they'll write prescription for you to go outside. So it's really corrupt in Nigeria. The truth about this thing is, talking about healthcare and doing all these systems and all this stuff in Nigeria is a good idea, but the problem, which is the root cause, is that many Nigerians are corrupt. Let's be sincere. A lot of people, if there is queue and there is petrol, there's fuel scarcity, a lot of people are ready to pay like 1,000, 2,000 to skip the line and go and buy the fuel. And these are the same people that will come out and complain about how bad Nigeria is. It's the same thing I said. I was at this place, Old Parade Ground, yesterday, trying to get my PVC. And the people I am seeing there coming out, the youth talking that they want change, are the same youth skipping the lines, paying police people to skip the line and go and this thing and get and do their own PVC registration and leave. And the same people, a lot of people are there trying to get the PVC so that they will sell their vote. I'm sorry to say this, Nigerians right now are going to sell their votes. People are hungry, and Nigerians have a very corrupt mentality. And see,
Can I come in?
Let me finish. It cut let me finish. It cut across everybody. Let's be sincere. Right now in Nigeria, people are fed up, and they don't have this. They can be saying, yeah, they want change and all these things, but when the time comes, man, they will, for the little money that comes in, they will sell their rights. They will sell their people.
What way out? What way out are they looking for? Because
it's
so
that
what's the
bad.
way out? Yeah.
See, the truth is, it has gotten too deep. And what also encourages it is, this is it. Once they see the politicians and the people in government, the leaders, carry out those activities, they will say, if these people are doing it, I am not different. Even when I try to beg people on the line to not scatter the line and stay on the line, they are even shouting for me, blaming me that why am I doing like I am stupid. It's like, I'm sorry to say, I feel sometimes the people in Nigeria, they make me feel like I'm very useless try to do the right thing or try to be on the right path. I feel like I'm not using my brain. Like I've been mumu, say I don't want to do the right thing. Everybody they use their sense. They skip line, they do this or doing wuru. Like I'm not the one that is the mumu that doesn't want to follow the trend. It's that bad. And it's not encouraging. The little people that you will see that want to make this change, they are very few. For God, we are hypocrites in this country, and that is the truth. Sometimes I feel, why did I even come back to this Nigeria? Because
why don't you go? So where did you go to Nigeria from? Where were you originally living?
So I schooled in Kenya, and I was in Kenya for a while. You understand, in East Africa. So
why
did you go back
to Nigeria? It's a more civilized country, Kenya.
Yeah, so what happened was this. I finished my mother begged me to come back and do service and all that. So I now listened to her. She said I should come back. There are more opportunities in Nigeria that she wants me to be in Nigeria and stay here. And I kind of buy into her idea. I came back, I saw the opportunities when I came back in 2013. I was like, okay, this place is a good place. I can see if it's not that bad, maybe I can still make something out of it. But from 2014 going down, the country just went into disarray. Like, it is so unfortunate. I'm telling you, it is very hard. It will take a set of leaders who are upright, who can impact this change of mentality in Nigeria. And it has to go down to the police, law enforcement people. If everybody in the arms of government are upright, the masses will align to that level. But if you don't have those kind of people, then we are wasting our time. It cuts across. Even though you have a president that is upright, and your senators, your House of Reps, your people in the government parastatals, because some government parastatals, they have corrupt MDs, corrupt VDs who steal money. And even that, I don't want to mention, I know of the government parastatals, people that they see fraud in the company, they see people stealing money, they sack them for trying to do what is right. And they now make every other staff that want to do the right thing just lock up, and they just stay and earn their money. They even try to make employees talk bad on the other people that are trying to do the good thing or trying to be upright and do the work. But if you're trying to beat the system,
but it's not sustainable. And the way you are describing it, that the young space, they are on edge. So does the system recognize that the country is on edge? And what are they looking to do about it? Because something will have to give soon.
You see, the system is aware of it. They're not trying to do anything. They even want it to go worse, so that they don't want the youth to be empowered. That NSAS was a very big problem for them. They don't want to give the youth or anybody that opportunity to challenge the government, because them being in government, they want to reduce the amount of people that can come out of poverty. Because if a lot of people come out of poverty and enlightened, they will be able to fight them. they won't have that power. But the more people are in poverty, more people are suffering, they can always come and try to
Can I say something about that? I think that you have had some experiences with that healthcare system. I think it's a form of private healthcare, actually. I don't think it's a national healthcare system. And generally, yes.
You can use government hospitals are under it too. You understand?
Yes, but the subscription is it? Yeah, that's how it is in the UK too. You can get private healthcare, but you can still use government establishments to do it.
But my brother too, Nigeria, they said that they don't honor it. They don't honor this.
If I can finish, let me finish what I'm saying.
Hold on. The lawmakers are not
said anything.
Are not promulgating laws to enforce those.
Come on.
Yeah, you are just laughing. Let Sally be and the one man speak. You know, so they don't honor it. They don't honor
something. You can't just keep making everything sound as if it's Groundhog's Day. Let me tell you my own experience.
There's no lawmaker.
Hold on. Let me say something. Can I just say something? See, if we keep talking out of trauma here, it's not going to get us anywhere. We are men. See, can you stop?
To protect the citizens.
Can you just stop? We have to be grown men here. There are countries that lost 10% of their men in one war. Out there. There are countries that lost 28 million people in one war. Let's not act as if we are the first people to suffer in this life.
I'm speaking from Germany, my friend.
Let me finish. Yes. Let me finish what I'm saying here. Because what is going on here is that we keep our lamentation and whipping ourselves in the back about the things that are going wrong. Doing all that is not going to solve the problem. What is going to solve the problem is actually thinking rationally and coming up with solutions. Because like some of the description that this guy just gave now about our failings in Nigeria, I've had experiences in Nigeria that indicates that corruption is not like all over the place.
My brother, you are hearing from the horse's mouth. You are speaking from abroad.
Tony, what
he
are
doesn't
you
even
doing
let
now?
me talk.
Tony, what are you doing? Hold on. Tony, what are
Can
you
I
doing?
finish my point?
Oh, sorry.
My items.
Can you hold on to Niger? Tony, what are you doing now? What are you doing? Tony.
Me?
Yeah. What are you doing?
So there's some rain. It's raining. If there's something loud, it's raining.
What do you mean it's raining? What are you doing?
I'm in my bed right now, sir. I'm just lying.
No. When the guy is trying to make a point, and every time, why do you do that now?
One man is telling you to let him let him run, to let two Niger run. That's what he's telling you.
Sorry, to Niger, please carry on. Tony, help me now, please. To Niger, back to you.
Yeah, I think sometimes we act as if everything in Nigeria is completely down. And to my own detriment, I had an experience in Nigeria where my items were seized by the customs. And for heaven and earth, they refused to give it back to me. And they were all scared about their bosses and all the rest of it. According to one of the guys that was supposed to help get the items out, he says, I tried to buy them, they refuse. So it tells you that some of the things we talk about, it doesn't filter into every aspect of life in Nigeria. Otherwise, one, you'll be having drugs all over the place in Nigeria, like cocaine and all this stuff. The worst vices you expect to see in Nigeria that you don't see in Nigeria that you see in other countries, it's not there. It means that some people are actually doing they are trying their best to keep the roof up. When we keep lamenting like our country is the worst, we're not focusing on solutions, because that is what our job is. We have to think about, okay, that healthcare system is a little bit corrupt. They are moving the goalposts. They don't want to prescribe, give the right medication to these patients. Then that's something that needs to be sorted out. You move further and look for ways to make sure that the people will demand that, okay, this healthcare, how much am I paying? Okay, if you are paying, let's say 10,000 naira per month, or I don't know how much the gentleman pays, you let them know that this amount I'm paying, is it that you want more, so that you will not ask me to go and get prescription outside anymore. When I come in, I get the right prescription from you.
Did you listen to Ifeanyi's narrative? What Ifeanyi is saying is that there's a healthcare system that organizations, both private and governmental, they pay into. So like a national health insurance scheme. But these hospitals, when they go for treatment, they'll give you the diagnosis and everything. but they would not give you the drugs, which is also captured in that healthcare plan, because the value of that healthcare plan, it doesn't actually match up to the value of that drug. So they're not able to profit. So they'll just give you a prescription to go and buy it privately, even from their own chemist, when the healthcare actually already should cover the cost of that. So you would say then that the people paying for the healthcare system, they should then pressure the hospitals to pay for it. But the hospital will then look to recalibrate. So it's a convoluted system, is what it's saying.
Exactly. If let's say the prescription was too expensive and they decide to ask him to go and buy it privately, then what's the point of the insurance? So somewhere along the line, something is missing, and the equation needs to be balanced somehow. If I may ask, how much do you pay monthly for this insurance?
That question should not even come up.
I need to understand. Come on, man.
Oh God. You have to focus
how
on
much
the
is this insurance?
It
matters.
What do you want to do with how much?
I want to have an idea. Because these things matter. Oh my God!
You have to focus
because
on
the drugs are
governmental
bought from this world. These drugs are not made in hell or heaven. They are made in this world, and it costs money to make the drugs. If the amount that is being paid into the system is not enough,
it's immaterial how much is being paid.
Why is it immaterial? I can't believe you're saying that.
It's immaterial. Because it doesn't meet the cost. However much is being paid, it doesn't meet the cost. So that's just the thing.
But if the cost needs to increase.
Hold on. Before you come in, Celibis, let Baba Kure come in, because he wanted to come in before you. Baba Kure, let's hear from you. And then after you, I want to hear from Spencer, who hasn't spoken. So Baba Kure,
Thank you very much.
I don't even understand why they don't let me talk. I can't even ask questions and get answers.
You've been speaking for half an hour, so I'm not sure.
I asked the question, I need an answer, and you stop them from giving me the answer. You guys are shutting down discussion.
It is immaterial what you're saying. If you don't get it,
for you, I want the answer.
Okay, we want to break up your monologue with another insertion. So let's hear from Baba Kure.
Can I know the name of the person who just spoke about HS whatever?
Ifeanyi.
Okay, Ifeanyi. I just want to, because I have a friend that just complained about the same thing last month. So it means that there is a big problem with this whatever they call it, HSC or whatever they call the HMO.
Yeah.
This particular lady, this particular lady also complained about the same thing, because she was going to the hospital. On getting there, they say, okay, well, this is the only thing we can do for you here. Meanwhile, what she's paying, according to her, as a matter of fact, covers everything. What they have to do is that they sent her to another hospital again to go and do that, to go and do the other scanning. Meanwhile, they have everything in their office. So then she said, when she got to that hospital that they sent her to, there is nothing to write to me about it, because it is a very cheap hospital. So, in other words, what Ifeanyi is saying is correct, because I never even knew that that anything of this is going to come up. Just this last month, the same lady complained about it.
All right. So it's either that the system is underpaying, or the hospitals are trying to profiteer too much. But before I come to you, sorry, I want to hear from Spencer next, only because we've not yet heard this.
You want to allow me to talk now?
Yeah, but let me hear from Spencer first. He is new to the platform, and I don't think we've heard him yet. But before we hear from anybody, let's hear from the super chat, and we hear from Sonny Utar. He says, we Nigerians are wicked people. We all need to char. So I think it's chill, like speaking. Maybe you've been feasting on the same diet as the person that what's his name? Maybe you're feasting on the same diet as me. I don't know. I'm confused already. So well, we Nigerians are wicked people. We all need to chill. I suspect he intended to say. So that's Sonny Utar with the super chart. Babati comes in with the super chart. He says the average Nigerian should have access to test yearly for lipid panel, CBC, CMP, CFR, and it is just showing off now that he's a medical man. So is this just say just type I want to show off, I want to show off. We already know you want to show off. So the average Nigerian should have access to test yearly for lipid panel, CBC, CMP. But I'm sure you know what all this means. I don't. CMP, GFR. I thought that was a national title.
Exactly.
A1C to detect early signs of kidney / cardiovascular problems. So thank you for making me struggle through that, Babati. But Babati carries on. He says, Nigerians consume a heavy carbohydrate diet. You can't keep eating amala daily while on BP meds. I score health promotion and dietary consultation low in Nigeria. So I'm not sure that Nigerians do, because the Nigerian space is so rigorous that I suspect that the rigor of the day, it burns out the carbohydrate anyway. Because Nigerians
are even good for you.
Yeah, mamala is not even carbohydrate. I don't say. So it says Nigerians consume a heavy carbohydrate diet. You can't keep eating amala daily. Maybe we replace that with pounded yam. You can't keep eating pounded yam daily whilst on a BP medication. I score health promotion and dietary consultation low in Nigeria. So that is Babati inserting his medical knowledge into the conversation. So thank you for that, Babati. Let's hear from. I wanted to hear from Spencer, I think, but he left. So Celibis, insert what you wanted to say, and then we go back to Niger.
Yeah. What I was trying to say is that. What were we talking about? We said so many.
We were talking about the health services in Nigeria, and
exactly. So what I wanted to say is
you gave us on
when you take an insurance, right? Or a superannuation or any of these things, usually you're making a contribution from your salary. You understand? So it's not as if it's free per se. Even if it's free, it's all kind of like linked to your job and part of your rewards. So the reward is actually a reward for your work, for you to have that health care, right? So there's some equitable amount that can be put into money for how much you're actually getting every month going into that. Of course, the company will pay a certain amount every month into that. But mind you, it's not everybody that has an accident. It's not everybody that gets ill. And it's not everybody that will come to that, So these monies are supposed to be able to, it's a little Ponzi, but the money is supposed to pay for those who, however, fall sick. Do you understand? I'm saying this now to Niger. When people make those contributions, I don't know what system where you live, but I live in the UK.
So you live in the UK too?
Or you live in the UK as well. So you should know that when you work, even your national insurance is not free. Your national insurance, you're making contributions, even when you're not earning. When you're on maybe a social benefit, you're still making a contribution from that amount is going to your national insurance. So not everybody will be ill. A lot of men don't even bother to go to hospital, but a lot of women will go to hospital for one thing or the other. So that is the way it kind of balances. So you can't make people to go and pay outside, do you understand, when they're already making a contribution as a reward for their work in that organization when they become ill, and you're not telling them to go and buy or go and do scans in another hospital. It's not supposed to be so.
All right. So I hope that answers your question to Niger.
My take from it is that I'm not clear whether from the employments that Nigerians have that they are taking premiums for that. But if that is the case, then it will be interesting to know the precise amount, because one experience that I also have, this is why I was asking that question, like it's in power supply, where I get power supply and I pay a certain amount every month. And I can tell you that the amount is 10 times less what I pay here in the UK. And I ask myself, are we not under the same sun? Are we not under the same? Why is it because it's intermittent and stuff like that? But what generally tends to happen is that if we are not paying a reasonable rate for these things, you're not going to get good service. Because the world is paying a specific amount for things, and especially many of these are not even invented in Nigeria, which means we cannot even set our own cost.
It's a contract. You're going out of point. It's a contract.
I get what you mean.
Oh, sorry. You as the person who is the organizer of this, if you know that you've done your own calculations and metrics, and you see that this is not enough, then you will have to increase. Of course, insurances and things like that, they increase, but you cannot just take a contract and then you're not able to. And then the person is in that situation where they feel and they are assured that if they are ill, they'll be looked after. And then they come and you start telling them, go and take scans here, go and take scans there. It's not right. I mean,
of course it's not right.
You cannot blame. In fact, you looking into the money, you will never be able on this program to calculate how much they collect from, how many people are into that particular fund, and how much goes into that fund. You cannot sit in this.
You're spot on, Soludo. You are spot on that part. It's not really about the money.
I have a question for Tunanja.
See, Tunanja, it's not about the money. The fact of the matter is the plan that is being set, it covers the amount of the drug. It can pay, because even in the hospitals, the account will tell you your plan covers the drug. But what they are doing is this. They don't want to sell that drug because the negotiation between the HMO company and the hospital, they have set a negotiation, and because things keep increasing, so now they are like, okay, fine, we cannot be selling these drugs at this price because things are going up, inflation, things are getting costly. They want to reduce it, and the company doesn't want to reduce it and increase the price, because them too, they have a cap. Them too, they have a cap at which they will make money from. So what the hospitals will be doing, that's what most hospitals do now in Nigeria. They will prefer you go outside and buy it if you're on the plan. But if you're not on the plan, they will sell it to you at their own price in their own pharmaceutical in their own pharmacy. That is how they do it. So it's a part of corruption going on. That's what's going on. So what they normally do is you'll be getting updates on the hospitals they've removed from that plan. Before you know, they will inform you, look, so and so hospitals are no longer on that plan. They will now list the numbers of hospitals that are on that plan that you can be using. So it cuts across the nation. It's a corruption stuff. Even the doctors are in place. Some of these doctors sell some of these drugs because they have connections to these suppliers of these drugs. So they want to make money off it. It's a corruption thing. It's not about the money.
All right. I don't know quite how we deviated into Nigeria sales plan, but what's that?
Question for Tunanja.
Yes, ask that question. You answer to Niger, and then I want to move on to Moses. So, yeah, question and answer.
Tunanja, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, any free kidney?
Pardon?
Any free kidney?
No, I don't have free kidneys to spare. I need both of my kidneys.
Come
on, man. See, the point I was trying to make regarding this thing is that I've seen the system being run. I get that there is corruption in the system, hence why my call for transparency in most of these systems. In America, they had the same problem. This is why Obama even had to do the new healthcare plan, where they had to pre-existing conditions have to be taken into account and ensure that the people get the actual treatment that they are supposed to be paying for. And even today, they still have that issue. The issue of costs matters. That's why I'm asking, because I've seen that in the power supply too. We don't pay anything close to market rate for anything. Nigeria seems to exist in a sub-economy where the whole world is paying a certain amount for something.
You know what you are saying is not true. You know what you are saying is not true.
What? Give me an example.
It's not true. What you are saying that Nigeria.
Give me an example where we are paying the market rate for any of our services.
Nigerians are ready to pay, but you have government that controls everything, does not, leave all this sector alone for private sector to operate it in a better way. The control measure of Nigerian state, Nigerian government is the problem.
Everybody blames the government. The
successful
government wanted to
operation of
remove the
this thing.
subsidy last year. They threatened the government with
So now,
strike.
if there is constant electricity today, Nigerians will pay. But you see a situation where the government control everything. Government does not decentralize this power sector. They are still controlling it, and that is why it's not working. So this your argument that Nigerians are not. It is not true.
See,
last
year the Nigerian government wanted to
look at the petroleum, for example. Look at the petroleum. Look at the petrol. The refineries are not working to produce enough petrol for Nigerians' consumption. And you have problem all over the place. But do you want to say Nigerians are not ready to pay for the price of petrol? Nigerians are ready. But Nigerians
where did you get that from? Do you know how much is they're going to pay if they are ready to pay? Are you ready to pay 600 naira per liter?
This is your argument.
Are you ready to pay 1,000 naira per liter? Nigerians are ready to pay. Do you know how much they pay for fuel?
How can it be 1,000 per liter?
Exactly, because you don't know.
Hold on. If Nigeria, if we have our refineries, all our refineries working, it will be cheaper. It will be cheaper for Nigerians because we'll be able to produce enough for our consumption and for export. But we have refineries that are not working. We are importing gas, and we have the exchange rate that is high as heaven.
Fuel is cheaper in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia.
So don't be blaming Nigerian people as Nigerian people are the problem. But you have government that doesn't do their job well and create. Is the problem is the government that are creating problem.
You are the problem and you are the solution. You can run away from it all you want. Fuel is cheaper in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia. We cannot continue existing.
Sorry, I'm going to have to remove this guy. Sorry. Carry on to Niger.
Keep making excuses for these things as if other people don't suffer in this world. We have to sooner or later ascend.
Sorry, let him land. I just want this guy. I don't want Tunaja to land so I can move on. So Tunaja, carry on.
See, we keep making excuses for whatever is going on with us. We have to learn how to start paying the market rate for things. You know why it's important to do that? Then you don't even have to encourage companies to come into Nigeria to invest on good quality power supply, good quality healthcare. You know why? Because they want to make money too. But when they look at Nigeria now, they can't come in because there's no money to be made and there is no security. All these things is the reason why we have problems in Nigeria. That's why I say we live in a sub-economy. This is why everything we do seems to be small. Our national budget is 27 billion US dollars, while California's healthcare budget we are talking about here is over $200 billion. We are living on scraps. We can't, sooner or later, we have to get ourselves out of this. Nigerian government wanted to take away subsidies last year. They threatened street protests and riots, and they had to pull back because they are afraid of the people. I keep telling you guys in Nigeria, the Nigerian government are afraid of the people. Even when they know the right thing, they are supposed to do the right thing. They are supposed to increase the price of this electricity, but they are afraid. They are supposed to increase price of this healthcare. They are afraid because they think Nigerians are suffering and Nigerians cannot take it. They are going to explode. This is the thing. If we ourselves, we have to be prepared for it.
Are Nigerians not suffering, and can Nigerians bear the burden of increased fuel price at the pump, increased electricity bill, with wages stagnated as where it is? So
we have to strategize. We have to strategize to survive.
Hold on, Celibase, please, let the guy speak. So yeah, go on.
We have to strategize to survive it. We have to strategize in such a way that, because in reality, what people truly need is food and accommodation. Once you take care of that, then the rest of the economy that suffers because of increase of all these things will have to be kind of cushioned so that it doesn't affect the poorest the most.
So how is it cushioned?
By this is subsidizing the poorest people in terms of the how the government talked about.
So there it is now. So the subsidy So it's removed in one place and put in another place. Is that
not necessarily? It's lower. Right. If you are paying, let's say, 10 naira into subsidy, now you are paying 1 naira into it for a short period of time while the system stabilizes. Because the reason why I say this, no, because if you are removing subsidy, you can't just remove it because there are poorest people that will not be able to survive.
What's the minimum wage in Nigeria?
40-something thousand naira.
It's 30,000.
No. I mean average. That was average. I just said average.
Okay. Let's go with the average.
Where are you from? You're not in Nigeria. Which one is 30,000?
I deal with Nigeria all the time.
Have one person on the screen at a time. Let the guy land himself now. So okay, let's go with your 45,000 naira. And from that, the average person pays his rent, his travel, his food. That is a struggle already. So if you remove fuel subsidy, the prices of transportation goes up by 100%. The prices of food goes up by 100%. The prices of accommodation goes up significantly. The prices of everything goes up virtually by 100%. That person is still on that 45,000 naira. So what insulation are you saying that the government provides for that? Or how are you inviting that person to
I have a question for Nigeria anyway.
No, sorry. Let him address that first. Yeah.
I think the way to address it is to go for the poorest. The middle class will get a hit for the lower middle class will get a hit for a bit, and the higher middle class will get a hit, but it wouldn't be very significant for them.
What do you mean for a bit? What do you mean for a bit?
For a bit, you have to do it. You have to phase it out. That's whatever support you're going to put in place.
How do you phase it? How does the person on 45,000 naira, like you said, how does it phase that out?
Okay, let me show you how you can phase it out. If you are supporting them with about, let's say, 500 naira, whatever, every month, then after 6 months, you stop it. You let them know that it's going to stop after 6 months. By that time, the system would have, the prices for food and everything would have stabilized, and they would have gotten somewhat used to it.
Stabilized at where? Prices don't go down in Nigeria as they don't everywhere else.
But the truth is, we are already suffering right now. But when you take that money out of the system, you can now invest it in healthcare, education, and all the other aspects of life. And not to mention the other gain you are going to gain from investment that will be coming in.
So how does that person on 45,000 naira survive when he barely survives now, but you increase his life expense by 500%? How does he survive?
But the life expense is already increasing. What are they doing? Are they killing anybody now? Do you know how much? Do you know the price of things? No, the price is changing for nothing. My problem is that, okay, let me finish. This is my last point. The price of things is changing for nothing. We are suffering currently for nothing. It's better we suffer for something at least.
All right.
I'm not saying it's going to be easy. Other people have paid far higher prices for what they've got today.
Right.
Why
don't they just line up the poor people and just shoot them? They just line them up and not shoot.
You see, because you refuse to do the hard thing, you have to do the harder thing. Watch out. I can't believe this.
It is actually you that is, oh my God, not the conversation. It is you that is, oh my God.
Okay.
I've never had anything more bizarre. Just bizarre.
We should remain poor now. What is your solution?
It's just words. It's just words.
I'm not going to say solution, man. I just want to say something.
Thank you, one man. Thank you very much, one man.
I've never heard anything like that in my life. But there it is.
I'm not going to ask a question. I want to say something.
And you're supposed to be, wow, that's scary. You've never had this before.
Yes, I have never heard anything like you've just said ever before.
You people are living. I thought, okay, shocker. That is unbelievable. These are grown men.
Tonight, it will be bad on people, Please don't reason that angle.
Let's hear from
them. We are doomed. Make your peace with it. We are doomed.
All right.
If people don't want to do the hard thing, you're going to do the harder thing too.
It's not the hard thing.
People are suffering in Nigeria.
Can I tell you what? Hold on. Can I tell you what the better prospect is to Nigeria? The better prospect is to end the corruption, find a way to end the corruption. The better
Exactly.
prospect is to have the Nigeria is the seventh largest oil exporting countries in the world, country in the world. We have about 3-4 refineries, which they have been regurgitating money around severally. Nigeria should not be paying even a quarter of what they are paying for electricity for petroleum. So they shouldn't be.
God.
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. So they
For a
shouldn't
learned
be,
man, that scares me.
Okay, well, they shouldn't.
You are a learned man and you are saying this. That scares me. Nigerians, we are in trouble.
Well, no,
that man is saying fuel should be cheaper than in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia that has more fuel than us.
What do you mean in Saudi Arabia? How much
You
do they
scare
pay?
me. You're supposed to be an educated man.
No,
You
forget who
scare
I am.
me.
If you want to get it personal, I'll get it personal with you. But
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very personal.
Leave me out of it, but focus on the conversation. How much do they pay for fuel in Saudi Arabia? Because I know that Lai Mohammed said that once upon a time, so you seem to be latching onto that.
It's a fact. Our fuel price, the amount we pay for fuel. I don't know the precise amount. If you want to check, you can check it yourself.
I don't have to check it. I didn't say.
Why don't you?
I'm making an assumption that it is cheaper than in Saudi Arabia. I know that because I'm paying the amount myself. I'm paying for electricity in Nigeria, and I know how cheap it is. And for me, if electricity is 10 times the price that I pay here in the UK, it's too low.
What is the standard of living? Nigerian standard of living with that of Saudi Arabia.
What is the minimum wage? Why will you be comparing Saudi Arabia with Nigeria?
Tell us how much is oil in Saudi Arabia.
This just out of reality, man.
I don't know. I don't know what.
When did they accept you some time ago?
Let's move on because we've just been looking around in circles. Hold on. Come on, man. Hold on. Let's hear from Baba Kure and then we'll come to you, Moses.
Anyway, I just want to briefly ship little thing in. Anyway, I'm not going to take much time. I'm not going to ask to Niger any question. But the only thing I point out with what he was saying is that he said Nigeria didn't pay up to other countries. But each country determine how much they have to pay on certain things. If you are in US, okay, like internet, when you're talking about internet in US, I think they have home internet for like $20, $30, right? Meanwhile, in Canada, it is higher than that. So does that mean that they should not provide us 24 unlimited internet because the US is paying lesser than us? Look at MTN. Even with the money that even what they are charging us in Nigeria, they didn't even charge them in South Africa. They're making that money from Nigeria, but yet they cannot even provide good services. So what are we talking about here? So the price of each country is different from one another. That doesn't mean that they should not provide them with correct service. Somebody who's living in UK will not pay the same amount that I pay in Canada. That is just the reality. Some might be paying, okay, where internet, home phone, and cable. Somebody might be paying $60. Why somebody will be paying $100? Why in another place they will be paying $50? So does that mean that they are not going to provide them good services because there is a disparity in the payment or in what they pay? So Nigeria is, I'm very sorry, we have a lot of problem in Nigeria, and like one man said, we have to get rid of corruption. That is what is killing Nigeria. Simple as that.
All right, thank you, Baba Kure. So thank you, Baba Kure. But let me go on from you, Baba Kure, to Moses. So Moses, let me take you to a completely different talking point and to this never-ending battle between Obasanjo and Atiku. So Obasanjo, of course, he says the biggest regret he has in life, well, not in life, but his biggest regret, one of his biggest mistakes was to choose the running mate he chose as the civilian person when he was running for civilian president. So, of course, the running mate was Atiku. So Atiku now claps back to say that Obasanjo is still somewhat bitter for him trying to preventing him from seeking a third term. So this never-ending battle between Obasanjo and Atiku, and at just very crucial moment, Obasanjo inserts a knife into this guy's back. So with this guy now, his last chance ever to fulfill his ambition of being Nigerian president, Obasanjo stabs him again. What are you making of Baba Yabo's commentaries regarding Atiku, Moses?
Baba, Baba, Baba Yabo is an old man now. Maybe he's trying to correct his past mistake. And nobody above mistake. But for choosing the vice president by himself is a mistake. It may be a mistake. Maybe he realized that he made a mistake, true. But maybe he preferred to choose military then, or because he have a choice to change the system of Nigeria from the military system to the pure civilian system then. Because according to the statement he made, that he is going to be the last military man to be a civilian president. If I could remember, he made that statement then. That's why he chose to choose Yaradua and the Jonathan then, to make sure that, because Babangida, I know Babangida is trying to become a president also, because Obasanjo tried to block Babangida and the other military cabal that wanted to become president of Nigeria as a civilian. But he may made a mistake, true. He made a mistake, true. But for the misunderstanding between the Atiku and Obasanjo, Obasanjo want to make a third time attempt that time, and Atiku is trying to against it, because Atiku also his ambition is to become the next president of Nigeria. And we can see that the relationship will not work, and it won't be war. They are just trying to pretend that it's going to be war, because Atiku went to Abeokuta to go and beg Obasanjo for forgiveness, because he really know that he offended Obasanjo. And the problem we have now is
do you see Obasanjo's comment, this latest comment? Do you see it as somewhat of a Yoruba agenda or a Peter Obi agenda? Is it an anti-North agenda that Obasanjo is playing?
Obasanjo may have his own choice of candidates to become the president of Nigeria, but he cannot precisely, or he cannot choose, or he cannot say it out that I'm supporting social candidate. Maybe he's supporting Atiku, or he's supporting Peter Obi, or he's supporting Bola Tinubu. But because Obasanjo he know all of them, because they are all politicians, they know themselves, they know who's. But for me, if you check around, you can see support Peter Obi, because Peter Obi is a young candidate among them all, and he know Atiku very well. He know what Atiku can do and he cannot do, and he know Tinubu also. He know all of them. But among the three candidates,
Obasanjo is one of those people. He's one of those people that is really keen for a generational shift in the Nigerian. He wants all of those people out of the way. Like you are saying, Moses. He may well be favoring Peter Obi.
Yes. He won that in the beginning when he was a president. He won that. I told you that. But in the Nigerian system, there are some cabal. Even though when Obasanjo was a president, he faced a lot of challenges from the Senate, from the House of Assembly. He faced a lot of challenges that you cannot do this, you cannot do that. And if you check now, during this regime now, you see that the Senate, they support this president that when Obasanjo was a president. So for me, there's nothing Obasanjo can do now than to say what he has in his mind, what he wants Nigeria to be. Because if you check now, he cannot come out and say, I support Obi, or I support this and that. But in his own mind, his mind go for Obi. That's the truth of it.
I think so too. I think Obasanjo, if it was down to Obasanjo, he would pick Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria. There's no doubt about that, because I think he wants a generational shift in leadership in Nigeria. And I think that might well be what he's speaking to, you know. I'm sure he will make comments to criticize Tinubu as well very shortly.
Thank you very much, Oman. Thank you very much. You know, if you check, if it is not, I'm telling you that the problem we have now is from Jonathan. If not, if Jonathan listening to Obasanjo advice or something like that, as elderly as somebody that he trusts, he trusts that okay, you are a pure civilian. Let's put you as a vice president to Yaradua, and at the end of the day, Jonathan misused the opportunity. That's what makes us in the current situation we are now. If not so, maybe we will not be in this current situation. You understand what I'm saying? But for now, who is he going to try? Is he if you put Obi or Obi is have opportunity to be the president of Nigeria? Obi is going to do the same thing, or is not going to do the same thing? So that's the problem we have in Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria is when you have the power, the power to be. You believe that nobody can control you, nobody can advise you. You can do whatever you like. And that's the problem we have now, because the immunity the president have is very strong enough that the president can do whatever he like, can decide whatever he like. And when even though I become president of Nigeria tomorrow, if I see the power that surround me, I can misbehave, because I believe nobody can control me, nobody can tell me what to do. Well, that's the problem we have in Nigeria. So we need to rebuild our constitution. That's because without that constitution, I don't know what we can do. We need to go back to 1966 constitution so we can have a good government. That's my own advice. That's my own suggestion.
All right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Moses. So thank you, Moses. So Moses, let me acknowledge some of the super chats coming in before we carry on with the conversation. So this is Kulata coming into that space that Two Niger was occupying, and it's somewhat not even somewhat, clearly categorically agrees with Two Niger. It says Two Niger is spot on. Nigeria lives on subsidy. So Two Niger is spot on. Nigeria lives on subsidy. What Kulata says to that conversation, somewhat endorsing the narrative that Two Niger presented. Kulata carries on with the super charts, and it says our system subsidizes the rich rent seekers. So our system subsidizes the rich rent seekers. So a lot packed into that, because even when before Buhari came into government, he told us categorically that there was no such thing as subsidy, that the whole thing was a scam. But then, of course, when he came into governance, the subsidy went up by 1,000-fold. So, like you said, it's rent-seeking, most of it, really. Sonny Uta comes in with a super chart. He says, that is why I say Nigerians are wicked. So I'm not quite sure which part of the conversation he started that into, but certainly the whole of the conversation even is still enwrapped in that super chart. That is why I say we Nigerians are wicked. So that is what our Sonny Uta rather says via super chart. So hopefully I've skimmed through all of them. Let me just make sure. So we're up to date with the. Let's make sure we're up to date with the super charts. So we're up to date with the super charts. So thank you for the super chat, all the people that have done that. So let me take the conversation on to which voice have we not heard? Let me take it to Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, you've been listening to the conversation. So come in then and give your insertion as to what your thoughts are. So your thoughts are. Especially to that space that Two Niger opened up, that we should just pull the band-aid off in one sharp move, and then wait for it to cure. So just a sharp move is what Two Niger was recommending. But what are your thoughts on that conversation that just took place, Emmanuel? Emmanuel? All right. I think Emmanuel? All right.
Emmanuel, don't go to bed.
Look at that. All right. So let's go to Ovie then, who joins us. So Ovie, I'm sure you've been listening to the conversation. So share your thoughts, Ovie.
Well, the one part that actually I paid attention to because I was going through what I was going to say here. Was it two Nigeria was saying that the Nigerian government are scared of the people. That's why not you guys are talking about subsidy. I say you don't understand. Now, and you're saying that Nigeria will give them common subsidy, Nigeria will just suffer small. That's suffer small. How many months or how many years are we talking about before I talk with my point? To Nigeria. Hello, can anyone hear me?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you said Nigeria will only suffer for how many months or how many years?
6 months. It says 6 months.
6 months.
6 months to a year, it should be over because the inflation rate in Nigeria is already covering most of that anyway.
So now, Nigerian government are not scared of Nigeria. They are scared of losing election. If you remember, if you are paying attention, if you remember what happened to Goodluck Jonathan, it's not about subsidy anyway, but when they increased the fuel price, the opposition party used that opportunity to rally around the whole Nigeria, and you see what happened. You see the count card and what happened. Pretty much everybody, both intellectuals, business, everybody was on the street, and it went ahead and affect Goodluck. So that is what Buhari was trying to do when they test that thing, and they kind of tell to respond how Nigerians are going to respond. That is why they drove back. They say, because if they actually do what you are saying, yes, on the long run, Nigerians will benefit. That's a fact. But which government won't risk that the hunger for that 6-month hunger or 1 year hardship? Because that will potentially their opponent will take advantage of the situation and work against it and they will lose the election. So they are not scared of Nigeria, they are scared of losing the election. We should get that very clear.
It's the same thing, isn't it? They are scared either way. They have to do what Nigerians want.
It's just losing an election is there because losing an election is losing everything. Because
in other words, they have to give Nigerians what they want.
Gradually. Not that step you want to take. That one will affect everybody. They can't
I think the sharper is the better even because it will pass very quickly.
See, now you see like that because you are not in their shoes.
No, pregnant women, see, we are going through hardship already. Let's not mince word. Things are already hard.
Look, the more Nigeria, let's even say, okay, they go that route. The more the situation of Nigerians get better. Do you think these people will stand a chance to win any local government on top of presidency? No. It's a game. They know what they are doing. So they would rather they give and make them small. If they want to take that risk, they don't want to lose the because the politics we play that winner take it all. Once you don't assume that position, you have the monopoly of everything, including violence. So when you know how that power, waiting did that power, then you understand what is happening. Not be say watching it also is not possible. It is possible, and they want to risk that period. They don't want to risk because it will affect every Nigeria. And the opposition party will use that opportunity to rally around them and they might not even get over it. So now
you see what they do in the West here, they do it at the very moment they get into office. If you do it the first time you get into office, within 2-3 years, people will forget everything. I can assure you that. That's what they do here.
It depends. It depends on what you are talking about. If you are talking, it depends on the country you are talking about here.
Nigerians will forget it the moment if the next president comes in, does it within the next first 3 months, within 2 years they would have forgotten this because they would be seeing the benefits then.
You see it like that because you don't understand what is in for this guy. Most of these guys don't merit what they are enjoying. They know. None of them, just as I always ask people, if they give you the power, you want to say, do Nigeria, produce Nigerian president. All these names, where would they hear? So it never come to mind. You know that. So the more the situation of Nigerians get better, the more them will lose their chances. They know that. So now, the day we will be realizing and so the game be, and we're able to organize ourselves regardless of what, then there's going to be a problem. Because they hate cohesion, either in peace or in anything we will bring the majority together. Regardless of what, they will find a way to turn it down. So the same thing, that's how they implement their policy too. So the policy they implement is not out of incompetence. I've been saying all this. It's deliberate. Just to keep the majority, but they don't get, just like you see now, you see what money they do for politics now. And no, they save that money. When that day come, this money will play, will come to just know how you want to do it. People are hungry. So now,
I think there is a little bit of a hole in the argument there, because if you look at every country that is doing better, their rich people are doing better than Nigeria's rich people.
those countries,
If
how
the
long
cow,
it took them time? They not just flip overnight. That's the problem. They not flip overnight. It takes them time to get to the activity they achieve. So they make mistake, they publish and say, cover all their loopholes. They know. Not be say they just overnight. I understand. Just like people they talk of revolution, we did not go fear just because of which, because it's a force now, competition between us and them, and they know they have all the resources to just keep us. Imagine just look at our education overnight. Nigerian education just become rubbish, even among the West African nation. And you think they know? They know. All of them, most of them benefited from the good education that was there before them. All of them, but all of a sudden everything just turned upside down. History, they don't teach anybody. You think they don't know? They know what they are doing.
they have compromised our country. They have lied to our people. They are not nobody is willing to make the hard calls. Sooner or later, somebody will. And if we don't take it now that is gentle, some other person is going to come in and make it harder for everybody.
Don't they start already? You understand? The awareness. Imagine, just what I keep saying. People wait and born 99 and they don't understand. Say, okay, it's all now politics. Those that born earlier before, they don't understand. Say, yes, you cannot actually move forward without these people. So it's every sense of the need for us to actually get involved by crook or by any means. We don't get that now. So as time goes on, the more the general public begin to aware how the system works, then but even them, then they are ahead of us. Then go see they plan every other means to just make sure say, but and they will test this just like will be momentum now. It's a good thing, but these people will test how long can the obedient carry all this momentum. How long they will test them. Even after the election, whether they win or no win, they want to know if this momentum can still continue. If it continues, that is now the win-win situation. That has to win. It doesn't matter if we win the presidency, but if that momentum continuing after him, then he has done something great.
Yeah.
So it's a time, but it depends on our awareness. The more we are ready, the more we will be shorting the period that we have to endure these people. It all depends on us.
It's always been depending on us, and I think that's where the true power lies. If we don't take it, they will keep using it for us.
So one man, sorry, I don't from impression go. Well, we'll go on. One talk about Soludo.
Yes, talk about Soludo. So Soludo now inserts a knife into that somewhat. That's the second plot that is having at Peter Obi, of course. But there it is. I think there's somewhat a mini skirmish going on between Soludo and Peter Obi, which a lot of people might not be aware of. Because a champion is now evolving out of the southeast. And that champion is looking like Peter Obi. But the natural person to evolve as the voice of that space should be somebody like Soludo, who is more intelligent, better educated, a lot more astute and acute, and a lot more advanced in terms of achievement. So he, I think, feels a sense that his boots are being stolen. And first, he came out with that 20 million to 100 billion, which he made a public hoo-ha about. And then he's now come out today to tell us that anybody crossing to labor will labor in vain. So that goes against the rhyme and reason. He is the Anambra governor, remember? And Peter Obi, of course. So do you detect that, or am I going conspiracy theory too far? And what do you think it means by labor in vain?
This is what I'm saying here. I mean, if there's one thing I'll give Obi is that ability for him to stay with the mainstream media, even though he don't the out of power for the past 16 or 18 years. I could be wrong with that number, but he has been out of office for over 10 years. But for him to still maintain that irrelevance within the mainstream media, I cut out for him. And whoever that is, putting that together, top notch. Now, this, if you look at the political space now Obi, whether you like it or not, obedience there everywhere. And no matter the propaganda where they throw and be obedient, they flip them around. So now, what is playing out here with Soludo? Before they make I ask one question. Do anybody know the Apga presidential candidate? Anybody know? Anambra former state chief judge, Peter Umedi. So nobody know. But if you read that, if you read the complete waiting Soludo talk about Peter Obi, you understand that India actually promotes the party. That Nainsi get, as far as Anambra is concerned, is still in charge. It's a pity that those that labor to build the party, labored in vain, they left now, so they labored in vain. Many people may labor in vain. So he said, I see went ahead and point out so many things, make sure those that are calling for their senator, that is the former Apga chairman who left the party to join Labour Party so that we feel achieve his senatorial ambition. So he's taking shot at all the board, indirectly drawing that attention. Before you know now, the obedience, they go rush him. So from that rush, before you know, the mainstream media, they go begin be the presidential candidate, come, the interview and all the true propaganda around. So everybody, it's not the game with this. So either way you see them, it is now win-win for them. Now win-win for is that they don't achieve their aim. So Ludo has achieved that aim for that party. So because, and if you go ahead and say this, by the time proper campaign starts, we will know who get Anambra. I'm paraphrasing now. We will know who get Anambra. So don't forget, as the election they come, the local government, House of National House of Assembly, and all those people who go big election within that space, Labour go feed to them. So he's still saying that are they in my house with this? Are they in charge? So it's anybody that takes shot at Obi now, because of how active the obedience are, they are just actually helping the other party to come to the permutation that is going on within the media, both the internet and everywhere. So Obi is a spirit.
I take it that you are on board with all this obedient.
I've been saying now. I've been saying that as a composer, as a Talakawa, if the more votes Obi gets, na PDP will affect pass, because the stronghold of PDP in Southeast and the South. And Obi don't colonize the whole place now. So the more vote Obi gets, the more it will draw Atiku.
Who profits from that?
Who profit from that? We profit from that because the election. Now look at it this way, because if you listen to the spokesperson to our party this evening for an election, wherein they even actually solicit say, me Nigerian the CEO, the person we really want to work with now Peter Obi. And he went ahead to say the last time where Igbo man they on the table of discussion at the national level, Chief Alex Ikweme. So they stand another chance now to have Peter Obi on the table. And again, they went ahead to say that PDP in the next 8 years, that is the APC in the next 8 years, their presidential candidate is going to the north. PDP, their presidential candidate may likely go to the south. So, but if they join PDP, they start a chance for 8 years time. So you see how everybody does
it. Peter Obi is being played. I think.
What I'm saying. Now, where I'm going with this is that if it then continue like this, if there's no green match and they go 4 ways, it's going to go 4 ways. That means we are going to have a second round election. Even though we never have done, but it will happen for this one because none of them will have a clear number to get that.
How will it go? How will it go 4 ways?
Good. This is it. Now, let's say, of course, politically and however you want to put an identity politics they play, in north and south. Within the southern space, the vote will be shared between these 3 candidates: Tinubu, Peter Obi, and Atiku. Right, fine. You give the whole southwest to the Jagaban, that one sure. You understand? But because of what happened to Wike, right? If Wike decide to, Wike will definitely work against them, even though if you know leave. So it will be difficult to where the stronghold of PDP, which is the southeast and the south.
So who will Wike work for? I too think that Wike will work against them, but who do you think Wike will work for?
That's what is going to happen, because I don't know what team they won't offer them to appease them for him to actually work for them. But apart from that, Wike is leaving office, so Ingo they find how Ingo they save himself.
Yeah, but who will they work for? Who will they work for?
it will likely paint a place where don't be surprised if you wake up tomorrow and say there's a 9 running mate to Conco. So don't be surprised. So it go see ready.
It won't go with Kwakwanso Ovie. It would likely. It would likely.
Anything is possible. One man.
No. Anything is possible. But what is more probable is really the thing. Wike has been one of the leading proponents of power must transit to the south. Okay. So you have to suggest that he will go with the southerner.
If I your call owes the 17th class in Asaba, remember? You remember? If I Ogonwa, he owes the 17th class, the 17 governors with the demand presidency. He owes them in Asaba. The first meeting they had to say he must come to South. No be Asaba. Where is he today? No be vice president to Atiku. And now politics, one man. Forget this.
Look, I see Wike more packing his influence with Tinubu.
He need to save himself after he come out for office. He has to. He no get choice. So
yes, then he will have to go with somebody who is likely to be president, which is not.
Now let me break it down where I'm going. Now you see where I'm going with it. Now, if let's say he remain or however, but it's a factor within that South. Now the way Obi they go, I doubt if any of those kind of go fit beat down for Southeast. You understand? But now you can't come, so they don't share that the South. Tinubu will likely get more votes within that region because of the numbers of the state the South has, right? And maybe go fit get small for Edo and every other region. So it might likely come first among those three. Now come to the north. As it is now. Atiku no fit beat Konkoso for north. When I mean north, the whole 3 zones in the north, he no fit beat them. As it is, as we speak today. Now,
what are you predicating that upon?
Because the kind underground work that is going on. As we speak, we already have about 27 governors. Now, you know, say what NPP is doing that.
You have 27 governors from where?
Governor candidate already. Look, this is how they do it. We go after the aggrieved politicians, those that were denied tickets, who are popular in their state, but they were denied ticket based on zoning or whatever. Now then with the attack, they give a ticket. So don't worry, as time goes on, you will see. By the time we don't finally present our experiences there, you will see say the permutation will change again.
Should I tell you what will happen, Ovie, as far as I see?
Let me finish. I'm getting close to where. Let me finish, then you tell me what is going to happen.
Okay, go on.
So now, clearly NPP go in match number 1 for North. Now, that's why you see say this men now, they know everybody is not, they are not actually speaking or talking because the numbers are not adding up for any of them. So they are putting the numbers together. Now, let's say Tinubu go carry Pantami, you understand, as his running mate, because now the only way they fit reduce NPP reducing small vote with that. If they fit carry Muslim now and that person
Tinubu is going with Ganduje.
If you know, go get one single vote for not be that. So if that possible now they'll come. 2 people will not likely go to the second round, and if we go so win for no, because of that number, it will be the first person in the north. Then because of the ratio between the they share the south, now who go emerge? Likely go between Tinubu or PDP. They will come go for the second round for nation. So that's why I say make obedient. They go meet the goes. They go just allocate votes, give them. Maybe we see what happen to show they give them 35,000.
Can I interject 1 minute?
It's just wild stuff. This is.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Wild stuff.
Ovie, can I interject?
Yeah, in Israel they talk. It don't happen before. Yes, go ahead.
Ovie, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay, Ovie, as they talk in a party, your party NFPP, it go win for not. Your party will not get structure, will not get anything other than Kano and the next state to Kano. How will go win everything?
If you pay attention, Zulum for Boronu, who campaign for Bama, who campaign within that region. As in they talk, now Konkosia with the years the crowd they shout. Konkosia and Talakawa. You don't understand, but no media know they go there because election no dey on internet, no polling move online. That day when you go see them. As we speak, even Akwa Ibom, we know give ticket for Akwa Ibom. The PDP former PDP secretary to the caretaker committee under Goni.
Okay, shall I tell you what will happen? And you can mark this down within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Because what Kwakwanso is actually doing, just for your own, you are sitting down, so this may come as bad news to you or a surprise. Kwakwanso is not running for the presidency, so forget that.
Okay.
Kwakwanso is running for relevance. That is what he's running for. And Kwakwanso is running for a base for negotiation. So within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you will see Kwakwanso park his influence either with Atiku or Tinubu. So that's what he's going to do.
Another thing may likely happen if the obedient join force with the Concosia, the election now you don't feel no second round.
No, that's not happening. That's not happening.
Well, okay, that's a possibility too. So not to believe say Concosia is there for relevance. This thing don't happen before. If you follow history, you will know say that the election of America of 1860 that put America straight. When succession is one go, now the same thing. No, succession is one go for Nigeria. They do us. So now the same thing. Now that was the first time they have 4 ways election in America when Abraham Lincoln win, and Abraham Lincoln no get one single vote for South. Because in fact, matter of fact, no good day for some ballot paper for Southern America. But because of the way the country is divided, just like in America, the way Nigeria is divided, the North, the Union has 19 states in America. The white today, what they call it, we get 17.
All right.
So everything not even don't happen whenever before. But as I said, it depends on who he pick as his running mate. It could just be one way straight.
Kwakwanso is not running for president. He's running for influence. He's running for relevance. And within the next 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, it will move his influence into somebody that's a serious candidate. But that is what I think. Either Atiku or Tinubu, that's where it's going. And it's just using Peter Obi for clout.
You know who he gave his delegate to, the PDP delegate of Kano? You know who he give out to?
It doesn't matter. It
matters. Now Wike he give it to Wike. Yes.
Let me tell you something about the obedient people in Southeast. I was privileged to be in a small meeting with some representatives. They are saying that if P2B doesn't bring out money for this coming election, that you should just forget all these things. That's what they are saying.
P2B is just noise making now. Nobody takes him seriously.
Okay. We will see now. Actually, I'm happy that we see all this thing that we are seeing in the future. God give us life. Go say I go play.
All right, but Mark just was 3 weeks. Within 3 weeks, Kwakwanso will pack his influence under a serious candidate. That is what he will do.
Now, Obasanjo. Should I touch on that?
Carry on.
The Obasanjo that is. I say is a make mistake point, and number 2 na mistake, right? I'm paraphrasing here, but again, you like it or hate Otto Obasanjo, even though I don't like him, now good politician, he know when to speak, and he know where to speak. You put everything into a contest, and you can't see the reply when the people when the article reply, they don't actually go after them directly like that. So don't be surprised as that goes on. You go see say the Tinubu Atiku say you go see him for water. You go see him for
water.
Yes.
Obasanjo don't say more than that before when he write books, and then when Atiku know how he go cash him, he go carry Oyedepo. He go carry those pastors for South. He go carry and go meet her now. Obasanjo go surrender again. Go support her. Wait,
You understand the game. You understand it.
So, go carry Christian leader. Carry him.
This is politics at best. You understand? I study. I like to study politics. This is politics at its best. All this propaganda where they go shoot to be obedience go return. They just say the way all the propaganda they enter on board. The main ones will come in the future if the game proceed like this. Now. And again, if you look at this, the 2 old guys, Tinubu and Atiku, who have so many baggage and whatever against them, but they select which one they could put forward first because times is day. That's why they select the most we get better ways to actually affect them. They put them forward now. which is what is happening to Tinubu with the credential order. Before you know, couple of days away from now, it will fade out. Na article they will introduce again with some kind scandal or some kind things wey no make sense. They don't cook before. Now so they go engage us before we know. If you don't remain 2 weeks, or be 2 months, 2 weeks, we go just say debate. They go find ways say debate no day, and we don't know their policy. We could not scrutinize their politics. Election don't come, election don't go.
All right, thank you, Ovie. So, Ovie, for reasons of time, let's go on to Kulata, who also joins us. And I suspect that you've come to have your input on that space that Two Niger opened up. Kulata, good to have you.
Hey, nice to have you guys. Great platform. So, Two Niger, I mean, you guys, I mean, I'm seeing the chat. People kind of think he's mean, his outlets is this, but Two Niger is hitting on some things like the prices you obtain in Nigeria, they're nowhere near what you see in even other African countries that are poorer than us. And what that means is you won't be able to attract foreign investment because you're not guaranteeing the returns of those investments. And in the situation where the government naturally should have stepped in to kind of like provide real subsidy, that subsidy that the government is supposed to provide is going to be the biggest pie for everybody to chop. So whenever government attempts to subsidize and kind of reduce price across the board, nothing is really getting subsidized. People are just chopping and chopping. So like, you know, back in Jonathan's time, I even had some friends that did all this oil subsidy stuff, because all the guys did was someone will buy oil, they will take a round trip around the ocean, maybe to Benin Republic, and turn back, add another zero, and that was the subsidy. So that was getting out of the books. People were not really getting subsidized. There was barely petrol in Jonathan period, but a lot of boys they were making bank. Same thing under Buhari is a little bit more myopic. It's more centralized, but actually it's gotten worse. So whenever government tries to interfere in any of these things, and you're not attracting private investors to come and do what they do best, it's just creating inefficiency in the economy. People are used to prices, but the services will not be there. So look at the power now. Those people are not they'll be cheating you. They won't be able to provide you the service. And for them to make the money that they need to make, they have to cheat. But if they were allowed to kind of like charge normal international prices or normal prices, then there's incentive for them to invest. Right now, they're disincentivized to invest because Nigerians are not willing to pay what it takes. So they'll just keep on riding these small megawatts everybody is transmitting and distributing and still charge you anyway. So attracting an inefficient system attracts mediocrity. We will not grow, and then we will not be able to attract foreign investments, because with foreign investments, we can unleash other aspects of our economy. Like the little foreign investment we had under Jonathan, we enjoyed it. And before and under Obasanjo. So it's one of the reasons Buhari's government has failed woefully, because of all these draconian, like socialistic tendencies. Like when you think about socialism in a country like Nigeria, where people are different, it's not going to work because it's just avenue to steal. But when you look at socialism in like Scandinavian countries, socialism only works in areas where people are alike. They actually have genuine love for each other. Maybe if we break into regions, maybe at the regional level, maybe some form of socialism will work. Like, you know, the Maolowo days, it worked a little bit because then it was only Yoruba and Edo, cousins, and each region had a system. So don't blame what Two Nigeria is saying. Don't think it's harsh or anything. The reality is you need to attract foreign currency. People need to bring money to come and invest and make returns in Nigeria. And if you don't make the enabling environment for a businessman to be able to make profit, they just will not bring their money in. And at the end of the day, what are we left with? We're left with nothing.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, Kulata. It wasn't even necessarily that it was harsh, but it was impractical. Was what I thought. But that's just my subjective view. Maybe superior minds to mine. Superior minds.
Yeah, politically, politically is a suicide mission. I'm not gonna lie.
No, the subsidy has to go. That's the one thing. And the subsidy is even. It doesn't even really exist in real time. It's just a scam, as you've just now described. But
yes,
what really, what more to the point was that the addition of an extra 300-400, maybe 500% on people that are already. People come here to tell us that life is so crippling in that space. So if life is crippling to that level, and then you add an additional 300-500 level layer of impoverishment to an already impoverished situation, and you say that they have to make the adjustments. So what wiggle room is there for that adjustment? It was my question. And what I was suggesting. Go on.
In this case, our government needs to be sincere and make some, palliative measures, which may be in direct terms, like maybe providing. It's going to be useless on the long run anyway, but for the short term, they need to kind of provide like some transportation. This is where like a useful government will build good roads, provide more transportation, like things where you can actually benchmark, okay, this person's income means you'll be eligible for this kind of bus service or something. So it will shift naturally where the money you're targeting is targeted to the people that need it the most, not just a blank check subsidy or the ones where people are manipulating in NNPC.
No,
so
I think that was what Tunai said as well. But what I was suggesting was that if we isolate the fuel subsidy as just the test case, which we know is a fallacy, but then why are we subsidizing fuel? Because we are exporting crude to be refined only to bring the refined product back to Nigeria. So, and we've been doing that for such a long time. And if you removed that subsidy of that round tripping, which is really where the burden of the cost is, and you localize the cost of the process rather of refining oil, which is not beyond the capacity of man, certainly not the Nigerian space. We've been doing it before. So if you did that, and there's been sufficient enough time for that to have been done, then you do not really have to. You can remove the fuel subsidy without increasing the price of petroleum, so that insulates itself. Rather than remove the. If you remove this price of subsidy, and you are still round tripping the thing, it's just a nonsense, So the thing is more localized, and the people don't have to carry they don't have to carry the burden of pain, for fuel subsidy to be removed. Is really where I was, yeah.
But look at how wicked a country and how wicked our leaders are. For over 20 years, people have been chopping money for turnaround maintenance of refineries. Is it rocket science? Is it rocket science to make a refinery work?
The money would have built 5 more refineries, just those turnaround monies. Yeah.
Yes, it's not rocket science, but one change is happening. The only person that can change Nigeria is actually changing it. When Dangote's refinery goes up, the government is going to change its policy. Mark my words, government will change the policy to favor Dangote, because Dangote, they will remove that subsidy once the Dangote refinery is ready. We will have no choice by that time. And of course,
we should be upstream by next year.
Yeah, by next year, something will happen by next year. But if you say our government should build refinery, how much has this man alone chopped on it? What's the name of that guy from the East that had diabetes? One guy. He's been chopping money since on this turnaround maintenance for years, billions and billions of dollars. Like, you sure shake your head. It's the same way they give military money to go and fight soldiers. They keep the money at home. Like, we're that bad. And this is because you keep the resources in the government. If you take the resources out of the government and people will use it, it will be efficient. Well, when you try and socialize in a society where everybody has their own selfish interest, that's exactly what happens. We can't even build refinery. for the love of God, refinery, ordinary refinery.
But it was just that I recoiled from the idea of removing subsidy, wage stagnating, and asking people to adjust. I just can't see where the wiggle room is, where the maneuverability is for the Nigerian person to adjust still.
One man went to Mo. People are asked to make sacrifices with their lives for their nation.
Right.
If it's to heal Nigeria's Malay that we have been suffering for decades now, don't you think it is worth the price? I'm not saying it's not going to be painful, but the pain is the way out of the mess we are in. And I think the pain is minimal compared to the pain most other countries have had to pay to get to where they are.
Don't you think that sacrifices have to come from the top? And some people from the top have to lead by example?
That's why I said you subsidize the poorest, which will cost you about maybe 10% of what the subsidy
Or what
is
you're currently
for 1
paying
year,
right now.
while the rich, the people that are well off, pay face the full brunt of the removal of the failed subsidies. You take care of the most vulnerable that cannot survive it.
Look, have you ever seen any country in the world that, an oil producing company in the world that does not refine their own oil? Tell me one country.
It's because we are not secure. If our country is not secure, we'll be compromised.
No, what makes the country not secure? What makes that country not secure?
Got to do with that question?
Did you check that link? Man went to Mo about the gray zone. See, there are different kinds of war that is being waged against countries. Our countries are kept this way because we are fighting wars on different fronts. They don't want us to develop. Some people don't want us to develop, and our people are capitalizing on that too.
Who are the people that doesn't want us to develop? Who are those people?
There are many European countries that will not want us to develop.
We should stop this. I don't get it. European make us not to refine our own oil.
Yes.
Corruption by leadership.
If you want to put it direct like that, yes. If you want to put it like that, yes.
But we were refining our oil up to the Abacha period.
Yes.
Okay, what did they consider Abacha period? Abacha no, they give them. The Abacha na yes or no now. Abacha was an evil leader from the Western world because he no give cut out to them.
Why do you want to blame? Why do you want to blame Europeans for not being able to refine?
He said there are Nigerians who are going with them making this thing possible.
Yes, now the Nigerians, but we can't say Europeans are the ones preventing.
Ultimately, we are responsible, but
we are responsible for it.
We can be responsible, and we can know that some other person is setting our house on fire. Just because
nobody is setting your house on fire.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Nobody is setting your house on fire.
Let me tell you this. I will repeat this again. Since the 14th century or 13th century, actually.
We want to go history.
No, because you need to understand. You need to understand where most of our problem is coming from, and we are still making the mistakes our forefathers made. This is why we are colonized and enslaved. And this is why we have still not gotten ourselves out of the problem. We are not engaged in the world like other groups are engaging with the world. We are living in like a hole, a black hole of this is backwater, really. We have to get ourselves out of here. We think it's going to be easy. Do you see what it takes for all the others? Look at what's happening in Ukraine right now.
Can I ask you a question?
You have to engage with the world.
Why we were building those refineries? Why those external countries did not? Why didn't they stop us from building those refineries?
Good point.
Why would they stop us? Because they know we are giants. We are competing with France. We are competing with France in West Africa. France has a lot of colonies.
You know that Dangote's refinery is the top 3 biggest in the world, if not the biggest in the world.
I think
no, it's not one. It's not one of the 3rd biggest. It's like number 7. It's like number 7.
Will you agree with me that? Will you agree with me that for us to actually turn Nigeria around the way we want it under one generation, we have to offend so many Western nations?
Why did you say that? I didn't hear you.
Why did you say that?
Yes,
I didn't hear
what
you.
measure where we could take
Mm-hmm.
They no go away with that because we have to cause so many trade relations. We have to actually zone ourselves and face ourselves within ourselves without their interference, and they cannot stand that.
I agree with you, Ovie. They have
If
an
we want to
influence.
be under one generation to turn it out the way we want it, we actually have to step on so many toes.
I disagree. Let me make one quick. Let me make one quick point. Do you guys remember 2 years or 3 years ago? This PPIRD, that thing that the one company went to sue us in America, sued us in UK, and that they were going to charge us some billions of dollars. You remember? Yeah, that Danjuma. Exactly. You see, it's those kind of contracts that we do because it involves quick money and involves not doing anything. We're very destructive. Let's not blame other people for our own shortcomings.
That's part of it.
We're very destructive.
That's part of it.
Don't blame them. You see, the people that they're giving all this, they gave license to refine. These are the people that they gave license to import. Why would I go and build a refinery and be wasting sweat when I can just carry ship to go to Brazil, go to
most of our leaders are stupid. Our leaders know that Western leaders are richer than us. They have more money to spend. America spent trillions on its budget. We spent 26 billion US dollars. They are richer than us by a mile. Do you think our leaders don't understand that if we get richer as a country, they too become richer? Do you have a cow and you make the cow slim?
I think it's the black man syndrome.
You can make more.
Black man.
The black man syndrome.
Kulata and Tunaija, if I may say something about all those conspiracy against Oyibo.
We don't export, we only import. Majority of
what is going on here?
Two Nigerian Kulata.
All right. Hold on. What would their reaction be? Where would they? What is the bilateral agreement?
Everyone includes you over here. Everyone includes you over here. But let's hear from. Sorry, engineer, but I want to hear from Ola, and then I want to start to round off after that. So in the rounding off, then you can just have that say that you've not had the chance to say. But Ola, you've come in just at the last minute, so you only have a moment to have your insertion. So Ola, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you. See, all those conspiracy against Oyibo that Oyibo doesn't want us to develop, all those in our story, they did the same thing to China, for example. China move on. See, our own, we have some policy that do not favor us. You see, some of those people that are in charge of this thing, once you are taking subsidy away, it's like you are deregulating. You are doing what you are doing to telecommunication sector to them. You are taking what they feed on away. So they will try everything to frustrate. So that is why your refinery will never work, because they still want to maintain some kind of crooked federal character so that they can allocate, they can budget money that they can sit on, because that is the skill they have. They don't have the skill to compete. Some of these people don't have the skill to compete in the modern world. So they want the status quo. So even here in Canada, for example, I've seen a situation whereby even BC, for example, versus Alberta, just to run pipeline to that place, the politics was so tense. And these BC people were buying petroleum from America, and they were buying from Saudi Arabia within the same country. And these are Igbo people, if you want to see it that way. So now, this is Canada versus Canada now. One province in Canada versus, they were playing all politics against themselves. Who is that person influencing them? They are the one, because BC, they have a greater stake by conniving with the external forces to do their own rather than getting this thing from Alberta, because they don't want Alberta to be ahead of them. So it's internal. The same thing is playing in Nigeria. Those people that will be taking subsidy away from, and that you will say, so our Nigerians are the one doing Nigeria. It's not France, it's not United Kingdom that don't want us to develop. We should just we should stop giving these people credit of what they've not done. See, United Kingdom and France, they are just playing in the real market world. You know, they are just part of the market forces. In the normal market forces, your companies don't want to play against you normally, not as if as a country, whether you are Saudi, they don't care. They are playing normally. It depends on the way you play your game. We've been playing our game badly. That's just it. It's not as if they sat down somewhere, we don't want Nigeria to move. No. After all, Nigeria is part of OPEC. Why are they not doing the same thing to Saudi Arabia? Why are they not doing the same thing to Russia? So see, when we fail, let us accept our failure and don't let us start pushing our failure to someone who is not responsible for our failure. So our incompetence and the way we politicize everything, we tribalize everything in Nigeria, the same thing is affecting us. You look at those competent people, you take them away, you use tribal sentiment to put people there. So are the people, were they the one that destroy our national career? Were they the one that destroy our national rate? Were they the one that destroy our airport? Were they the one that destroy our education? Abba, we should stop blaming these people.
I won't go. Make I just now ask question. I won't go. Let me ask a question. Ola, Tunaja made a point that let's use America as an example. The American budget is in trillions, ours is in billions. You won't tell me you want to do this an agreement with somebody that is more richer than you, and you believe that the agreement no go favor them over you. What is your leverage?
How did they get to that trillion?
How did they get to that trillion? It took them over 250 years. I'm not saying it's going to take us that long. It depends on our own participation in this so-called politics that we are playing.
It depends on who is.
Are they the one putting our electricity into the exclusive list? Everything they should deregularize. You see how those Oyibo play. Wait now Oyibo carry everything they used to develop their environment. Everything they have in the exclusive list in Nigeria, they are not in the exclusive list, their state. So are they the one doing that?
In the 80s, we are richer than China. In the 80s.
To be fair to Nigeria, say something. Say the fault is both partly ours and mainly theirs. You know, just everything. What you are saying now.
Singapore
wait, listen now. Let me finish. What Allah is saying now that the policy that these people are in Nigeria now, them the influencer. No, now because we don't know. When I mean we, now the larger majority now actually don't know our role in this so-called democracy we are practicing. By the time we actually know our role, we decide to play, they're not going to fit steal or install those kind of politics like that. So I understand your argument too on the inner side. So the elite with the goals with them, they understand that this game that is at play, we are still baby, we never understand that the way they understand that. They are ahead of us. So they know. So that's why person go carry billions, they go just put out our face, we know if we do anything. You understand? A time will come that will not happen again. But I just pray that they will not shift now from politicians stealing. It will not be the old democracy that will not be taken over by corporation, just like it is over here.
All right, brilliant, well put. So thank you, V. So that's a good spot to leave it. So we start to round off. Thank you, everybody. It's been quite a feisty session, which is exactly as we like it. So the star of today has to be Tunaja, who came and just I think this is the second time you dropped some psychedelic idea to ruffle the feathers. So more of that, please. So thank you for that, Tunaja. But we seek to round out, of course, to land on Ajale Koko. We kick it off with Moses. And Moses is just a short window for somebody to have just a monologue just to round off the things they may not have had the chance to say. So it's not a full-blown out narrative. So it's a sonnet, not a prose. So your sonnet, Moses.
For me, we need to work on our constitution. That's the first thing. If you want Nigeria to grow, you work on our constitution. So every part of Nigeria, every citizen of Nigeria will have equal rights. That's the first thing. The second thing is we need to eradicate corruption. All our parastatals in Nigeria, all of them, they are corrupt. Even though our politicians, they are all corrupt. All our parastatals, they are corrupt. Military, police, health, education, everywhere you go to, airport, everywhere we are corrupt. Even though in the Aso Rock, they corrupt also. Because, for example, I just want to do a little example for you. In my company here, they wanted to move their airline to Nigeria. Could you believe the condition they give them? They are asking them for bribe. Whereby when they establish in Nigeria, they will employ a lot of people. A lot of people will get a job. They are demanding presidents will collect, senior president will collect, speaker will collect, some minister will collect. How can we grow with this system of corruption? You are blaming the ordinary citizen, individual. When the leadership, we lack leadership. The problem we have in Nigeria is we lack leadership, and constitution is our problem. We need to work on that. If not so, we cannot move forward. Because we just see in the next 2-3 years, what we see in Nigeria, we will not believe it. Because if you check about Singapore and Malaysia, where are they when Nigeria are booming in 70, 50, 80? Where are the Hong Kong? Where are the China? But now we are lag behind. UAE, when did UAE started? So we should be sincere to ourselves. We need to work on our constitution. We need to eradicate corruption. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. Without that, we cannot move forward.
All right,
that's my
brilliant.
contribution.
All right, thank you, Moses. So good to meet you, and please join us again when you have the chance. So from Moses, let's go on to engineer. Engineer, closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Waman, and thank you, viewers and the people on the platform. Well, we all have said it. It's just it's quite unfortunate that we are supporting these people when it comes to election 2023 in Nigeria. Nigerian youth wake up, otherwise they will use Gulda Ultimate Search, BB Nanja, and they will pay some of the Nigerian actors and actresses and musicians to divert our mindset. But let's do our best. Let's let these 8 years go. The next coming 8 years to come, Nigerian need to bring a youth how to take over that country and control everything in that country. Otherwise, let's just forget it. Well, another thing that we need to understand here regarding the Mr. Okoro and our young chap in England and our senator, we just pray things go well. And if the boy is lying, well, you face the consequences. And if he's not lying, let justice take place. The same thing with the senator. The senator already said it. If what he's doing for his daughter that developed to this, or well, I just pray that God should help his daughter, and for him, if he's doing well, let well follow him. If he's doing bad, let the justice took its own place. And thank you guys, and have a good morning or have a good night. God bless us all.
All right. Thank you, engineer. So thank you, engineer. That was brilliant, as always, engineer. So engineer, sleep well. From engineer, let's go on to the silky tones of Celibis. Celibis, to you. Celibis, you were talking just now. Yeah, go on.
You didn't allow me to talk again now.
What do you mean I didn't allow you to talk? Is it possible for me to stop you from talking, Celibis?
Anyway, from what I can see is that we need to diversify our minds. We don't have to just look at things and call it out. Just because he's a poor man doesn't mean he should go to jail. And because the other one is a rich man, the justice or whatever, he will come out of it. It shouldn't be so. Every human being should have value to us, right? No matter what, they should have, every human being has value, whether they are rich or they are poor. That's my own taking. And then on the other side of things, you guys were just jabbling the economics anyhow, like, okay, you just increase it. But you're not even, Mr. Kalunta or whatever, you're not even considering the per capita income, and you're saying, no, I think that was to Niger, who was actually saying that, and I think he got some support. At the end of the day, anyway, what I'll finally say is that Nigerians, we need to take out that inferiority complex. I'm sorry to say this, all of us, we are all affected by it because we cannot see in ourselves how we can be great. We just say we are great. We just a booger, on the booger level. But when it comes to sit down, take paper and pen and draft something and actually work out how things will work, this thing is not a rocket science. And I think Peter Obi is actually touching on some of the areas where we need to start. We need to spring start. When you say spring start, that's we need to reculture ourselves, replant ourselves, and regrow ourselves, and grow into a confident society where everybody knows that they are valuable, and so they are able, with just a bit of education, some kind of at least background education, to move on from there. And if the country is not going to give that to to all the children like it is in the UK, give them that opportunity to be in school, to learn a few things, hygiene and bits and pieces that they will have to learn as they're growing up, and in line with the academic studies, then this is why you're going to be getting all these issues and things like that will be coming up. That young star may not have even known what exactly is coming for, but just the excitement of coming to the UK. People sit in Nigeria and think this place is big. A lot of people, a lot of us here, we're very poor. When we come to Nigeria, we're big. When we are here, we have to be humble. We have to streamline our expenses and things like that. And when people keep saying, send money home, send money home, it's costing us a lot, out of it's getting us out of pocket, just sending monies home to help out with relations who are maybe ill and all that kind of thing. But people think, we just kind of pick the money from wherever, So we need that education, that background education, and just jumping to coming to England or whatever. It's not going to give you it. You're probably just going to want to go back home in the end, because it's very boring here. It's not like Nigeria where you can sit under a tree, just relax with your friends and all that, you know. So there are many issues that we need to look at, because even when we come to this discussion, in as much as I appreciate the level and the level of discussion that we have here, in many cases I find that a lot of the articulate speakers do not do their research, and they come and give us this percent, that percent. If you don't know the percentage, don't even bother spell it out. Just say, I believe a majority. I believe, don't say 100% will go like this, 10% will go like it's not. It doesn't work like that. You have to be sure of what you're actually spilling out, because people are listening to you and they need to gain some tangible and accurate information from you. So you can't just come out and say this is going to happen. We know much about this refinery thing. All the monies have been given free of charge to Dangote to build that refinery for centuries. And mind you, he's not building that refinery for only Nigeria. He's actually building that refinery to export. Okay, if he does export, probably that's going to also help our GDP if he's exporting. But are they going to, just like the medical people, are they going to, distribute to us? Or they're going to just leave us to continue to suffer and suffer and suffer? So many ideas were put forward for these modular refineries, which the government even promised they were going to help some of the people in the South, Bayelsa, Rivers, and Delta, I believe. We're going to be given some kind of license to have modular refineries. Up till today, so I went to Nigeria and came back. I'm still very ill because of the suits that they've been burning in Port Harcourt and places and in River State and all of that. I'm still very chesty, because if you've not been living in that environment after some and you just jump in, it affects you. So the government is not ready to help the people. And then you're saying again that it's okay for them to, unleash that subsidy, which their own cronies have been benefiting from that, all those loopholes that they have, to embezzle our money via this story of subsidy. So we've been round and round and round and round. And even those of us that come here, to be quite honest, I enjoy the conversations, but sometimes I'm a little taken aback, because I feel that we are not even resolute on our, on our standpoints. We just drift here and we drift there, and we're just following the excitement. I think we need to take time and look at things. I believe what Ovie is saying in a way is a fact, because the northern votes are going to divide. The north is going to divide. The whole thing is going. There might be a second run. We don't know, but it's very likely, because if you do not gather 25% in every state, it's going to be a problem. for you to take that, So, judging by that, I think we should continue to give Peter Obi the benefit of the doubt. And I'm still believing that amongst the three candidates we hear, forget about party aside, the three candidates we have here, he is the best. And one of the reasons why people were even following Atiku in his last candidacy was because of Peter Obi. Because Peter Obi was doing most of the talking. He didn't even know how to, he doesn't even know how to talk. Because when he came in, he was saying, oh, he's going to give contracts to his friends, he's going to sell. All those things, he could have put them better, he could have articulated those better for people to have a clear understanding why he believes that he's going to render the NNPC to private hands, and why he believes that, his friends, who he means by his friends, that is going to enrich. And he was just talking, I was disappointed. I didn't expect him. I've heard him speak in Chatham House. He spoke much better. But during his campaign, he was just talking carelessly about enriching people and all that. It's not his money. We all know that he basically he was in charge of all the devastation of Nigerian assets in the, what do you call it, the telecoms and all of it. He was in charge of all that. And whatever him and Obasanjo did, we don't know why they're fighting till today. So we can't risk saying, and for the fact that he wasn't even able to keep his Twitter post on, and he deleted it, it means that he's still going to be siding the Muslims unnecessarily, even when it's not warranted. So what else do we have? We have Tinubu. They're still talking about the certificate. They might just put him there and then nail him out. And then the next thing, another northern guy will just take over. So what do we do now? Let's go for a clear cut. Those of us who are from the south, I'm talking to appealing to all of you. Let's go for a clear cut that we know that person, if he gets there, is going to be there. We don't want somebody that they're going to rally around and find some flimsy things to get him out of the. If those things are said about Obi were anywhere true, by now I'm sure he would have, done the honorable thing by, bowing out of all of this. But I still believe that he is the candidate that will sit down with the people, sit down and have a plan, talk to the people. He is conversational, so you can engage him and let him just come and let's sit down and see how we can write these things. It's not about jumping, it's not about shouting. It's about sitting down and talking our strategy, how we can get the best person that deserves our PVCs. So let's go for it, and let's look up on ourselves as citizens, and that we are equal to the task and not inferior to the task.
All right, well put. So that's all that expensive as the education that you just gave us the benefit of. So thank you, Celibi. It's always well presented. This is why people always just pay attention. So thank you, Celibi. It's always a delight. So from Celibi, let's go to Ovie. Ovie, we're taking closing remarks. Have we lost you, Ovie? Ovie, this is it. It's going to do that thing again. Amsterdam blend. So that's Ovie is going to partake in some of the excesses of life. So Ovie, so thank you. So from Ovie, let's go on to Ifeyin. Ifeyin, we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah. Okay. Listening to everyone, I really got a lot, and I'll tend to align with a little bit of what Ola said. I think that's data solutions. I really concur to that. The fact is, for external people, foreign influence are always going to be there. But the fact is, we as Nigerians, is we that will give them that leverage to actually carry out what they want, their plan needs, or whatever they want to do as regarding to Nigeria, So the fact is, to Nigeria, you have a point, but in every sector in Nigeria, the fact and the truth is every sector in Nigeria has corruption. No matter how good your idea is, you have to battle corruption because there are people behind closed doors who are ripping off from all the situations that is going on. Why the things are bad, these things are getting bad, they are making money. So you have to, even though you come with your ideas, are you ready to fight those people? You need to fight those people to get this thing to work. No matter how good your idea is, you have to put behind your head that there are people you have to fight to make things work. And if we don't address it, that is a problem. And that comes with corruption. No matter how good you are with your ideas, there are people that are corrupt. And there are people that are corrupt to make sure that that corruption stays because they benefit from it. So we need to fight corruption alongside solving these issues. We need nationalists, people who will carry Nigerians first. So no matter how the foreign people come and put whatever they want to do, but we need to have people that will not budge. So if they leave this guy, go to the next person, no, the next person, no. We just need people that will have the intentions of Nigerians first. And once we have that, we can now move on. Because no matter how good your idea is, you must always fight corruption in all the sector, no matter what it is, whether oil, education, whatever it is. That even though remove subsidies, there are people that are making money off that subsidies being there. That is a scam, which we all know. So the fact of the matter is we have to come together, have an idea, kill this Niger corrupt mentality that even that is down to the citizens. We need to kill it. Once we kill that corrupt mentality, we stand with a purpose as one people, no matter our diversity, then we can make a change. Not all these plenty ideas everybody's having. You have your idea and we are not united. We are going nowhere. And that is what I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you for that, Ifeanyi. So brilliant presentation there by Ifeanyi. So let's go on from Ifeanyi and go to Ola. Let's go to Ola. Ola, we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time. Now, before we go, I just want to put something. I keep saying it. Once we acknowledge our problem, it is easier for us to solve. But if we keep shifting our problem to someone and we keep blaming someone for our problem, then we are not ready. And those people that make profit from our irregularities, they keep enjoying. As early as in the early 60s, Nigeria was there as one of the fastest growing economy. What happened? Because every region, they determined how they wanted to develop. They were doing everything. But that first coup, military coup in Nigeria, was one of the worst mistake in the history of Nigeria. You know, they crashed the federal structure. They brought everything under control so that the central wanted to control because they believe that because the regions were rich on their own, that they would be too strong to control. So they started bringing everything that all those states were using to develop themselves. They started bringing them under what the fraudulent content of the constitution called exclusive list. So everything we have to go through the federal instead of everything going concurrently at the level of the region or state for proper development. So that is where we miss the point. So we can't continue to blame our inability to do the right thing upon some people. No, the problem is upon us. You understand? So why should we put what the state should be doing, security, electricity, everything? Why should we be pushing it in under one exclusive list? Some people are there that, they've now realized the benefit of being in a unitary system. They will never want that thing to go. They are the people holding us back. There are people that will not want you to remove subsidy. They are the people that they want you to keep electricity as something that the federal government should control, even when they don't have capacity to do. Those are the people to blame, not a United Kingdom that they have a liberalized economy, or United States or Canada where they no, it is us. Because if these people could not stop us in the 60s, how come they start stopping us when we now impose a unitary system upon ourselves? It is ourselves, not anybody. And the federal character now make it not bring tribal politics, religion politics. You bring everything there, you could dabaru everything. These things are not the problem of the external people. It is we that we are the problem of ourselves. So the more we move away from this, the more. So in our 2023, we should be looking at who is ready to actually take all this fraudulent content away and to liberalize our economy. As an Ekiti man, maybe I should be feeding on education and farming, all those stuff. I shouldn't be going to Abuja to start asking for one crude oil money from the south. So that's the way I see things. So that when you think of this, you choose your priority for 2023. For me, I choose security and a restructuring for 2023. So I hope everybody will do the same thing and will do the right thing. So that's the only way we can move forward. Otherwise, we still come here and complain. So I thank everyone. But the most important thing about this, we should not forget to thumb up and do and share this forum, because we need to reach as many people as possible. The more we reach some mind, the better for our country. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go on to Niger. And gentlemen, if you can wrap it through it somewhat, so that we can shut it down in a few minutes' time. So to Niger, final words.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad I took part in the conversation. And my apologies for getting a little bit heated, and I think I did snipe at you a few times. And so regarding the topic about the young man, I think for me, he weighs a little bit in favor of the senator, and I really think that we should be treating our leaders the way we would like to be treated ourselves, even if they may not deserve it, empirically. And regarding the main thrust of the discussion that, moved towards our role in what is happening in the country, we are already suffering, and we shouldn't make minced words. We are already suffering, and the suffering increases based on different scenarios. And we have to realize that and decide that, okay, you know what, let's take this hit and get better. This is what they call delayed gratification. It's a simple concept where you feel a bit of pain and you get to the other side. That is a mark of intelligence. And we have to start realizing that we have to do these things because it is essential. And we are not even required to do the big ones yet. The big ones are the big ones other countries have been having to take. I don't understand how one country, I still boggles my mind, 28 million people lost in Russia in the Second World War. And in the First World War, the French men, they lost 10% of their population in one war. These people have made sacrifices to run circles around us today. And we, a people this mighty in one of the greatest continents on earth and the genetic base of humanity, cannot even muster the will to do the hard things. If we don't do them, other people will have to make these choices for us, and they will decide our fate. This is a life and death situation. We are living in a world where we have to compete with everybody. We can't live in a sub-economy where we can pay our way in the world. You don't go to market and say, you know what, you guy, you have $100 in your pocket and you have 10 pence in your pocket. That is the equivalent of what Nigeria is operating in. We are living on scraps. We are starving. Our people are stressed. We have to do the hard thing to ease this thing so that our people actually emerge in the world and start taking their place in the world like a proper nation as we deserve to. We really do deserve to be. Our Nigerians are some of the most educated people in the world. They are some of the most formidable people in this world. But when it comes to working together, that is where we have not figured out how to do this. I know we are being disrupted, but we should do better. We can't make excuses. Others have had difficulties and they worked it out. The Chinese had it and they worked it out. The Indians had it, they worked it out. The Pakistanis did it. Even the Iranians are doing it. We have to break away and become truly sovereign. I think the last speaker mentioned about independence. What independence? We didn't fight a war to gain independence. Have you ever seen a free lunch in this world before? They just handed independence to you because they are kind. Where do you get that from in this world? It never happens in this world. Everything you get in this world, you have either earned it or you never got it. That independence we had was a kind of stopgap. And our leaders have never changed any position to actually make us sovereign. I see Nigeria trying to move in that direction. I was talking to African Americans today, and many of them really have hope that if Nigeria can get its act together, the continent will get its act together, and they too will be better off for it. We have a lot of effect on a lot of people on this continent, and we have to realize that our fate, we have a shared fate in Nigeria, not to mention the continent. We really have to do better and be ready to do the hard thing. That is our inheritance. We never inherited a good situation. What else do we expect? It will be hard. I really wish if the Nigerian government is recruiting 1 million soldiers today, I will go and join. What is my life for? What is my life for? Tell me. to go and eat cornflakes in Majesty's territory? This is what we are here for. This is what men are born to do. We are supposed to build so that other people come here and enjoy, and our children enjoy what we have put in place. We like to leave inheritance for our children. Why don't we leave a great land for our children to enjoy? We can't pass this failure to the next generation. And this election that is coming is an important one. Like I said, out of 3 of them, I'm not gonna start nitpicking. They all have their good sides. You know, Atiku is not my, you know, his good side is very remote to me, but they all have their good sides. Peter Obi is the one I will vote for today if I'm to vote for anybody, but I can see that Tinubu is also charming in his own way. You know, one man went to Mo. I think you may be underestimating the chances of a catastrophic event occurring during the campaign. Tinubu could fall down any moment. You know, and if that happens, then the whole dynamics changes. People used to think that Hillary Clinton was going to win, and Obama came and knocked her out. Oh, they thought she was going to win again. Oh, Trump came and took it again. You can't always be sure how things will shape up, especially when you have a candidate that is not always physically there. Except, of course, they decided to just mothball the whole thing and make it about money. Who knows? But all bets are off, and I think Ovie was correct to say that if even if Peter Obi loses, but his movement continues. In other words, in my mind, anyway, I believe that if he wins the argument, it wouldn't matter whether he won or not. The people in office will have to do those things that he won the argument on, like on the police, on the way they run the economy. They have to do things smarter then. Otherwise, people will always remember that they had a better choice. And they will never support that government on anything, not to mention the next election that is coming up. So I'll try to just stop here, because if I keep going on, I'll go on forever. So we have to take responsibility in terms of the economy and the payments we have to make. It's going to be painful. I know that. And we are going to, in my own plan anyway, I will take care of the poorest ones, and the middle class ones will take the hit, and we will get out of it. We will get out of it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you to Nigeria. And don't worry about pushing me. You can push me as hard as you like, because you see me push everybody all the time. So please just give it to me hard. Now,
you have a tough skin. You have a tough skin. I have to give it. I have to give that to you.
Yes. You see, when I came on your platform, you people wouldn't even let me speak, but you come here and you speak.
It wasn't my platform. I was defending you all the time there.
The Bendelites are collecting.
That guy is a little bit. He doesn't like debates.
I think there's anyway. You're there, but I think there's some sort of intellectual deficiency in that space, because they don't allow for conversation.
Yeah, I will be pushing them. They don't let me do that too, and I don't like why he does that. I told him, "Are you afraid of what you're going to hear?"
It's cheerleading, isn't it? It's a cheerleading. Yes, you know.
It doesn't help anybody. You know. Twice now you've come there, and they try to kind of shut you up.
Yes,
and I didn't
they
like
don't
it.
want to hear
I
a
didn't like
contrary
it.
view, and and that is like kryptonite to me. So I'll keep coming to prod at them. You know,
you should. You know, they were saying that you shouldn't come there again. They were saying they should stop you. One other guy was saying that they should stop you from coming in.
Some of them were even super chatting that they must stop that man.
It's ridiculous. What is that all about?
It's a tribalist, it's an egoator, it's a this, that, and the other. But don't worry, I'll be back there again to give them another hit tomorrow.
Thank you for everything.
All right, brilliant. So from you then to Kulata, your words.
Well, my words, I mean, I'm not a man of too many words, but my point is, how do we get out of a feeding bottle government? I mean, a government where everybody waits for is a check from Niger Delta Oil every month, and then use it to run expense, borrow more, and hope government will do stuff. It's not going to work. It's the same Nigeria that Malaysia and Indonesia got their oil palm breed from. That is their main export. They are making a killing out of what they got from Nigeria. We have cocoa, but where's our cocoa value chain? Like, we can export cocoa. Even Ghana even does that more than us. Like you have Mars Bar, you have like Cadbury's, you have like mega millions, who knows, billions of dollars being made out of chocolate. But we have a line there. There's so many resources we have. It's like sometimes one will think, are we cursed or is our IQ too low? And I mean, why can't we see some of these obvious things? Why? I mean, is it because of just this free money that comes every month? And that free money itself is contested by like people fighting for their right, blowing up pipelines and all, because a lot of it is there. So until we can change the structure of our government, either by going to what we had in the 60s, where the Southwest could run their own thing, the Southeast will run their own thing, South. Then, I mean, in that place, we can kind of like manage ourselves because we'll think alike. Some aspect of socialism will work because it's for identical people. Or you just throw everything into the wind and just privatize everything and just hope that works. I don't see how we're going to progress no matter who we elect if we don't make those fundamental structural changes, because at the end of the day, it's still a feeding bottle government. And few states that are able to get past that, we praise them, like Lagos. That's why we're kind of saying, no, Tinubu did something good. Because why did he do something good? Because Obasanjo refused to give him money. He was forced to think. And if other states can be forced to think, like maximize, like Osun State that I come from, like why can't we even be producing gold, making all sorts of gold chains and gold ring and make it the next Dubai-like gold place? Why? I mean, it's sickening. It's the same civilization in Osun State there that generated all those masks with ingenious technologies, generated glass beads. What stopped us from thinking? Well, I mean, what is stifling our productivity? Until we can address that productivity question, Nigeria has no hope. I think that's where I'll stop.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, from consumption to production, this is what Peter Obi tells us. So, thank you for that. From consumption to production, they are making
it's an obedient.
they
It's
are
an
making
obedient
look
man.
at that. They are capturing the Yorubas now.
I'm not obedient at all. I'm not obedient at all.
Obedient. We have to take
I'm not impressed.
Obedient.
Look at that.
I'm not impressed with obedient.
He's propagating obedient theory, economic theory to us now.
From product consumption to production. Look at this. But thank you, Kulata. Join us again. You know, people delight in hearing from you. So that was Kulata. So now we are down to one. With the one of now we're down to one. The one of one, the top dog, the man with the final word, king of boys, Ajan Lekoko. The final word.
Thank you, one man. I thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution quite meaningful, purposeful, and well educative, and well informative. I hope that tomorrow you will all come back and we will do it again. Situation of Nigeria, the economic problem, all the problems, political problem, every problem confronting that nation from moving forward, from being a competitive country in the Committee of Nations, are self-created. They are man-created problems. We created all those problems, and we can solve them by ourselves. I don't want to believe that external bodies are the one holding us back or preventing us from developing. It's we that are tying ourselves down. Corruption, number one. We are very, very greedy people. The leadership are very greedy. They are very wicked. They don't love their people. They don't love their country. They are not patriotic. When you have set of leadership at all level, federal, state, local government, all they know to do is looting the resources of the state for their selfish interests and don't care about providing the basic amenity, the basic education. They fail. Do you want to tell me that it's a foreign external forces that prevented us from providing good education to the Nigerian citizens? No. Good roads? Is it external body that prevented us from having good roads around the country? No. Good hospitals? No, it's not external bodies. Pipe-borne waters is not external body that causes it. Electricity, that is not available, it is not external body. It's we, by the policy that we made, policy that does not fit for any purpose, policy that cannot, grow any economy. So these are the things that are holding us behind. There's no external bodies, and on top of it, corruption, and on top of it, bad constitution that hold the development of that country, and the jugular does not want that country to develop. All the power that drive a country's development are held in one office, centralized. So, gentlemen, all this theory, or all these conspiracy theories that external bodies, and we should stop it. There's nobody holding us back. In the 80s, Nigeria was richer than China. You can go and look at it. We were far better than China. Our per capita income per capita is far higher than that of the Chinese back then. So we were doing better in the 80s. I remember in the 5 Yoruba states in the 80s, we had free education, free health service. Everything was going well. Why can't we provide health service for our people? It was free health service. I was saying here the other day that within 4 years of Jakonde, it built 5 general hospitals with free health service. 5 general hospitals, or even 6. Bagara General Hospital, Agege General Hospital, Ikorodu General Hospital, Igere General Hospital, Agbowa Ikosi General Hospital, and that of this other one. So they are all of these that these people did, and the education was free. Why can't we have such kind of leadership again? So, but somehow we the people have to share the blame as well for not voting for right leadership, for not looking for a leadership that look like us, that think like us, that are sacrificial leaders, that, leaders that are ready to fight for us any day. We don't look for those ones. We follow corrupt politicians, and we continue to vote for them all the time. So on this note, I want to recommend to us, we have to take the bull by the horn. We have to be courageous to vote for the right person like us, who is Omoyele Sowore. That is somebody that one of us, we have to do away with all politicians across the country. Who is that? So let's go for Omoyele Sowore. That is the person who can do it for us. And other than that, let me thank those of you behind the scene that have been chatting. Let me thank our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, one man, chairman, board of trustee, one man went to Mo. Let me thank the secretary, board of trustee, one man went to Mo, Alexandra Akashi. Let me thank our sister, Bonksma. Let me thank Flash Mankind and Babati, others, Ask Google, Ortiz. Thank you for your service for United States. Thank you all the time, and I thank everybody. One man, you have done it well again. You led us well. Good driver. Keep on driving us good. Tomorrow, another day, I believe the eagle will land, and we shall join you to do it again. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that's Ajanle Koko, and when you hear Ajanle Koko's voice at the end, that means matters have come to an end. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, a real delight, and thank you for your company today. So, and thank you, Ajanle Koko, for your company, and thank you, one and all, for your company. It is not anything that is taken for granted, of course, that you'll be here, because I open up the sessions in the hope and expectation, but in the hope, not in the expectation, right? I should say that you will be here. So you volunteer yourself to be here, and that is not taken for granted. I know that the conversation can ebb and flow and move people's emotions somewhat. But what I do try to do, I don't know if I succeed often, what I do try to do is to keep the conversation on the right side of truth and fact. So that is what I do. If you ever wondered what I'm trying to achieve, then that is just it. Irrespective of what is saying, what I'm saying, what is being said, what I always try to do is to keep the conversation on the right side of truth and fact. So if we stay on the right side of truth and fact, as much as we can manage to do that, then we're headed in the right direction. So that is really what underpins it. It is nothing tribal. It is nothing especially partisan to anybody. It is essentially just what will move us forward. It's just what we're looking to hear. And I think I speak for all of us. I think every single person that's spoken on this platform so far, at least especially today, and hopefully since we started the whole thing, but especially today, I think everybody that's spoken on the platform today, in one way or the other, the thing that they were actually saying is, this is what I am suggesting to move the country forward. And this is what the whole thing is all about. You may agree or disagree with their idea on what moves the country forward, but you cannot quibble their intention to see the country move forward, especially the ones in diaspora, even the ones in Nigeria now. They are talking about the weight of the country on their back. And the ones in diaspora, they are talking about the burden of not being able to go home safely. Who wouldn't want to? Nigerians abroad, they can afford actually to, on a Friday, finish work, fly to Nigeria from America, Europe, etc., just to go and spend a weekend with their parents or loved one and fly back the next day. They can afford that, but they wouldn't dare do that. Why wouldn't they dare do that? You fear for your safety, the lack of amenities. What happens to you if something happens to you? All of these things. So these are all of the things that are pushing us to want to push that space to be better. So that is what it's all about, just to keep it on the side of truth and fact. So that is what we are trying to do. And if you see me deviating from that path, then call me to caution. I'm always I make myself receptible always to being cautioned and corrected, but not to be told just some yam head nonsense. So I can't abide yam heads. But if you try and repoint me, I may make noise and do a giddy, but I will take on board what you have said to me. So that is just the whole. The mission statement is just to keep the conversation on the right side of truth and fact. So we leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, don't forget to like and subscribe, by the way. But here, I say, and share, like, share, and subscribe. You have to remember to always say that: like, share, and subscribe. And here, I say, peace.